This one is a failure as well. Sighing, John stared morosely at the thick golden wheat waving gently in the late spring winds. The heavy grains were plump and healthy, but the problem was that each contained a kernel of manna that would kill a regular human as soon as it passed their lips. Of the 5 one-acre parcels John had planted the previous year, he was currently staring at the one with the lowest manna concentration, but even that was likely to be lethal, especially if consumed in any quantity. It seems like the problem is the plant can't process the manna, so it's just storing it, which leads to the buildup. This would be great for beasts to eat, since their bodies can naturally process manna. But for normal humans and animals, it will kill them almost instantly. Standing up from where he crouched, John reached out, picking some of the grains from a stalk and throwing them into his mouth. The manna in the grains was absorbed into his body as he crunched on the hard seeds, immediately brought under his control by his maxed-out mana control skill. The trace amounts of mana hardly made a difference as the mana in his body continued to flow out, powering the mental models skill he was currently using. He had picked up the incredibly useful spell in the ruins of the Mage's Tower he had explored the previous fall, and over the winter his near-constant use of the skill had allowed him to grow it to 38 points. As it continued to work, sucking away his mana, he idly opened his status, expanding it to show his skills and quests. Name, John Sutton. Age, 28. Class, Mage. Spells, 1. Active quests, Grow Wheat. Skills list, Mana Breath, Max. Arcane Tongue, Max. Mana Sense, Max. Mana Reinforcement, Max. Mental Models, 38. Skill points, 0. Spell list, Fireball, Basic. Quest list, Prevent the Apocalypse, Grow Wheat. Doom points, 73 of 100. At least I was able to get my doom points down. I'm lucky mental model doesn't count toward generating more of them. Otherwise it'd be up near 100 by now, if not well over. The mental model skill hadn't been the only thing he'd found in the ruins. From the adventurers who had led him to the ruins, he had recovered a full set of water spells that led all the way from the apprentice level up to legendary. Though he hadn't decided what he wanted to do with them, they were beyond valuable in a world that had lost 99% of its magical knowledge. Closing his status, John turned and let his eyes sweep over the farm, taking in the idyllic setting. When he had arrived at the farm 8 months earlier, it had been run down and starting to fall apart, despite Ellie's and Ben's best efforts. The constant harassment from the bandits of Wolfden had added to the general disrepair of the farm, but the main problem had just been that there was too much for a young woman and preteen boy to handle alone. Today, the Sutton farm that appeared in his view was nothing like the broken-down Burroughs homestead he had gotten the deed for. Their herd of cows had grown to nearly 40 after their latest batch of calves were born, and the chickens had expanded to nearly 3 dozen, providing them with a steady stream of eggs. Glancing back at the 20 acres of regular wheat ripening in the sun, John had trouble keeping the smile from his face. After having spent a decade scrabbling around in the mud, desperate to preserve his life, there was something truly fulfilling about seeing things grow and mature thanks to the hard work of his hands. Hearing the chime of a bell, John glanced toward the house where Ellie was calling everyone for dinner. Over the winter, he had continued to expand his new home, finishing the bathroom and combining the 2 smaller rooms into one large room for Ellie. Ben had started spending most of his nights in the bunkhouse with Thomas and Evan, so Ellie had the room in the house to herself. "Mr. Sutton," a thin young man of around 20 years old greeted John as he walked past the cheese cellar. "How was the delivery this morning, Evan?" Evan had been helping on the farm over the winter and had proven himself to be as hard-working as anyone. He mainly took care of the milking with Thomas and handled the daily milk, butter, and cheese deliveries the farm made around the valley. Though John still didn't know much about Evan, he had come highly recommended by Sven and had proven his work ethic through his steady efforts. "It went well. We've got 3 special orders from the village and even one from the Esters." "Oh? What do the Esters want?" "It's Mrs. Ester's birthday soon, so Mr. Esters stopped me and asked me to add a bit of cheese to their order. He paid me already." "Great. I had one of the small wheels of brie and one of the stamped cheese cutters Gottfried brought us. I'll ask Ellie to write a note to send along as well." A wide smile crossed Evan's face, and he nodded enthusiastically as he made a note on his order forms. From the little John did know about Evan, he knew the Esters had been one of the families that had helped Evan out when the orphaned young man was all alone. "Yes, sir." Nodding to Evan, John turned to go up onto the porch, stopping when a shadow fell over him. Looking up, he saw a majestic-looking rooster staring down at him from the roof, a haughty look on his face. Sigvald had grown by more than a foot over the winter, and was nearly 4 feet tall thanks to the steady diet of condensed mana crystals John had been feeding him. His red and orange feathers gleamed in the light, almost appearing to carry a metallic sheen, and the thick dark blue and violet tail feathers that jutted almost 5 feet into the air behind him gave him a regal look. A black leather eye patch Ellie had sewn up for him covered one of the rooster's eyes where he had been injured last fall by an adventurer's blade, and even though his eye was perfectly fine, the rooster continued to insist on wearing it. Rolling his eyes, John reached into his pocket for some of the mana-infused grains he had grabbed for further study, and flicked them up at the rooster. Eyes gleaming, Sigvald grabbed them out of the air with his beak with lightning-fast strikes, returning to his proud look a moment later. Ignoring the prideful bird, John walked up onto the porch and into the kitchen. Nothing much had changed about the kitchen, apart from adding hot water to the sink, and after washing his hands, he dried them on the hanging towel and took his seat. Ellie was still putting everything on the table, and John found himself following her with his eyes as she bustled about. Catching him looking at her, Ellie smiled and gestured toward the fields behind the house. "Any luck?" "No," John said, shaking his head. "Still having the same problem. The weed is picking up the mana, but it's just storing it. It can't actually process it. I need to figure out a way for the plant to use the mana itself." "I guess that just leaves the night flowers." Thinking about the flowers Ellie was talking about, John nodded. They had planted the flowers he'd received from the Grimm in pots in the cheese cellar, and under the magical light of the mana lamps the flowers had been thriving. Though they had not tested it again, John remembered the effect the exposed flower had had on the surrounding plants clearly. Somehow, exposing the flowers to sunlight transformed them into a mist that caused other plants to bloom almost instantly. Considering that the night flowers were practically made from mana, John was very interested in how they allowed other plants to absorb the mana they were made from. "Yeah, we might have to start some experiments with them. However, that will need to wait until after harvest." The door opened, and John saw a short man walk into the kitchen, followed by Evan and Ben. Though he had always known that his former adjutant was highly adaptable, John continued to marvel at how well Thomas had settled into his role as farmhand. With an instinctive sense for what needed to be done, and an almost obsessive level of organization, Thomas completed not only his own tasks, but much more, leading John to the suspicion that if Thomas were to leave, Sutton Farm would quickly fall apart. Sticking close to his side was Ben, who was still learning how to handle a dagger in the early mornings before the first milking started. Everyone sat down at the table, and Ellie started passing out the food, loading generous portions onto each person's plate. As they ate, they talked about the farm and what still needed to be done to get ready for the harvest time that would soon be upon them. "Gottfried will be back soon, right?" Ellie asked, looking at John. Shrugging, John dipped a piece of his bread crust into his soup and popped it into his mouth. "I'm not sure. I would expect him soon, but the passes are just starting to clear, so it might still be a month before the caravans can make it through." "Okay, that should give us enough time for the first aged batches to finish up. But I'm a bit worried that with harvest approaching, we won't have time to keep our cheese production going." "Thomas and I can handle the harvest," John said. "Do you want more help with the cheese?" "Maybe," Ellie nodded. "Between cooking and cleaning and the garden, I feel like our production has fallen behind." "Well, keep your eye out. If you see someone you'd like to bring on, let me know." After lunch had ended, everyone went back to work, and John headed for the pasture where Ferdy was kept. The giant bull was happily munching on grass at the far end of the field, but when he caught sight of John, he trotted over. Putting down the new post he was going to use to repair the fence, John grabbed the old one and pulled it out of the ground. Time and the elements had weakened it, and he had seen a split running down it after Ferdy had gotten too excited while using it to scratch his back. Tossing the broken post aside, John pushed the new post into the ground, easily sinking it an extra 2 feet down. Patting the ground around it to make sure it would stand up straight, he glanced around to make sure no one was near, and then used a tiny blue flame to burn the cutouts into it for the rails. The fence was more for show than anything, since the cows never strayed far from Ferdy when they were out of the barn, but John still made it strong, just so he wouldn't have to fix it again for a long time. Hearing a deep moo, John finished resetting the rails and looked up at Ferdy, who was looking at him expectantly. "What's up?" Mooing again, Purdy jerked his head and then trotted toward the far end of the pasture where a large rock stood. Realizing the bull wanted him to follow, John slipped through the fence. Thanks to the higher-than-average mana content of the valley, the grass in the pasture grew quickly enough for the cows, but due to the high yield of corn in the fall of last year, they had been able to switch to a better diet over the winter, and were still feeding the cows a nice mix of corn, hay, and silage. There was a lot to farming that John still didn't know, but he was having tremendous fun learning. At first, John thought the rock had grown, but he quickly realized it had just been pushed up at an angle by the plant that was growing under it. Throughout the winter, John had been feeding Ferdy mana crystals almost daily, but at least once a week the bull demanded an extra crystal for the plant he was caring for, and the effect was obvious. From a small plant, with a few of the broccoli-like pods, the plant had grown by at least a dozen times. 10 branch-like structures had spread from the thick trunk of the plant, and as John walked over, they swayed lightly as if welcoming him. What a strange plant. John had seen the plant absorbing the mana from one of his mana crystals, and hadn't thought too much about it, figuring it was just like the other plants that stored up the mana in pockets. But as he examined it now, he was surprised to see that far from having pockets of concentrated mana, the plant actually had a mana circulation system that was much closer to Ferdy's. Instead of pulling mana in through its roots to store in its leaves and flowers like a normal plant, this strange thing seemed to work the opposite way. Mana was being pulled in through the delicate pod structures at the end of branches that looked like broccoli. The mana it was taking in this way was being funneled back through the trunk system and being sent down into the roots. Curious. I wonder if it has any nutritional value. Abruptly, the plant seemed to curl in on itself, its branches turning over to reveal small thorns while it tucked its pods down close to its trunk. Clearly able to sense the potential threat John posed, the plant continued to tighten until it looked like a tough, spiky ball, leaving John shocked. Next to the plant, Ferdy let out an angry moo, as if chiding John for scaring the plant. Giving John a look, the bull huffed on the plant and pawed the ground. Sorry. Sheesh. It was just an idle thought, John said, holding up his hand defensively. Ugh, I really am going crazy. Why am I apologizing to a plant? About to turn around, John suddenly froze as a blue window popped up in front of him. New quest generated. Discover the secrets of intelligence. Discover the secrets of intelligence. You have encountered 2 animals with near-human levels of intelligence and a mana-consuming plant that exhibits unplant-like behavior. Discover the secret to the 3 beings' intelligence by finding the main root system of the strange plant. Chapter 2. I've never seen anything like this, Ellie said, looking closely at the plant. After getting a quest out of nowhere, John had called Ellie over, hoping she would be able to shed some light on the plant. Ellie had been trained as a witch by her grandmother, so John had his fingers crossed that she would have encountered something like it before, but watching her examine the plant, that hope vanished. I'm sorry. I wish I could be of more help. No, that's fine. It's not like this blasted game ever makes anything easy. Pardon? Realizing he had just said his thoughts out loud, John waved his hand. Nothing. Don't worry about it. I just thought it might be something pretty unique. It can absorb mana like a beast and seems to understand us to some extent. Like Sigvald and Ferdy? Yeah. Actually, something tells me that this plant has something to do with Ferdy's intelligence, though I have no evidence, and it's more of a hunch than anything else. Do you think the plant is magically active? It's highly magically active, John nodded, crouching down next to the plant. These pods pull ambient mana in from the air, feeding it into the main body of the plant. Those trace amounts of mana aren't much, but it's at least as good as what a beast could do, possibly even better. Her face lighting up, Ellie crouched down next to John. Oh, that's great! It gives us a new angle for the wheat, right? Over the winter, John had shared his goal for the wheat with Ellie, and they had been working together to keep track of the progress the plants were making, or not making, as the case might be. It does, but I don't know anything about grafting or cross-pollinating plants, especially from different species. It's a shame we don't have my grandmother's notes, Ellie said, looking wistful. She had a lot of books on plants and growing things, but I had to leave all of that behind. Do the books still exist? If they do, we could recover them. Probably, but they're not in the valley.
We lived in a small forest to the northwest of Kingsmouth.
That's the city closest to the valley, right? I think I came through there on the way here.
Yes. After she died, I lived in Kingsmouth for a number of years and then came here to the valley. It's at least a 2-week trip there and back, but maybe we could hitch a ride with Gottfried's caravan to go to the city and then take a trip out to the house.
It's not very safe outside the valley, John said, shaking his head. Seeing Ellie's sad expression, he held up his hand. Let's revisit the topic when Gottfried comes. For now, however, I want to know if you have made your decision regarding finishing your class.
Ellie's face grew still as she heard John's question, and her fingers twisted in her apron. Ever since the day when John had told her that there might be a chance of completing the class ceremony her grandmother had started with her, she had been caught between hope that one of her longest-held wishes might come true and a gnawing fear that she would fail, completely severing her last connection to her grandmother. Seeing that she was still torn, John didn't rush her. Choosing to undergo a class ceremony wasn't typically a dangerous thing, though it certainly could go wrong. The real danger for Ellie was that she was actually on the cusp of failure. Her grandmother had managed to stop the process halfway through, right before Ellie's mana vessel completely cracked, but the cracks had already started to form. Even if they were able to pick the right element to use as her medium, it would be a challenge for Ellie to make it through the ceremony.
If you're still not sure, you can have more time to think about it. I can just feel a storm building, so there will probably be a good one coming on Friday.
It will be on Saturday, early in the morning, Ellie said after glancing up at the sky.
Saturday, then. It should be a good chance for us to test the hypothesis that your medium is storms. But like I said, we can just forget about it if you want more time to decide.
Shaking her head, Ellie's eyes took on a determined look, and she stood up. No, there's no value in pushing this off. But would you mind if I talk this through with you one more time? I know I've just been repeating myself, but it helps me get my head around all of it.
Sure. Go ahead.
Taking a deep breath, Ellie closed her eyes for a moment. Opening them and meeting John's gaze squarely, she began to slow-talk through her thoughts. There are 2 possible outcomes if we go through with this. First, if we pick the right medium, I should be able to complete the class ceremony, making me an apprentice-level witch. That would allow me to use the spells my grandmother taught me, and if we were able to recover her library, I could learn more spells. However, the other option is that the medium isn't right, and it will crack my mana vessel, preventing me from ever using mana again.
Correct. Or it might just kill you outright, John said, his voice placid.
Right. It might just kill me. Falling silent, Ellie's eyes dropped to the gently waving branches of the strange plant, and she crouched down again, tucking her knees under her chin. Watching her, John could sense the intense turmoil boiling in her mind. No one was entirely free of the fear of death, though it was honestly not something he had thought about for a long time. About to tell her to just forget it, he was surprised when Ellie nodded her head. I'll do it. I'm tired of living in limbo like this, and I don't want my grandmother's legacy to rot away to nothing. I'll do it.
All right. Then we'll start the process this Saturday, John said, standing up and offering Ellie a hand.
Missing the slight blush on her cheeks as she took his hand and rose to her feet, John's mind spun as he developed a plan.
We'll want to take it in steps. The first step is to try and confirm your medium. You mentioned that your grandmother talked about having an instinctive connection with the stars, right? That being out under starlight made her really happy? That is what we're going to test for with the storm. First, do you feel a strong connection? Does it make you happy? Once we've determined those things, we'll either proceed with the rest of the class ceremony, or we'll put it on pause and reevaluate. If we do decide to go through with the class ceremony, we'll need to introduce mana into your body to kickstart the process again. I think I have a solution for that, but we have some testing to do before we know if it will work.
Can't you use your mana? Pausing, John was a little unsure how to answer. They still hadn't talked about his actual class, but he was starting to suspect that Ellie knew he wasn't a royal knight like he'd pretended to be. Even if that was the case, he wasn't sure if he was ready to have a conversation about what one of the only 2 mages in the world was doing hanging out on a farm on the outskirts of the Empire. Though, to be fair, after reading the notes Stormmaster Kelvis had left behind, John wasn't sure there were only 2 mages left. According to the note, there were other legendary or even sage-level mages who were still hiding in the shadows.
My mana is, a bit too potent for your body to handle.
It's also oriented toward flame, which will make converting it into your own mana much harder.
You mentioned that last time, but I don't quite understand.
Since you're determined to go through with this, come with me. I have a book for you to read that should shed some light on it.
Saying goodbye to Ferdy and the strange plant, John and Ellie walked back to the house where John got out the basic Arcanum, the book that had been kept in the safe next to the mental model skill roll. All winter he had been working his way through it, and he could feel his knowledge around magic had bloomed tremendously. Even the most simple of the chapters had opened up whole new worlds for him. While he had been powerful enough to brute force his way through nearly any problem before, his new understanding of why mana acted as it did allowed him to refine his abilities to an astounding degree.
You mentioned that you were taught how to read runes, right? Can you read this?
Frowning, Ellie put her finger on the cover of the book and began to trace the runes.
Simple? No. Basic, arcane?
Close. Basic Arcanum. This is one of the things we pulled out of the ruined tower. It's a primer for apprentice-level mages.
Drawing in a sharp breath, Ellie pulled her finger back as if it had been burned. Slightly surprised by her response, John cocked his head to the side.
Why are you afraid? Your grandmother was a witch who used magic.
Yes, but she wasn't a mage. She always warned me that mages were dangerous, and their magic was even more dangerous.
Oh? John's eyebrows rose.
I thought magic was just magic. Is there a difference between mage and witch magic?
Nodding, Ellie took a moment to think before she answered, doing her best to recall the conversation from such a long time ago. While she was thinking, John filled the kettle and put it on the stove to start the water boiling. Seeing what he was doing, Ellie got 2 cups from the cupboard. Placing them on the table, she let out a small sigh.
As best I can remember, the difference is in how well the mana works with the world. Witches have a medium, and that medium ensures that the mana remains natural, which allows it to return to nature once it's been used. It's the same for beasts. They use mana naturally, but once used, the mana returns to the world, rejoining what my grandmother called the Great Cycle. Mages are different. They pull mana out of the Great Cycle and force it into different shapes by imprinting it with their will. But the stronger their will, the harder it is for mana to return to the Great Cycle. This is why there are forbidden lands now where the mage's forbidden-level spells were unleashed. That mana, which should be part of the Great Cycle, has been locked out of returning to nature because of the remaining will of the mage who casts the spell. Grandmother said that mages dominate the world, instead of existing alongside it like witches do, and that domination twists their hearts. That's why we had to hide our existence.
Falling silent, Ellie returned to the cupboard for the honey while John stood by the stove, lost in thought. What Ellie was saying resonated with not only his experience, but the information he had learned from basic Arcanum. The first and most basic skill apprentice mages were taught was meditation, which was really just a glorified way of seizing mana from the world and storing it for future use. The focus from there was in understanding how the world worked to better bend it to the mage's will. Stifling the helpless laugh that rose in his chest, John stared morosely down at the kettle. Far from the normal path, he had stumbled into magic from the opposite end. The brutal world he'd landed in demanded that he first learn to bend the world to his will before he knew even the first thing about it. No one had taught him anything about magic, and even his attempts to convince Katrine to pass on what her master, Stormmaster Kelvis, had taught her proved fruitless. Instead, he was forced to stumble his way forward, transforming himself into something outside the realm of possibility in the process. Shaken from his spiraling thoughts by the whistle of the kettle, John let out his breath to clear his head and brought the kettle to the table to fill up the teapot Ellie had prepared. The two of them sat in silence for a few minutes as they waited for the tea to steep, each occupied with their own thoughts. Once the tea was ready and Ellie was pouring it, John tapped the book on the table.
Well, however dangerous their understanding, I've read through it and their ideas certainly are interesting. I think it would be helpful for you to read through. They have a systematic understanding of mana that makes it really easy to understand. For example, they actually reference the situation you're currently in, which means they had a good understanding of how class transference works. I think we can benefit from that. Reading their books won't harm you, even if you don't like their ideas, but I'd be happy to discuss what you think about them. The runes are a bit archaic, so I've done a translation of the more old-fashioned words and terms, but you should be able to work it out.
Nodding, Ellie took a sip of her tea and pulled the book in front of her. Slightly hesitant, she opened the cover and looked at the first page.
While it was not the first time she had seen John's handwriting, she was surprised by how crisp and firm it was. Taking another sip of tea, as if fortifying her heart, she flipped to the first page. John's notes had been added in the margins in small but perfectly ordered letters, and the same script ran under all the ancient runes that ran across the pages.
"Thank you. I'll read over this."
"If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I don't know if I'll be able to help you answer them, but I'll try," John said, shrugging. Watching Ellie start to read, John sipped his tea, his mind drifting to the small box and 3 books that still sat in his room. The 3 tomes contained Stormmaster Kelvis's lifetime of research. Though he had skimmed through them, John's overall knowledge of magic was way too low to have any sense of what the research was talking about. It was almost like an elementary school student trying to study a doctoral-level dissertation. There was simply too much information he was still missing. His hope was to begin making up the difference through basic arcanum and his new mental model skill. The real thing weighing on his mind at the moment, however, was the 6 water spell scrolls in the small box he had recovered from Catherine. Chapter 3. It had taken every ounce of self-control John had to stop himself from immediately learning the spells when he had opened the box in the fall, and since then he hadn't dared to open it again. Chief among his fears was that he would use them, and the spells would vanish forever, just like the skill scroll that had transformed into ash in the ruined library. In all the years he had been in this world, he had only ever seen one other spell scroll, the fireball scroll he had learned his first and only spell from. While that spell scroll hadn't disintegrated, it hadn't been usable after he'd learned the spell. Since he had no idea how spell scrolls were created, he was hesitant to absorb what might be the last spell scrolls in the entire world. He had been poring over basic arcanum, trying to see if he could find some information regarding the transmission of spells, while having his mental model skill work on the question in the background. But so far, he hadn't come up with a solid answer. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he heard a soft sound that wasn't really a sound in his mind, and blue boxes started flashing across his vision. Query: how are spells transmitted between mage levels? Answer: according to basic arcanum, spells are learned after being purchased or gifted. Purchasing spells likely requires a significant investment, considering that the apprentice is assumed to only possess a single spell. This is unlike skills, as there are 3 allusions to skills that are not currently possessed. Further, the only way to bypass this cost is to have a master of a higher rank. Considering the bitterness that can be detected in the tone of the text, it's clear that this is not a requirement that can be bypassed, making it highly likely that a mage is required for the creation of a spell scroll. Basic Arcanum also mentions schools of magic lost to time, making it likely that spell scroll creation is not a universal skill. If known information is correct, spell scrolls are created by mages, recording their knowledge on a specially prepared material. Anyone who activates the spell scroll then has a chance of learning the spell. Certainty: 86%. Frowning, John closed his eyes and considered the blue box of text he had just read, thanks to his mental model. A chance of learning the spell? If there's only a chance, then what is the failure rate for learning a spell? Query: what is the failure rate for learning a spell? Answer: impossible to determine accurately with current knowledge. This makes learning the spells risky. Unless, of course, I can figure out how to activate the skill for creating spell scrolls. I wonder if Katrine knows how to do it. If that's the only way mages can pass down spells, I'm sure she does, since Stormmaster Kelvis probably didn't want his magic to die off with her. Plus, she's talked about finding an apprentice before. But that brings up another question. Why wouldn't Kelvis have given his research to her? Was there something that kept him from passing it over to her? He put it in the tower a good year before we were summoned, and he had at least a year and a half after to retrieve it. But instead, he left it there. I wonder if it was because of those figures he mentioned, the ones who thirst for immortality. As much as John wanted to learn the spells, he hadn't survived by rushing into things. It had been the detailed and meticulous thought process that Thomas had beaten into his very bones that had allowed him to survive situations that should have killed him 100 times over. Now, as he faced the possibility of learning a whole new type of magic, he wanted to make sure he was handling it properly. He also considered giving them to Ellie, but that thought had been rejected quickly, since they could only be used by someone with the mage class. In his case, he had been granted the class as soon as he arrived, allowing him to use the precious fireball spell scroll. Since the type of magic mages and witches did was different, it was highly likely that Ellie wouldn't be able to learn from them,
even after she got her class, but he wanted to keep them just in case. The other major consideration that he had to keep in mind was the interaction between his current elemental bent and the elemental affinity of the spells. Nothing he had read in Basic Arcanum had indicated that mages operated on the basis of elemental affinity, and the book even went out of its way to explain how the traditional separation of elements was actually an archaic idea. Despite that, it was clear that most mages focused heavily on particular types of spells. Stormmaster Kelvis, for example, not only used wind-based spells, but also water and lightning spells. However, from what John could remember, all of his most powerful spells were based on wind manipulation. In the same way, John only had a single spell, but through the perfect mana mastery granted him by his mana control and mana reinforcement, he had been able to bend that simple fireball into 1,000,000 forms. Even if he were to go and face Stormmaster Kelvis today, John was convinced his single fireball spell would not lose out to the legendary mage's spells. But that focus on fire magic also came with a downside, in that John had no idea if he could even learn spells of other elements. According to the introduction to magic, it wouldn't be a problem, but adding a whole suite of water-based spells to his repertoire made John genuinely nervous. Heh, maybe it will just result in me only being able to make hot water. Regardless, if Ellie is successful with her class ceremony and becomes a witch, I'll learn the spells. In the meantime, I should probably start trying to figure out how to get the spell scroll creation method. I wonder if I could simulate it with mental model.
Query: can mental model simulate skills? Answer: yes. Anything can be simulated given enough time and mana.
John?
Snapping out of his daze, John saw that Ellie was looking at him from across the table. Blinking, he realized he had been grinning into thin air, his cup half raised to his lips. Clearing his throat, he placed his cup down without taking a drink.
Ahem. Yes?
I don't understand this section. It says that mana isn't inherently elemental? But that's completely different from what my grandmother said.
Ah, yeah. That gave me pause as well. Most of the time when we see mana, it's through its elemental manifestation. Fireballs, lightning bolts, steam jets, wind blades, all that stuff. But they seem to be trying to make the point that all mana is neutral and just takes the shape of the element, powering it up. For example, you know how both Sigvald and Ferdi are practically beasts? Well, the mana inside them is totally the same. It's hard to describe if you can't see mana, but there's no difference between the mana that circulates in them. But even though they carry the same mana, they manifest it differently. Sigvald transforms it into metallic armor, like a knight, while Ferdi transforms it into a mixture of fire and earth, sort of like magma.
Magma?
Superheated soil. Anyway, the point is that they're both using the same source, but it's taking the shape of their ideas. Honestly, I have no idea if that's correct or not, but that's what the book is arguing for. How did your grandmother describe it?
Taking a moment to think about it and organize her thoughts, Ellie picked up her spoon, taking a spoonful of tea from her cup. Holding it above the cup, she slowly angled the spoon, allowing the tea to dribble back down. Mana is borrowed from the world, and the spells return it. The effect of the spell is like the splashes that are created when the mana returns to its natural place in the great cycle. Maybe this is the difference between witches and mages? Witches use mana that has already taken its shape, whereas mages reshape mana to suit themselves?
That's highly possible. We'll have to keep exploring this after you get your class, John said, smiling. The more we can learn about the mages of old, the better we can improve our own classes.
Nodding, Ellie went back to reading while John carried his cup to the sink. Seeing that she was completely engrossed, he smiled and left her to her reading. As he left the house to find Thomas, his mind ran through all of the things they needed to do to get ready for the upcoming harvest. According to his books and the information he'd gathered from Thomas, the steps of the harvest were fairly straightforward, but it would be time-consuming to do by hand. Finding Thomas in the barn, John leaned over the stall where the middle-aged man was working.
So I've been thinking about this, and I feel like using a scythe will take forever since someone will have to gather and bundle all of the wheat afterward. Are there any machines people use to make this easier?
There is something called a grain cradle, Thomas said, straightening up and wiping the sweat from his forehead. It's a simple series of long ribs that run parallel to the scythe's blade, catching the wheat as you cut it. With some practice, you can catch the wheat as you go.
Yeah, but that still means using the scythe. I wonder if we could make a reaping machine of some sort. Something with a blade that cuts as the wheels turn. Then we could hook up Ferdy and have him cut the wheat.
I've never seen anything like that, sir.
Yeah, but just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean we can't build it. I wish Godfrey would bring that forge he said he found. It would be great to be able to create stuff here on the farm.
I could retrieve a forge for you, sir.
Do you know about a forge around here that doesn't belong to Garrett? John asked, his eyebrows rising.
Accidents have been known to happen, sir.
Staring at Thomas's completely serious expression, John rubbed his forehead. While he appreciated the way his subordinates enjoyed making his desires come true, the slightly murderous willingness to achieve those desires had been one of the main reasons he had fled the capital in the first place.
No, absolutely not. We have access to another forge. It's just a bit of a walk and is too unwieldy to bring over to the farm. I can use that forge until Gottfried brings us our own. How long do you think we have until we need to start harvesting?
Ideally, it should be some time in the next 3 or 4 days, sir.
Got it. Then I better get started, huh? All right, hold down the fort here. I'll be back.
Going back to the house, John saw that Ellie was still devouring the book. A list of questions was starting to grow next to her, and as he walked in the door, she didn't even look up. Putting on a pot, John got a stew started and set the temperature low. Walking over to the table, he got out some more pieces of paper and began to sketch. Though his knowledge, when he came to this world, had not included how gears worked, as the only mage the nation of Lipira possessed, improving all the siege weapons had fallen to him. Desperate study, driven by a burning desire to survive on the battlefield, had given him a beyond practical understanding of basic engineering, and that had been further sharpened by years of continued development. That foundational knowledge had been enough to allow him to use the little he knew about modern machines that had been common on Earth to begin closing the distance between the basic knowledge of this world and the sorts of machines that could be found in his previous world. First, John made a simple list of the things the machine would need to be able to do, ranked from most important to least important. Once he had a list of what he needed, he began sketching the rough shape of a few of the combine farming machines he remembered from Earth. His newest skill began to work overtime as he started to narrow down the design to something he could use. Without engines, the cutting mechanism would have to work from the torque generated by the forward movement of the machine. While John was tempted to create an engine so all of that could be made easier, he knew that would be impossible in a short time frame. Figuring he would take everything a step at a time, he focused on a simple way of transferring the rotation of an axle into a horizontal movement. During one of the wars, he had experimented with a siege catapult that wound itself by being moved forward, so it was not a new concept for him, and soon the basic structure of the device had been completed. From there, it was just a matter of time until the machine had been fully drawn out. Looking something like a lawnmower, it boasted 3 large wheels set in a triangle that supported a wide set of blades that scissored together as the machine moved forward. A 5-pronged guard at the front of the reaping device would serve to separate the wheat into channels, and after it was cut, the stalks would hopefully fall to one side, where they would slide off the guard and fall into a pile. Looking at the design, John corrected a few things and then began to turn it into components, creating a list of the separate pieces it would need. The biggest challenge would be the weight of the whole thing, but he figured that he could use wood for some of the pieces to try and lighten the assembly. If he couldn't lighten it, only he would be able to push it, so he spent a bit of time figuring out how to make an attachment that would allow Ferdy to pull it along. Pleased with what he had come up with, John took his papers and, after a final check, bundled them together. Chapter 4. After dinner was over and the dishes washed up, John took a large sack and set off for the Keller farm and the forge hidden in the mountain. The pipes he had made there were working well, and he was excited to put his newest idea to the test. Until Gottfried brought the promised forge, he would have to make do with the smelter hidden in the old iron mine. He had thought about making his own forge, using the raw material he could pull out of the old mine, but since he didn't have the proper facilities, any forge he could create wouldn't last. Rather than that, he figured he would just make his first pieces for the reaping machine in the smelter. Dashing through the woods, he soon came to the abandoned farm and saw that the buildings had deteriorated even further. Already in bad shape when he had purchased it in the fall, it had only gotten worse over the winter. The heavy snow and ice had collapsed one of the barns, and the house was missing a few windows that had busted out from the ice that had formed in the window frame. After checking the closed-off entrance to the mine, John headed up the mountain, quickly arriving at the large boulder he had set up to block off the entrance to the smelter. Dropping down into the shaft, he let himself free-fall for a second before gathering the mana around him, slowing his descent. The smelting room was no different than he had left it, and after a moment it roared to life, fed by his magical flames. With bright blue fireballs lighting every corner of the room, John took out his plans and arranged them on the desk that sat in the corner of the room. The water that had filled this room had largely ruined the wood, but it would stand well enough to hold the plans he had drawn up. Starting with the frame, John began transferring pig iron into the smelter, using it as a furnace as he folded and pounded the metal into steel. Without the precision equipment that modern production facilities would have, it was hard to be absolutely precise, but attention to detail and making a few jigs allowed him to get relatively close. It also helped that he could shape the metal with his bare hands. After developing the frame, he created the axle and began to make the gears. The mechanism that was going to move the blades took the longest to create, but John had already warned everyone at the farm that he wouldn't be back until he was finished, so he didn't have to worry about losing track of time. Brushing soot from his hands, he stepped back and surveyed what he had built. It was a large, misshapen monster of a machine that made him feel like bursting out laughing, but John knew that if it worked, it would revolutionize farming. Pushing it back and forth across the floor, he winced when the metal shrieked. He had no grease on hand, and it was clear from the sound that the metal made as it rubbed together that it had been a major oversight. Quickly stopping so he didn't make the gears seize, he took the gear assembly apart and checked them for damage. Seeing nothing a buff wouldn't get out, John repaired the gears and then began to work on the outer shell. Unlike the solid gears he had already made, he transformed the ingots into thin, wide plates that he welded together with a fingertip. Heating the plates, he bent them into shape, forming a shell that was only 2 millimeters thick. Even as thin as it was, the entire thing was quite heavy, so he cut it into pieces with his handy finger torch and added tabs to give him a spot to attach them all together. Once the shell was added to the machine, it looked much better, and John was satisfied. Closing down the smelter by pulling all of the heat out of it, he carried the reaping machine up the wide shaft and put the large boulder back into position. The sun had only just started rising in the east, so he set off for the farm. While carrying the metal machine was awkward, John still made good time and soon arrived back at the farm just as everyone was leaving the house after breakfast. Seeing him, Ben waved.
"Hey, Mr. Sutton, how did it go? Is that it?"
Putting the machine down in the yard, John patted it happily.
"Yep, this is the beast."
"Oh, wow. Can we see it work?"
Ben, give Mr. Sutton a chance to get some breakfast. He's been working all night.
"But by the time he's done, we'll be doing chores,"
Ben protested to his sister, earning him a laugh from John.
"I have to grease the gears before we use it anyway. Tell you what, after I eat breakfast, you can help me apply the grease, and then we'll see if it works. I have no idea if it will fly or fail, but either way it should be an exciting time."
"Sure."
With the plan set, John stepped inside to wash up and get some breakfast while everyone else headed off to take care of their chores. Originally, John had been concerned that taking time off to build machines that may or not work was going to be a waste of time, but after thinking about how much time a reaper would save if he could manage it, he decided it was going to be worth it. Not only because it would mean he wouldn't be stuck personally cutting down all the wheat, but because it would give them the ability to do more in the same amount of time. John had been having visions of increasing the amount of land they farmed to better allow them to test different theories and also to improve the efficiency of their cows' milk production. With more food, they would be able to diversify their income, but more importantly, they could keep more cows, allowing their cheese production to ramp up. As he ate breakfast, his mind was full of all the plans he had for the farm, but first he had to make sure the wheat reaping machine actually worked. Finding some of the grease they used on the farm for the cart and the wheels on the milk trolley, John called Ben over, and together they took the machine apart and began greasing it. While it was in pieces, John got out a file and sharpened the blades until they gleamed in the morning light. Once the harvester was put back together, John wheeled it over to one of the plots of wheat that had been treated with manna and told Ben to stand back. In the distance, he could see that Thomas, Evan, and Ellie had gathered and were watching to see how it worked. Taking a deep breath, he lifted the machine into position and lined up the forks with the edge of the field. Starting back a few feet, he pushed the handles forward, feeling the heavy machine lurch into motion. The large wheels carried it over the ground smoothly, and the snick-snick of cutting blades were loud in the quiet morning air. As soon as the machine entered the wheat, they began to cut, knocking the wheat down. The cut stalks fell over onto the guard and were carried to the side, where they fell into an uneven row. Seeing that it was working as intended, but that the angle of the guard that was catching the wheat stalks wasn't quite right, John stopped and backed the machine up. Standing in between the machine and the people watching, John pretended to fiddle with something while he quickly heated and reshaped the metal. Pulling the extra heat out of it, he tried it again, this time getting a nice neat pile of wheat that extended down the row next to the machine. Hearing an excited whoop from behind him, John grinned and finished the row. Though the mana-infused wheat wasn't dangerous unless ingested, John had still warned Ben to avoid touching it, so, leaving the row of wheat lying on the ground, he turned the machine around and flipped the guard so it would toss the cut stalks the opposite direction. Thanks to the large wheels, the machine had little trouble bumping over the ground, and the low blades did a good job cutting the wheat that was divided into the 5 channels. Soon another row of wheat, this time facing the opposite direction, was dropped along the length of the field. Once he hit the end of the row, John called Thomas over and gestured to the wheeled harvester. "What do you think? We could probably build this out to include a thresher as well, which would turn it from a harvester into a combine." Not understanding even half of what John was saying, Thomas nodded as if he completely agreed.
"It's not quite as fast as the scythe, but I can see how it's an improvement. You'll save at least 3 times the amount of time tying the bundles into sheaves."
"We can speed up. I was just checking to make sure there were no problems. Actually, that's a good question. I wonder how fast it can go. Let's find out." Spinning the machine around, John flipped the guard and lined it up. Walking forward at a steady pace, he cut into the wheat and then sped up until he was almost jogging. It only took him about half the time to cross the field, and though the cut wasn't quite as nice, it was more than good enough. Pleased with how it worked, John quickly finished the 1-acre field. It only took around 20 minutes to turn the field into neat rows of cut wheat stalks, which made John even happier, as that meant that it would be relatively easy to harvest all their fields in a single day. With Thomas's help, he learned how to tie up the sheaves, and they piled them up in the cart that Ben brought around. When Thomas and Ben moved the wheat into the barn to dry, John continued to harvest the other mana-infused fields, finishing by lunchtime. After lunch, he helped Ellie with the new batches of cheese and then finished tying up the harvested wheat. As he bundled the wheat stalks, he found some small mice chewing on the kernels of wheat that had fallen. "I wonder if I should do something about them. If the mana doesn't kill them, we might end up with a bunch of super mice running around." Eyes narrowing as he imagined a horde of mice shooting fireballs out of their eyes like Ferdy, he laughed and finished tossing the sheaves into the cart. If a horde of mutated mice did form, he would deal with it the way he dealt with all threats. The next day, apart from the milking, the entire day was spent harvesting the 20 acres of wheat that hadn't been enriched with extra mana. John pushed the harvester, cutting the wheat into neat rows, while Evan, Thomas, and Ellie bundled them. Ben followed along and put the wheat in the cart. Once it was full, he and Evan would take it back to the barn, and then, after unloading it, would bring the cart back. By the time dinner rolled around, they were almost finished, and everyone, apart from John, was both mentally and physically exhausted. John had been sucking in mana like it was water, so he was completely fine, but he recognized everyone else was dragging. Calling it for the day, he found himself practically walking on clouds as they headed back to the house. Not only was he happy that the harvester had worked right out of the gate, but he felt like they had actually made a big dent in what needed to be done. It would have taken them the better part of a week to harvest all 25 acres without the harvester, but they had chopped that time drastically, which meant it shouldn't be a problem to start increasing the scale of their farming efforts. After harvest came threshing, but first they had to wait for the sheaves to dry out properly. To their amazement, and Ben's horror, it only took a single night for the gathered wheat to dry out perfectly. Complaining bitterly, Ben began moving the sheaves he had only just piled up over to the threshing devices Thomas had shown John how to build. Using the fork-like devices, they quickly separated out the grains, gathering them into bags. Without a fancy machine to do the threshing for them, it took most of the rest of the week before they had finished the harvest, and by the time the end of the week had arrived, everyone was sick of seeing wheat. Putting the final bag up in the top of the barn, John let out a groan and stretched his back. He wasn't tired, or even particularly sore, but the repetition of the same movements for multiple days had made him stiff. Jumping down from the loft, he headed for the cheese cellar to see how Ellie was getting along. The closer they got to Friday night, the more nervous she grew, but he could also see the determination in her eyes growing stronger. She was at the cheese table, holding the shaping paddles as she stared off into the distance, completely lost in thought. Seeing a wisp of hair on her cheek, John suddenly felt a ridiculous urge to tuck it behind her ear, but instead he quietly stepped backward and shut the door. Letting out a loud cough, he shuffled his feet on the steps as if he was walking down them and opened the door noisily. This time, when he entered the cheese cellar, Ellie was skillfully shaping the cheese to get it ready to wax. They had added a pot of the wax Gottfried had brought them, and after finishing her wheel, she placed it with the others. Turning, she smiled at John and waved him over.
"How are today's batches?" John asked, picking up a slice that had been discarded and nibbling it.
"They're good. I don't know what it is, but the milk we're getting is better every day. I think the cows we got from Keller Farm are finally starting to match the standard of our cows."
"Great. That's really good to hear."
"What about the wheat? Get it all bagged?" Ellie asked.
"Yeah, finally. I'm definitely making a thresher and hopper for bagging for the next harvest. What a drag."
"It is a lot of work,"
Ellie said with a smile. Pushing the wisp of hair out of her face, she peeked at John.
"I'm about to dip these wheels. Would you like to give me a hand?"
"I would be happy to,"
John said, stepping up next to her. Chapter 5.
"Go inside the barn! I'm telling you, you stupid bull, a storm is coming!"
Leaning on the fence, John idly watched Ben arguing with Ferdy out in the field. The day had passed quickly, and Friday night had arrived with no sign of a thunderstorm. Despite the clear skies, everyone on the farm had learned to take Ellie's warnings about weather seriously, so they had spent the evening making sure the windows were tightly closed, and the cows were all in the barn. Out back, the chicken coop had grown into a chicken house, and after shooing all the chickens inside, Ellie went to look for Sigvald. She found him on the top of the cow barn, his eye fixed on the horizon.
"John, can you tell this stupid chicken to get down? He's going to get blown away."
Straightening up as he heard Ellie's yell, John glanced up at the roof of the barn and the rooster perched there. Sigvald's feathers were fluffed, and he looked even more majestic than usual, though John could easily tell it was more from nervousness than anything. A small frown came to his face as he turned back to look at Ferdy. Despite Ben's best attempts, the massive bull may as well have been made from stone for all the attention he gave the young boy. Instead, Ferdy stood in the field, his eyes looking toward the northeastern horizon. That meant, of course, that the bull was just staring at a copse of trees on the edge of the pasture, which is why John hadn't understood that something was off initially. Unable to see past the trees from his position, he hopped the fence.
"Ben, leave him alone. He knows better than us what's coming, so he'll be fine. Thomas will be spending the night in the barn and can help him if need be. Tell your sister to leave Sigvald alone. I'll be right back."
Without waiting for a response, John sped up, somehow crossing the pasture in only a few steps. Seeing him hop over the far fence, Ben's eyes lit up with wonder, and he quickly ran to talk to his sister to tell her what he had just seen. The forest beyond the pasture was terribly quiet, with not a single sound. Since he had sealed his presence, John knew it wasn't him who was causing the strange stillness of the forest, and his mind flashed to the area near Wolf Den. When he'd walked through the forests at the foot of the mountains where Wolf Den sat, he had noticed the stillness of the forest and assumed that some sort of dangerous predator had been present. But for the unnatural stillness to have spread all the way to his farm was not a good thing. In the natural world, beasts and mutants were the ones who ruled the top of the food chain, and as far as John knew, they would be the only types of creatures who could create this effect. Frowning, he was about to turn around when a sudden thought struck him. There was another creature who could create this effect. Undead. In his days in the military, mutants and beasts had been fairly common, but he had only run across an undead monster once. The result of experiments by an ancient branch of mage called a necromancer, the undead creature was a corpse animated by a complex set of spells that allowed it to move like it was alive. John's frown deepened at the thought. According to the stories, undead were endowed with an endless life force, and only by crushing the mana vessel they carried could they be killed. If there were undead monsters in the valley, things would get quite messy. Mana flared around John, flowing in through his nose and passing through his lungs. As the molten feeling poured down into his feet, he flickered like a flame, flashing forward. It quickly became apparent that the strange stillness extended across the whole valley, but John didn't find any indication of undead, making him wonder if it was just the size of the storm that was coming. Many times, animals seemed to have a better sense for these things than humans did. Unable to find anything, John gave up his investigation and headed back to the farm. Crossing through the pasture again, he saw that Ferdy was still staring into the distance restlessly. "If there's anything you can't handle, just call me," John said, patting the big bull on the shoulder. Ferdy turned a big eye on him and pawed at the ground as if saying he would be perfectly fine on his own. Laughing, John patted Ferdy again and headed for the house. As he passed by the barn, he saw Thomas in the doorway of the cow barn. The middle-aged man was packing a pipe, and as John walked closer, he lifted it up to his mouth. Stopping next to Thomas, John snapped his fingers, causing a spark to jump into the pipe's bowl and light the shredded tobacco. "Thanks." Nodding, John gestured to the valley stretched out before them. "It's really quiet out there." Drawing on the end of his pipe, Thomas blew out a ring of smoke and nodded, his eyes sharp and clear. "Something will be using the storm as a cover to hunt. You can tell from the way all the animals have gone still. It's probably hunted before under similar circumstances." "If so, I'm sure there would be local myths about it. I'll have to ask Ellie and Evan if they know anything. Keep an eye on the animals. I don't want to wake up in the morning missing cows." "Yes, sir." Night came quickly, shadows stretching across the valley like creeping fingers as the sun sank in the west. Sitting on the porch as he watched the sky darken, John heard the rustle of Ellie's skirt as she brought him a cup of tea. Taking it with a nod of thanks, John took a sip and glanced up at her. "Are you ready? This storm seems like it will be a big one." "Will it be dangerous?" "A storm? No, it shouldn't be. But the ceremony itself might be. The danger will be from the mana in you. Without a witch here to guide you, you'll have to handle the mana on your own." Taking a moment to think about it, Ellie squared her shoulders and nodded. "I'm ready." "Good." Falling silent, they remained quiet as they looked out over the farm that was rapidly being taken over by the darkness. The encroaching darkness brought an eerie chill with it, causing Ellie to shiver slightly, but a moment later the porch seemed to warm up, driving the chill away. Blinking, she was about to say something when John spoke up. "I was meaning to ask, are there any local stories about a creature that hunts during heavy storms?" Thinking for a moment, Ellie nodded. "Yes, though from what I understand it hasn't happened in nearly a decade. I think it's called the storm worm, a giant mountain worm that comes out when its tunnels get flooded. Remember how Ben was mentioning the specters, the short creatures that live underground? Well, according to the legends, they're not the only thing down under the valley. There's also a giant worm that comes out once a decade to snatch some cattle." "Interesting. Does it come out near the foot of the mountains over by Wolf Den?" "I'm not sure. I've certainly never seen it, and have only heard second-hand tales about it. It was one of the stories the villagers tell their kids to keep them in line. You know, like eat your vegetables because the storm worm doesn't like to eat kids who taste like beans. That sort of stuff." "Huh. Does it work?" "Unlikely." "Yeah. I always hated eating my veggies. Wild when you think about it, because they're delicious. Anyway, Thomas is keeping a lookout, and we have Ferdy and Sigvald here as well, so the farm will be fine. We'll be heading north a bit. There's a nice hill there that I cleared a while back." Nodding gratefully, Ellie sat down and took a sip of her tea. For the next few hours, they just chatted quietly, talking about whatever came to mind as they waited for the storm to start in earnest. Just after midnight, the first drops started to fall, and Ellie put her cup down, taking a deep breath. At her side, John blinked in surprise as he saw a tangible change come over her. A wide smile lit up her face as she breathed in the sweet, wet air the storm winds carried ahead of the clouds. "I've always loved late spring storms," Ellie said, her outstretched hand catching one of the sporadic drops that were falling in the farmyard. "They bring the promise of summer with them. It's like each drop carries a million possibilities." "Come, it's time to go." Standing up, John gestured for Ellie to follow him, and the two of them stepped off the porch. It would have been simple for John to carry Ellie, arriving at the hill he had picked in mere moments, but he had a feeling she needed to spend as much time getting used to the storm as possible. It was only a hunch, but he had learned to trust his hunches over the years, so they trudged through the quickly growing mud as the storm swept over them. Rain came down in great sheets, pounding the buildings, trees, ground, and their heads and shoulders.
The amount of water that fell from the sky was astounding, and both were soaked almost immediately. Thankfully, the rainwater wasn't freezing, and the storm brought warm air with it, making it bearable. Hearing Ellie's happy humming as she splashed through the quickly forming puddles, John smiled to himself.
Well, at least we can check off one thing. I don't think I've ever seen her this happy before, which means from the way she described her grandmother, that storms are almost certainly Ellie's medium.
Trekking across the muddy fields, they worked their way through the forest and soon arrived at the small hilltop John had prepared. He wasn't sure what Ellie would need as far as environment in order to complete her class ceremony, but he figured anything that brought her closer to the storm without infecting her with other people's mana was a good thing. Leading her up to the hill, John stopped about halfway down and gestured for her to continue up by herself.
I'm going to stay here. Remember, all you have to do is try to stir the mana in you. When you feel it beginning to move, put this on your tongue,
John said, handing Ellie a colorful petal.
It should melt immediately and kickstart your class ceremony. At that point, it will be do or die, so you'll want to do your best to attract the storm. Maybe try one of the witch ceremonies your grandmother taught you. Do whatever feels natural to you. No one will be watching.
You aren't staying? Ellie asked, her mood clearly faltering.
Do you want me to? I assumed that as a witch your ceremonies were private.
It took a moment for Ellie to respond, but when she did, it was with absolute certainty. I'm afraid that something will go wrong. It has been almost 20 years since I last performed the witch's dance. I would feel better if you were nearby.
Then I'll be here.
Taking a deep breath, Ellie walked up to the top of the hill, John trailing her by about 20 feet. Hesitating only slightly as she reached the top of the hill John had cleared off, she unclipped her coat and removed her shoes, exposing her toes to the cold mud. The feeling seemed to send a thrill through her as she straightened in the pounding rain. Her hands lifted, almost involuntarily, pressing up towards the sky like lightning. At that moment, a loud boom shook the valley as lightning crackled across the sky and thunder rumbled. Lit up by the sharp blade of lightning, Ellie could hardly contain the joy that had spread through her. Hundreds of memories flashed through her mind as she stood in the pounding rain, bringing waves of emotions that buffeted her like the raging wind that blew through the valley. She had always loved watching storms, but this was the first time she had willingly thrown herself into one, and the feeling it brought bordered on euphoria. Unbidden, the mana that resided in her chest began to move, swirling around. Her grandmother had left the mana in her body as a means for her to protect herself, but over the years she had used it 3 times to keep herself from harm, and it had been depleted to almost nothing. She knew that the next time she used it, it would be gone forever. The thought of losing that connection to her grandmother pained her, but Ellie knew that her grandmother's greatest wish had been to pass on her class. Fortifying her heart, Ellie stimulated the mana swirling in her chest and placed the colorful flower petal John had given her in her mouth. An indescribable rich flavor flowed across her tongue and shot down her throat, joining with the mana in her chest. Immediately the traces of pain that had been poking at her vanished. The new mana from the flower petal was at least 100 times more powerful than the small traces of mana she had already possessed, and as the new mana swirled through her, she suddenly had the feeling that the whole world would bend to her command. Ellie's outstretched hands slowly spun as she brought her hands down. In a trance, she stepped forward, her body bursting with barely restrained energy like a thundercloud heavy with rain. Spinning, her feet suddenly beat a quick tattoo across the hilltop, sending water and mud flying. Perfectly in sync with the storm around her, she flashed to the side as lightning split the sky again, her body shaking in the thunder that followed. Watching her move, John found himself mesmerized. Ellie's motions weren't those of a trained dancer, but they contained a primal joy that was so infectious he found himself wanting to join in. Though he suppressed the impulse, he found a restlessness growing in him as he saw Ellie spinning, her wet skirt sweeping across through the air like an unstoppable wind. Blinking, mana flooded his eyes, revealing a colorful world filled with the flow of mana. To his astonishment, Ellie's movements were even more perfectly blended with the world when he examined the movement of mana in the area. Every twist of her body, every flick of her fingers, matched the mana that surrounded her. Another crack of lightning raced across the sky, and John saw something around Ellie shatter as all the mana built up by the storm began to race into her body. Eyes narrowing, John drew his own mana closer around him. This was it, the moment when Ellie would succeed or fail. Chapter 6. Keeping a careful eye on Ellie, John did his best to keep his own mana in check.
Now was the moment when Ellie needed to force the mana inside of her into a proper mana vessel that belonged solely to her. By following the guide her grandmother had left in her body, she would be able to build her own container for holding mana, allowing her to manipulate mana on the scale of a class holder. John had never done this himself. His mana vessel had been created as soon as he appeared in this world, so he found it strangely nerve-wracking to watch Ellie do it. Mana from the storm continued to swirl around Ellie, growing thicker by the moment until John started to worry that it was simply going to be too much. As the mana piled up, it began to force the torrential rain away, pushing back the drops of water and creating a barrier of wind around the dancing young woman. The thick mana was being absorbed into her body at a tremendous rate as she twirled and stomped, mimicking the movement of the storm that raged above their heads. With each moment that passed, the mana in Ellie's body grew stronger. Strangely, it did not grow in volume so much as it continued to become more and more refined. John's mana was impossibly pure thanks to his maxed-out mana breath skill, but that had taken him 10 years of constant practice. While Ellie's mana was not yet approaching the level of purity he possessed, it was easily the same as John's had been when he had around 20 skill points in his mana breath skill. The idea that she would have the mana purity of someone in the titled class holder stage from the moment she started was astounding, but would also explain why the witch class was so feared. Mana purity was in many ways equivalent to the strength of a refined metal. The more foreign substances that were mixed in with the mana, the weaker and more brittle it was, making it easier for others to break. A higher level of purity in their mana was not only what allowed higher levels of class holders, like titled, legendary, or even sage-level class holders, to dominate the classes lower than them, but it also made their spells more effective. At each of the breaks between the ranks, roughly equivalent to the 25-point, 50-point, and 75-point level, the class holder's mana purity would undergo a qualitative change, purifying and becoming compressed. As the class holder built up their mana again, it all took on that new level of purity, further widening the gap between them and their lower-level opponents. Furthermore, it was a compounding effect, which meant that while the difference between regular class holders and titled class holders was not insurmountable, the difference between titled class holders and legendary class holders was nearly insurmountable. Though he wasn't 100% sure, John was convinced that Stormmaster Kelvis had been a sage class holder, putting his skill with manipulating mana, and subsequently his mana purity, at above 75 points before he died. While there were occasionally differences between class holders in the same level, that was the only way John could explain how the Stormmaster had managed to kill 3 legendary-level mages before he died. Bringing his wandering attention back to Ellie, he saw the mana from the storm was beginning to peak. The swirl had slowed slightly, as if it knew that Ellie was starting to get saturated. Blinking, John swapped his vision again and looked at the mana swirling inside of the dancing young woman. Quickly growing more condensed, the mana seemed to clump together, forming a thick cloud that seemed to contain small flashes of lightning, a howling wind, and pelting rain. John had never seen such a mana vessel before, and almost as if to make sure, he blinked twice and checked again. Must be some sort of witch-specific thing. I've never seen that before. Hey, as long as it works, what does it matter what it looks like? The mana continued to die down until the pounding rain was once again able to touch Ellie's skin, but the thunderous nature of the storm seemed to have been sapped away, and the storm turned into a steady drizzle rather than a powerful, raging tempest. Turning dizzying circles, her face raised to the rain, Ellie came to a sudden stop, her arms outstretched. Though John did not understand how the native class holders managed to know about themselves, they clearly had some sort of instinctive insight into their own state, because Ellie clearly knew she had succeeded in her class ceremony. "Congratulations," John said, walking to the top of the hill. Spinning around, Ellie's face was covered in the widest grin John had ever seen, even as tears dripped from the corners of her eyes mixed with the rain. Throwing herself forward, she wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her head into his shoulder. Completely frozen by the unexpected contact, John didn't know how to respond at first, but when Ellie's grip didn't let go, he gently returned the hug. Already the mana that had flooded into her body had reshaped her skin, muscles, and bones, making them firmer and stronger than any normal person's, but John was still gentle in his touch, not wanting to accidentally hurt the happy young woman. Soaked by the rain, they stood on the hilltop like that for a moment until Ellie seemed to gather herself. Her face as red as a ripe tomato, she let go of John's neck and took a step back, her hand sliding down his arm as it came away from her waist. "Thank you, John. Thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have known this was possible. Without you, I wouldn't have had the courage to try it. Hesitating slightly, she let out a laugh as if she couldn't believe the words were going to come out of her mouth.
I'm a witch. I can continue my grandmother's legacy.
Seriously, congratulations. It was entirely your own work. Whatever that dance was, it worked perfectly, and you handled the mana from the storm like a pro.
Pro?
A professional. Someone who gets paid to do something.
Huh! I thought I had a full vocabulary, but you're always coming up with such novel ways of saying things.
I've covered a lot of distance in my life, John said, cracking a smile. What sorts of skills did you pick up with your class?
Closing her eyes, Ellie focused her mind and spoke slowly.
Apart from spellcasting and storm dance, which looks like how I recharge and improve my mana, it looks like I have a skill called True Sight and another called Rain's Vitality. True Sight should help me see things as they are, whereas Rain's Vitality allows me to borrow the life-giving property of the rain to increase the effect of potions I make. Oh, and I have another skill, Crone's Salt Curse. That should be the food-based curse my grandmother left me.
4 skills on top of spells is really good. Most new class holders only get 2 skills. Even if we say one of them was left by your grandmother, 3 new ones is tremendous, John said, looking impressed.
These abilities are amazing,
Ellie said, her eyes going wide as she stared down at her hand.
Is this what class holders feel like all the time?
Yes, but that feeling of absolute control will fade with time. And a good thing, too. They call it the Ascension High, and it can get you killed if you're not careful. It can cause you to completely misjudge your strength and challenge enemies entirely outside of your league because it gives a false sense of power.
Challenge enemies? Ellie seemed confused. Why would I challenge enemies?
Laughing, John gestured to the mountains in the far distance. They were impossible to see in the darkness and rain, but Ellie could imagine them so clearly she knew what John was referring to.
I know it's been some years since you left the valley, Ellie, but the world out there is not an idyllic pastoral paradise like this valley is. Outside of here, people are scrabbling for every scrap of food, every scrap of authority, every scrap of power they can get their hands on, and they're more than happy to stab anyone who gets in their way. You're a class holder now, so don't be surprised if you suddenly find yourself drawn into trouble that never would have bothered with you before.
Looking slightly crestfallen, Ellie nodded and clenched her fist, looking determined. Smiling, John patted her shoulder lightly.
Don't stress about it. One thing at a time. Have you tried activating your skills? Do any of them require specific components?
Rain's Vitality requires rainwater. Storm Dance doesn't require anything, but is most effective in a storm. Crone's Salt Curse needs food, of course. Oh, it looks like True Sight just needs mana,
Ellie said, brightening. Blinking her eyes, she looked out at the rainy world, marveling at the beautiful sight. She traced lines of mana that fell out of the sky to enter the earth, filled with shifting colors and prismatic hues, feeling the tremendous connection the mana inside of her had to the mana that filled the rain. Breathing in the amazing view, she turned back to John and froze, so shocked that the scream that rose unbidden to her lips died in her throat. Where the calm-looking farmer had stood a moment ago was an entirely different entity, unlike anything Ellie had ever seen in her life. The mana-filled world had been beautiful, but the same word could not apply to John. Instead of the gently shifting hues of mana, she saw an abyss in the shape of a person, a black hole that devoured every speck of light and color around it by sucking them up through his nose. Where John's eyes and mouth should have been, she caught glimmers of light so bright that even the thought of them was blinding, but the rest of his body was covered in a devouring darkness. As terrifying as John's figure was, what actually shocked her was the tiny glimpse of what she saw hiding in the darkness that made up his figure. Skeletal figures, their bones fused with melted scraps of armor, screamed silently as they tried to claw their way out of the shadows behind John. The longer she looked, the more she saw, until every inch of her vision was covered with a flame-filled battlefield, covered by a blood-red sky. Realizing that something was wrong from how pale Ellie was becoming, John snapped, and Ellie was shocked out of her skill. As her true sight faded, John's face returned to its normal look, and the world returned to the calm drizzle that had been falling since Ellie's class ceremony had succeeded. Drained from using her skill and still shaken from what she had seen, Ellie staggered, and John caught her before she fell into the mud. Clutching his arm, she looked into his eyes as if searching for the terrifying sight she had just seen. Instead, she just saw the same deep calm she had come to expect, tinged with a hint of sorrow she had never noticed before. "Be careful," John said, his voice serious. "The world is not always what it appears to be, and sometimes seeing the truth is even more dangerous than you could imagine. Did you use true sight on me?" Not able to trust her voice, Ellie nodded mutely. "I am a higher class level than you are, which means that my body and mana act as a natural suppressant to yours, so you probably saw some pretty wild things. If your mana was at my mana's level, or even higher, you would see something completely different. So don't dwell on what you saw too carefully. I have a similar ability, which is why I can detect mana, and when I look at people with a higher class level than me, I see the same thing. Which reminds me, I would avoid using the ability on Thomas unless you don't feel like sleeping for a week." "Ugh, that was terrifying. Sorry, I should have warned you." Laughing weakly, Ellie leaned her head against John's strong arm for a moment longer before straightening up. "No, it's my fault. My grandmother warned me about trying to peek at the secrets of the world, but I didn't listen." "Let's head back to the house. As the ascension high fades, probably by morning, considering the purity of your mana, you'll start to feel the drain of using your mana and your body being changed. After that, you'll feel like you were hit by a, cart for about 2 days. But then you'll begin to recover, and we can start exploring your abilities. Do you have any spells?" Following John back to the house, Ellie nodded. "Yes, I remember 3 spells. Call Familiar, Whispering Wind, and Infuse Potion. The first will let me bind a familiar. Whispering Wind is for sending messages over a distance, and Infuse Potion just lets me add magic to mundane potions." 3? Ugh, I'm so jealous. "And that's just what I remember," Ellie said, oblivious to the green-eyed monster who was eating John up inside. "There are dozens more back at my grandmother's cottage. I wasn't able to get back into it because of the enchantments, but with True Sight I should be able to now. If we go to her home, I should be able to recover her entire library of witch spells." "A whole library, huh? Well, we'll certainly have to do that. Then, when you're a powerful witch, you can protect all us lowly peasants." "Huh, I hope so." Continuing to tease Ellie, John led the way through the woods and to the farm. Both were completely soaked, so after they hung up their coats by the stove, Ellie went to take a hot shower. As soon as he heard the water turn on in the bathroom, John snapped, drying out the wool coats and his clothes nearly instantly. Changing into other clothes, he picked up the small box of spell scrolls he had recovered from the adventurers and left the kitchen. Seeing Thomas in the barn, he gave him a small wave and vanished into the forest to get some distance from the house just in case something went wrong. For the first time since he had entered this world, he was about to increase the number of spells he knew, and not just by 1. Chapter 7. The spell scrolls were exactly as he remembered them when he opened the ornate box, as were the notifications that popped up. "New spell. Summon water detected. New spell. Water arrow detected. New spell. Downpour detected. New spell. Raging waters detected." The hall, Haber conscientiously avoided the large throne-like chair on the raised dais that he normally sat on, and brought John to a small office where a large map was pinned to the wall. When John looked at the map with interest, Haber coughed loudly and gestured to the chairs scattered around the room. "Have a seat." "Thanks," John said, remaining standing next to the map. Grinding his teeth, Haver did his best to keep his temper reined in. "Ahem. So, what can I do for you?" Finally turning around, John took a seat and smiled at Haver. "The murders in the valley. Know anything about them?" "You mean the backstabbing killer?" "Is that what they're called?" I'm not sure. That's what we call them," Haver said, glancing at Whale. "Well, do we know anything about the murders?" Shaking his head, the thin bandit gave John a hard look as he replied to his boss's question. "No, it's not one of ours. We wouldn't do something that stupid." "I figured as much," John said with a shrug. "But I thought I would check, just in case. Which brings me to what I wanted to say. I'm going to be leaving the valley for 2 weeks to sell the wheat we've grown. The farm will be fine since Thomas is staying, but I wanted to ask you to keep an eye on the rest of the valley. Consider it like I'm hiring you to scout for the 2 weeks I'm gone." "Hire?" Whale asked before Haver could speak. "What are you paying? Our services don't come cheap."
Giving Will a smile that wasn't really a smile, John chuckled mirthlessly.
My good Will.
Yeah, that's fine, Haver said quickly, glaring at Will, who cowered back. It's only neighborly to look after things while you're gone. I'll send out my wolves to make sure nothing happens. Standing up, John glanced at the map once more before nodding to Haver. Thanks. We're going to Kingsmouth. Anything you want? No, we're pretty good on supplies, Haver said before pausing. Actually, could you deliver a letter for me? Sure. Waiting while the Wolf King quickly wrote a letter, John continued to examine the large map. One of the biggest challenges he had faced when he came to this world was the lack of any sort of reliable navigation system. For someone who had grown up with GPS, the complete inaccuracy of the maps present in this world had proven to be a nearly fatal shock on more than one occasion. He had never thought about maps as a matter of security, but ever since some bad intelligence had trapped him and a unit of soldiers in a ravine with no way to escape besides cutting their way through the enemy, he had grown sort of obsessed with creating the most accurate map of his surroundings possible. Scanning the map inch by inch from the top right corner down to the bottom left corner, John firmly implanted the details of it into his mind so he could copy them onto his own map. He had continued to update it after getting George's map of the valley, adding information from the areas he had been to. The bandits of Wolf Den were well versed in the mountains and the surrounding areas, so there was plenty of detail on their map that John's didn't possess, along with notes regarding merchant routes, where rich people lived, and other things that would interest a bandit. Here you go. Taking the letter from Haber, John said goodbye and left Wolf Den, heading for the farm. The trip went smoothly, and the sun had just risen to the center of the sky when he got back. After a quick lunch, he helped Thomas and Evan load up the bags of wheat into the empty carts. The rest of the day was spent working on finishing the stone building John had started. Cutting blocks of stone, he built 9 6-foot-tall pillars with thick squared logs set into them around the edge of the stone floor. Those pillars held up the long beams that ran the length of the building, which in turn held up the slightly sloped roof. Rather than a traditional pitched roof, the roof was a foot higher at one end than at the other, and sloped down across the whole length of the large building. On the raised side, a much smaller, steeply pitched overhang was added to keep the rain out. Between Thomas and John, they were able to finish everything apart from adding the slate by the time night fell, and early the next morning, when Gottfried arrived with all his men to pick up the carts, John recruited them to lay slate, managing to do the entire thing in a single shot. After serving a big lunch to the exhausted drivers, John got his bag ready and came out to the kitchen to talk to Ellie about what to do while he was gone. To his surprise, she was standing there with her own packed bag, telling Ben to make sure he fed the chickens properly. Turning around when John walked in, Ellie saw the look on his face, and her smile faltered slightly. Everyone else in the room bolted for the door, and within seconds the large kitchen was empty apart from John and Ellie.
What's this?
John asked, nodding at the bag.
I'm coming with you to Kingsmouth.
I told you it's not safe outside the valley.
But I'm a class holder now. I can take care of myself.
It's not even safe for class holders,
John said with a frown.
Then why are you going?
Caught off guard by her question, John looked at Ellie squarely and realized there was no way he was going to be able to persuade her to stay. Rubbing his forehead, he sighed. Part of the reason he didn't want to bring her along was because he would be hard-pressed to hide his magic from her if anything did happen, but he also recognized that hiding it forever was a pipe dream. If she didn't already understand what he was, she would eventually, so there didn't seem to be much point trying to keep it under wraps.
Fine, but you'll have to promise me you'll listen to what I say.
Ellie's face lit up with a wide smile as she heard John's words.
Of course.
Picking up her bag, she opened the door, stopping when she saw everyone standing on the porch staring at her. Ahem, madam, if you would come this way. We've reserved a seat for you on the 3rd cart, Gottfried said, trying his best to clear the awkward air.
Will I be riding with John?
Ellie asked, suddenly hesitant. Of course, as long as Mr. Sutton doesn't mind driving. Stepping out of the kitchen in time to hear the question, John nodded.
Yeah, that's fine.
After saying goodbye to everyone on the farm, including Sigvald and Ferdy, the caravan left, making their way back to Fairford, where they picked up a dozen more carts, and nearly 30 mercenaries who had been living in a camp on the outskirts of the town. In a massive procession, the caravan wound its way out of the valley and began the long trek toward Kingsmouth.
From what John could remember, the river town of Kingsmouth was a relatively large walled city that served as the southern trade hub for Lepira. The kingdom had only been around for about 20 years, and during that time Kingsmouth had grown from a quiet fishing village into a fortified bastion designed to be used as a retreat path for the nobles in the capital. A few years ago, the war with the neighboring country of Playa had ended with the victory of Lepira and their ally Alera, rendering the fortress unnecessary, and since then it had grown by leaps and bounds. During the wars, many people were forced out into the wilderness, and Kingsmouth served as the link between all those people and the kingdom, allowing natural resources from the wilderness to flow into Lepira's center, and refined goods to flow back out. Large armed caravans like the one they were part of were not uncommon on the road to Kingsmouth, as that seemed the only way to avoid the ever-present threat of bandits. With 24 carts, Gottfried's caravan was a juicy prize, but the 30 mercenaries and 2 drivers per cart made it imposing enough that few bandit groups would be willing to risk their lives attacking it. The exception would be bandit groups like Haver the Wolf Kings, but Haver clearly valued his life too much to even consider attacking a caravan John was part of, let alone a caravan carrying John's goods. According to Gottfried, the only other bandit group that compared was past the mountains once they reached the plains. On his way to the valley, John had been by himself and had been bothered by bandits almost constantly, until, annoyed, he had wiped out 3 groups in a row. After that, they had left him alone, but a caravan like this was a prime target for the horse bandits that rode the plains. Unlike many people who lived in cities or out in the wilderness, the horse bandits were generational bandits who had been forced to the wide plains after their nation was destroyed nearly 150 years ago. With their farmland obliterated by forbidden spells, they were forced to turn to banditry to survive, and had since developed a distinct culture. Still relying on raiding to survive, caravans of food were their favorite target, which was why John had volunteered to come along for the first trip. Keeping the cart in line, John and Ellie didn't talk much as they left the valley, each lost in their own thoughts. It had been years since Ellie had last been outside the valley, and her thoughts were far ahead on what they might find in her grandmother's home. John, on the other hand, was trying not to scare the horses, who seemed unusually wary of him. The horses pulling the carts were strong animals, bred for the heavy loads they carried, and the whole caravan made good progress despite getting off nearly half a day late due to having helped John roof his forge. Heading up into the mountains, they spent their first night in a camp that overlooked the valley, and the next morning left the valley behind, beginning the 5-day journey to the city. Chapter 11. "You know, when I was young, I always imagined travel would be fun," Ellie said, staring out at the slowly moving mountains. "But as I grew older and started traveling, I realized I was entirely wrong. Travel is terribly boring. Being in new places is fun." "As long as everyone isn't trying to kill you," John said. "True. That makes new places much less fun." "Did you do a lot of traveling after you left your grandmother's house?" "Enough to put a bad taste in my mouth," Ellie said, glancing at John with a smile. "But now that I think about it, it could have been all the people trying to kill me." "Yeah, they tend to put a real crimp on things. Hopefully we'll have a nice, peaceful, boring trip to and from the city. If I'm honest, in the early days, traveling was my favorite time." "Oh? You don't find this dull?" "Well, for me, travel was the only time someone wasn't trying to kill me. At least, that's what it felt like. Granted, that travel tended to be from one battlefield to another, so at the end of the day, it was really just a big blur of trying to stay alive. It's strange how many people seem to have that same experience." "It's true," Ellie nodded, her expression growing troubled. "My grandmother used to say that this world was not long for destruction, and that the people in it were simply living in the final moments of a world being torn apart." "She was a wise woman, your grandmother," John said, instinctively checking his doom points.
"Doom points. 73 of 100. Do you believe this world is at its end? Are we in the apocalypse?"
"No, not yet. Life in the valley is pretty good, and the farm sure doesn't feel like the apocalypse to me. And I think, so long as we stay vigilant, we should be able to keep it from getting there. Out here, however," John paused, gesturing to the mountainous terrain around them. "Out here, it's a different story. You've been in the valley for the last few years, so you better prepare yourself. Things were bad a year ago when I came to the valley, and I bet they've gotten worse.
What sorts of things?
Poverty, but not just a lack of resources. No, it's the dangerous kind of poverty. The I don't have any food and I'll kill for a mouthful of bread sort of poverty. But the problem is that it's not just poor people. Everyone has been infected with the mindset. You know, it's more than that, though. Sure, there's not enough to go around, but people are resourceful and can survive on very little. The real problem is when everyone feels like they don't have enough and that stabbing their neighbor to get his share is an acceptable option. Sure, sometimes people need a good stabbing, but never because they have something we don't. Unfortunately, very few people seem to share my sentiments regarding this. When I left the capital city, which is supposed to be the shining gem of our kingdom, I was mugged 3 times before I was able to make it out of the gate. And only once was it an actual mugger. The other 2 times were gangs of women and kids. Completely wild, but they saw me making my way through their alleys and figured my gear would sell for a good penny. What shocked me is how happy they were to attack me when I didn't give in. Though I guess nothing trains a population that violence is an acceptable solution to their problems like 200 years of war.
Isn't the war over?
It is, but when I left, tensions with Alara were causing the peace to start to break down.
Alara? Aren't they our ally?
Sure, but they don't have any food either, and the only land that still works for growing edible food is here in Lapira. We've been sending them as much food as we can, but honestly, there's not enough to go around, so tensions have started ramping up. I'm sure that the Empress of Alara has no desire to go to war, but the nobles under her seem to really like the idea. Huh, as if killing each other might actually help us. That's one of the reasons I retired and left for the valley. I have no desire to rejoin the war.
For the next mile, Ellie sat quietly as they rumbled along. Finally, her eyes rising to the tall flag fluttering proudly on their cart, she spoke again.
What about the eternal flame? Doesn't the Ecclesia say he'll save us?
John had been flabbergasted when Gottfried sheepishly gave them a flag to put in their cart. The way the merchant practically ran away after giving it to him should have given him a clue as to what it was. The familiar blue flame motif on a deep red flag had nearly caused John to fly into a rage, and it was only after a long moment of internal debate that he didn't rip Gottfried's head clean from his body right then and there. Ellie had taken it from him happily and strung it up on the flagpole that rose behind the cart driver's seat, joining the other 23 carts. The practice of using a flag to identify the power behind a caravan was common enough, but it was rare that the flag of the Ecclesia would be used directly.
The eternal flame? Ha!
Sneering, John spit to the side, causing Ellie to gasp. Ignoring her startled stare, John took a deep breath to calm the storm raging in him.
The eternal flame can't even save himself, let alone everyone else. Listen, I was there on those battlefields. Every single one. The eternal flame did nothing but destroy. People like to talk him up. They like to glorify what he did for us. But do you know why the world is the way it is? Because that maniac couldn't control himself. And in the last fight against Playa, he wiped out an entire country. I was on that battlefield and witnessed it firsthand.
Quailing slightly under the intensity of the venom in John's voice, Ellie steeled her courage and reached out to touch John lightly on the arm. His body was so warm it was nearly scalding, but she kept her hand on him.
But in doing so, he saved our nation. At least, that's what the stories say,
Ellie said quietly. Letting out a sigh, John nodded.
That's true. Playa had 2 legendary mages who were hell-bent on establishing themselves as the rulers of the continent. Who knows how much damage they would have done if they'd been allowed to run wild. But the price... it was too much. Many of my friends died that day, killed by insane mages.
You cannot blame the eternal flame for the work of mad mages.
But what if he's one of them? John asked, turning to stare at Ellie. Do you know any mages who aren't utterly insane?
The Witch of the Wind, Empress Katrine of Alara.
Ha! She's too weak to be mad.
Realizing he had just spoken too much, John shut his mouth before he accidentally incriminated himself. For the next few miles, they sat in silence until Gottfried finally called for them to make camp for the night. As they began to circle the carts, Ellie finally spoke up, her voice quiet and defensive.
I don't have the experience on the battlefield that you do, but I think he's trying. I think the eternal flame is doing his best to save the world. After my grandmother died, I wandered for a long time. I nearly died many times, and it was the Ecclesia's priestesses who took me in. They didn't have to, but they saw I was in need and helped me. They were the ones who gave me food and a job so I could earn enough money to start a new life in the valley. And I saw them helping so many other people as well, even when it meant they didn't have enough for themselves, all because the eternal flame taught them how. I saw the Ecclesia's priests protect others, even when it meant getting injured, and then, with Ellie accompanying him, headed for the side of the circled carts where he thought the horse bandits were most likely to come from. Climbing up onto the cart, he stared out over the grassland. Because of the sun that was just about to dip over the horizon, visibility was actually quite low when staring directly west, but that didn't stop John in the slightest. Pushing mana into his eyes, he magnified his vision and quickly spotted the tiny figures of the horse bandits in the distance. Smiling slightly, he turned to Ellie and nodded.
You were right. They are coming for us.
Are we going to have to fight?
I hope not. That's a lot of people to kill our way through, John said lightly. If we can, we'll convince them that we're not worth trying to chew on.
Watching John as he turned back to look out over the horizon, Ellie was struck with just how relaxed he was. John was often curt in his speech and guarded in his expression, though he had been getting better, and the few times she had seen him in this almost easygoing, relaxed mood, he had been about to engage in a fight. The realization caused her heart and mind to tremble as she tried to imagine what sort of life he must have lived to be more comfortable in the tension of imminent battle than in everyday life. Realizing she was staring, she turned her eyes away, a slight blush on her cheeks. After a moment of thought, she slung her crossbow over her shoulder and climbed up on the cart next to him to wait for the horse bandits that were rushing toward them. Chapter 15. The sight of the horse bandits streaming across the plains in the fading light of day was impressive, and as they got closer they broke into a full gallop, causing the earth to shake. Standing tall on the cart, John and Ellie faced the incoming horde of horsemen, the mercenaries and drivers all gathered behind them. Close enough that their faces could be made out, the horse bandits didn't try to hide themselves anymore, and with a shout they split apart, urging their horses as they moved to surround the circled carts. Dressed in chain and leather armor, stitched together with fur and patches of hide, the horse bandits reminded John of the pictures he had seen of Mongol warriors when he was young. They were fierce-looking, their faces tanned and toughened by the long hours they spent on horseback. A variety of weapons hung from their saddles and belts, clattering around as they skillfully maneuvered their horses. Hearing Ellie's breath catch as a large horse pushed out of the crowd, John saw a horse bandit with a bright blue turban coming toward them. The horsemen had all stopped on the edge of arrow range, ready to back up if the defenders tried to take shots at them, but this bandit seemed to be completely unafraid of the threat of arrows as he walked his horse forward. A powerful-looking bow was strapped to his saddle, and a long halberd stood upright behind him. Fluttering from the end of the halberd was a blue flag with a black eagle stitched on it, wings outstretched. Stopping a few dozen feet away from the cart John and Ellie were standing on, the bandit examined them carefully. There were less than 100 members in the caravan, and many of them weren't outfitted properly for battle. Compared to the 700 bandits surrounding them, who were armored and armed to the teeth, the turbaned bandit felt like the balance of power should have been clearly tilted in his direction. But there was something about the casual way the leather-armored swordsman standing on the cart was looking at him that gave him pause. Silence fell over the caravan as John waited for the bandit who had approached to speak, and it soon spread out to the savage-looking horse bandits as well. Leaning forward, the horse bandit rested his hands on the pommel of his saddle as he patted his large horse's neck. The entire time his eyes were fixed on John, trying to figure out why John looked so relaxed. Finally, as the strange silence stretched into minutes, he straightened and spoke in a gravelly voice that carried over the caravan.
I am Zayat, the Slaying Wind, Khan of the Flying Eagle tribe and war leader of the 5 tribal lions. You have trespassed on our land. Put down your weapons and forfeit your goods, and your blood will not be fed to the grass.
Hearing a stir behind him, John smiled and lifted his hand in greeting.
Pleased to meet you, Zayat. I'm John Sutton. We were just about to have dinner. Would you like to join us?
Taken aback by the strange offer, Zayat's eyes narrowed. He was about to speak when he saw John gesture to the flags that flew over the caravan.
You look like a wise and powerful leader, Zayat, which means you undoubtedly recognize our flag. And if you know our flag, you understand who it is that guarantees our safe passage through these lands.
Letting out a laugh that sounded more fierce than funny, the horse bandit turned his horse in a circle, gesturing widely with his arm. As he turned back to face John, he pounded his fist on his chest, producing a loud thud.
All this land is ours, as far as a horse can run in 3 days. The eternal flame has no claim on them anymore. Have you asked him about that? John asked, a genuine smile of amusement crossing his lips. The last time I checked, these plains, the mountains, and everything beyond belonged to the nation of Lapira, and Lapira is ruled by the Ecclesia. They do not rule here, Zayat said, spitting on the ground, his expression tough. These lands are ours by birthright, and the lands of Ecclesia do not stretch to them. I will say it once more. Lay down your weapons and surrender yourselves, and you will avoid a swift death. I am sorry, but that's not an option, John replied, shaking his head. We're on a time schedule, and we're already delayed for half a day to meet you. Tomorrow morning we'll leave this camp, and within 2 days we'll arrive at Kingsmouth, where I will sell the grain we carry.
Perking up, Zayat stared at John unblinkingly, even as Gottfried's gasp rang out behind him. Like almost everyone in this world, the horse bandits were chronically short of food, and the fact that the caravan was carrying grain made them an even more tempting target than normal. The temptation was so great that Zayat almost ordered his men to attack right then and there. But a sliver of rationality shot through him right before he spoke, causing the words to die on his lips. Staring at John, who was looking at him calmly, the horse bandit's eyes rose to the flag that flew over John's head, bearing the symbol of the eternal flame. Noticing Zayat's hesitation, John's smile grew slightly, and he jumped off the cart and walked forward until he was only 10 feet from the bandit's horse. Lowering his voice, he spoke quietly so that only the horse bandit leader could hear.
I don't think I need to tell you how important this shipment of grain is. It's not that large, only 10 or so carts, but it's potentially the first of many. No doubt you could destroy us and seize it, but I happen to know that the Eternal Flame is placing a lot of attention on it. And when I say a lot, I mean a lot. Enough that if you do, there's no doubt that the Eternal Flame will be visiting your camp and the camps of your allies.
Eyes narrowing, Zayat leaned forward, fixing John with a glare.
You're outnumbered by more than 7 to 1, and you're threatening me?
Letting out a laugh, John shook his head.
Ha! No. This is not a threat. This is a solemn promise. If you touch this caravan, the horse bandit's history will end with you and your generation. Everything you're working toward will collapse in a flame that cannot be quenched. There will be nowhere you can run, nowhere you can hide from the destruction that will be rained down on your people.
As he spoke, John stepped forward, his gaze beginning to dance with a heat that forced the warhorse Zayat rode to shy away. Bringing his horse under control, the bandit leader realized his horse was trembling under his touch, clearly terrified by John. Torn, Zayat momentarily didn't know how to respond. Backing down in the face of a threat like this would damage his image in the eyes of his followers, making it impossible for him to lead. But there was something in his heart that was screaming at him that John's words were entirely true. Licking his lips, he was about to speak when John's voice continued, this time slightly louder.
Which is why you and the other Khans should come and have dinner. As travelers on the Great Road, we would be happy to share our salt with you. Naish Bashir.
Freezing, the bandit leader looked incredulously at John, unable to believe what he had just heard. With a jerk of his reins, Zayat turned his horse around and trotted back to the other horse bandits, speaking in a low voice with a few of his companions. Seeing the Khan gesturing to him, John walked back to Ellie, and with the help of a dozen drivers, they moved the cart aside so there was a clear pathway into the camp. Still nervous, Gottfried hurried over, his eyes constantly drifting toward the horse bandits in the distance. "What's happening? Are they letting us go?"
"No, we'll have dinner first, and then they'll decide if they're going to kill us all," John said, smiling.
"Ah, I was hoping that killing us was off the table."
"They could also take us all as slaves, but that would leave evidence which they cannot afford to allow."
Staring out at the bandits, Belsker hefted his warhammer and rested it on his shoulder, frowning.
Then why bother with dinner? If there's going to be a fight, we should get it started.
Because we're going to convince them at dinner that there's a better way, John said quietly. A way that we can all survive. Hopefully, they're wise enough to listen. Hearing the bleak note in his voice, Ellie instinctively reached out to touch his arm, causing John to look over at her. How do you know they'll come and eat with us? I served with a man from among the Moratoi in my army days. He was the sixth son of a Khan who had been killed in a battle between tribes, and he fled to hide in the Leperian army. He taught me much about their culture and beliefs. Chief among them is the idea that all of us, no matter how much enmity we have, are co-travelers on the Great Road. As co-travelers, the most precious thing that can be offered is the food, or more specifically, the salt, that sustains us. I invited him to feast with us, which has a quasi-religious connotation, and prevents them from viewing us as enemies until the feast is over.
Oh, I didn't understand any of that,
Belsker said, rubbing his head. Don't worry about it. Just don't hit anyone until I tell you to, John said, smiling wryly at the red-headed barbarian. Letting out a booming laugh, Belsker gave John a thumbs up.
I can handle that. I'll wait for your word.
A small group of horsemen broke off from the larger group and rushed forward, quickly arriving at the circle of carts. Pulling their horses to a stop, 5 figures jumped down, Zayat in the lead. Ignoring the mercenaries who nervously clutched their weapons, the 5 bandits strode forward as if they were walking into their own camp, and stopped in front of John and the others.
We will feast with you,
Zayat said, his lips pulling back to reveal his teeth.
For the sake of the Great Road.
Giving a small bow, John gestured to the middle of the camp, where a table had been set up with the food the cooks had prepared. Welcome, warriors of the 5-tribe alliance. Leading them to the table, John indicated for them to take their seats and sat down at the head of the table, pulling Ellie to sit next to him. After a careful glance at the 5 powerful-looking warriors, Ellie took her seat, ignoring their stares. Once everyone was sitting down, John lifted a jug of wine and stood up. Pouring a bit of the wine onto the ground, he looked at Zayat. May your camp be wet with wine and your blade wet with the blood of your enemies. Again, the bandit leader was shocked by John's words, but the other warriors who were with him found nothing out of the ordinary. Jumping to his feet, one of the warriors, a burly man with a red face, lifted the wine cup that had been put in front of him, sloshing the wine in it liberally as he let out a shout, Bashir! Lifting their cups, the other warriors echoed the cry. With the toast made, the 5 warriors all dug in, eating quickly as if they had never seen food before. Seeing that Ellie had not put anything on her plate, one of the warriors pushed a few pieces of meat onto her plate, gesturing for her to eat up. Unsure what she should do, Ellie glanced at John, and saw him give a slight nod, so she began to eat as well. As the meal progressed, the warriors ate seriously, as if they were performing an important ritual, and the food on the table quickly vanished. Seeing that the meal was coming to an end, John instructed for more wine to be brought to the table. Gottfried wanted to bring out more food for the warriors, but John had expressly forbidden it, so the merchant just waited nervously as the horse bandits completely cleaned the dishes that had been set out. Once the last bite was swallowed, John set his cup down forcefully, drawing everyone's attention. Staring across the table at Zayat, he began the next round of negotiations, speaking slowly and calmly. We are happy to have shared our salt with the warriors of the Great Road. Tomorrow we will leave this camp and head for the city. Smiling ruefully, Zayat took a drink before he replied, his eyes straying to the flag that rose over all the carts.
But if you go to the city, how are we to feed our children?
Yours are not the only children that need to be fed.
That is true, but they are ours. It is not for us to worry about other people's children.
You have enough wealth. Why not just buy food? John asked, causing all the horse bandits at the table to look at him sharply.
Ha! Do you know what would happen if we were to appear before the gates of your city?
One of the bandits asked, a savage smile on his lips.
What market are we to go to that would not shut their gates on us? Ongur is correct, Zayat said, shaking his head. We are not welcome in your markets, so where would we buy food? And even if we were welcomed in the market, no one would sell to us at a fair price.
Then come with us, John replied. The plains are dangerous for caravans such as ours. Escort us to the city and we will agree to sell you a quarter of our stock at 5% below market price.
Did you not hear me? Ongur said.
slamming his hand on the table and rising threateningly.
"The moment we approach the city, the gates will be shut and the army will be after us. Besides, why would we want a quarter of the grain you carry when we can simply slit your throats and take it all?"
"Because," John said, leaning forward to stare at the horse bandit, "the lives of your entire tribe depend on it." Chapter 16. Before anyone could react to his somber words, John leaned back and continued to speak, picking up his cup as he did so. "Think about it. Food is becoming even more scarce as the years pass. Until now, you have relied on raiding the caravans that come through your land and the settlements that sit on the edges of the plains. However, you know as well as I do that such a life is not sustainable. Why else would you have gathered the tribes together? Clearly you're gearing up to attack larger towns because you cannot support yourself on the little bits of plunder you can get from the smaller settlements. But the truth is that no one has food. There just simply isn't enough to go around. The wheat we carry is a drop in a bucket. It wouldn't even last your warriors a month, let alone your wives and children back at your camps. If you don't change your approach, you'll pillage all there is to pillage and your people will starve. I'm offering you another option. You have sheep and cattle, and the settlements have grains. Rather than attack, why not trade with them?" Sensing the outburst about to come from Onger, John held up his hand to stop him and took a drink from his cup. Slamming it down onto the table, he roughly wiped his lips with the back of his hand and stood up. A flicker of flame appeared around his feet as he vanished from where he was, causing the eyes of the warriors at the table to constrict in shock. Moments later, John was back, holding one of the flags in his hand. Stabbing the pole into the ground next to the table, he stared around the table, holding everyone's attention as he spoke slowly. "Under the eternal flame, everyone is welcome so long as they come in peace. As long as you trade under this flag, no one will reject you. If you wish for battle, there's more than enough to go around. The mountains and the lands beyond them are full of beasts and monsters that will give even the most skilled among you the fierce fight you seek. I'm just telling you to turn your blades to things that profit you. Robbing and raiding appears to profit you in the short term, but it's no different than swallowing poison. I don't expect you to make a change immediately, but you need to understand that you're standing at a crossroad, and there's only one path to life."
"What you speak of is too grand a change for us."
Looking at the warrior who'd just spoke, John agreed. "That's true, but today you can take the first step toward it. All of you are cunning warriors. You know my words are true. Come, escort us to the city, and I will guarantee you have a place to trade." Slamming his hand on the table, Onger pointed a meaty finger at John and spoke with a sneering voice.
"You say we should trust you, yet you claim you can change the relationship between our peoples with a single word. What reason do we have to believe you? Who are you that you can ensure the city allows us to come in?"
"It's not about who I am," John said, pointing up at the flag above his head. "It's about who I represent. Anyone who challenges those who come in peace under this flag challenges the eternal flame. And you know how that turned out for the last people who did so."
"Ha! Fine,"
Onger said, sitting back down.
"Zayat, what do you say about this idea? Shall we sell our swords to this man?"
Silence fell over the table as everyone waited for the Khan's answer. Instead, he gestured to the flag above John's head.
"The eternal flame is the protector of Lepira, not our protector. We are and always have been a nation unto ourselves. Will the eternal flame guarantee our sovereignty, or will he demand that we put aside our identity to join with your nation?"
Letting out a short laugh, John made a waving motion with his hand as if dismissing Zayat's words. "The eternal flame protects people, not nations. He doesn't care who you are or how you choose to rule yourselves, so long as you don't go around killing the people under his protection. If you stand under this flag, you belong to the Ecclesia and have the same rights as everyone else. Whether you do so as a separate nation or as part of Lepira does not matter one bit." Nodding, Zayat turned to the others at the table.
"What of you, merchant? Do you agree with what he's saying? Will advancing under this flag allow us to trade?"
Yes, Gottfried nodded, his eyes shining as he imagined all the profit to be had if the horse bandits decided to start engaging in trade.
"Yes, absolutely. He is completely, totally trustworthy."
Seeing that the Khan was looking at him next, Belsker held up his hands and shook his head.
"I'm just a mercenary,
I don't presume to speak for the eternal flame, but I do know that if you fly that flag, everyone who follows him will consider you part of their flock. And you? What do you think? Zayat asked Ellie, who looked up in surprise.
Me?
Yes. You sit at the table of warriors, so your opinion must be counted, Zayat said, nodding seriously.
Glancing up at John nervously, Ellie saw he was nodding at her, so she smiled and looked back at the Khan.
He can be trusted.
Ha! So be it!
Zayat slapped the table and rose to his feet.
We will escort you to your city in the morning. As for advancing under the flag of the eternal flame, that must be considered at length.
You won't regret it, John said, bowing.
I hope not. Otherwise our blades will be wet with your blood, the Khan said, grinning. We'll go make camp. But before that, I would like to know how you understand our traditions well enough to call for a feast that did not insult us.
Straightening, John returned Zayat's smile.
A blood-bound brother who was a Hanku, an outcast prince of your people. His eyes have been opened to the sky for 6 years, but his spirit remains with me. Your memory of him brings honor to his tribe, Zayat said, bowing his head to John.
Watching as the horse bandits left their camp, Belsker let out a giant sigh of relief. Shaking his head, he wiped his wet palms on his shirt.
I can't believe they agreed to that. I really thought we'd be buried here. Ha ha! I already picked my spot in the ground, too.
Smiling at the loud barbarian's words, Ellie just shook her head and went back to her tent. Her nerves had been on edge the whole time, and she was looking forward to collapsing into bed. Gottfried, on the other hand, was practically bursting with ideas and quickly retreated to his tent to begin writing them down. He was a firm believer in the eternal flame, and as such had never been truly worried about the horse bandits once John had agreed to handle them. Instead, he was thinking to himself that the horse bandits would need a regular trading partner if they did begin to trade with Kingsmouth. Watching Gottfried run off, John could only shake his head. After letting the drivers who were watching from a distance know what was happening, he walked back to where his tent was set up and sat down. As night fell and the brilliant stars emerged, John remained sitting, carefully controlling his breathing as he meditated. Around 1 in the morning, his eyes snapped open, and he vanished from where he had just been sitting. Appearing next to Ellie's tent, he scratched on the fabric door. A moment later, Ellie stuck her head out of the tent, and John indicated for her to follow him quietly. Without anyone being the wiser, they slipped through the carts and then past the thick line of horse bandits that still surrounded the caravan. Thanks to the training she had been doing over the last few days, Ellie had no problem keeping up with John as they headed out onto the open plain. Quickly covering a bit more than a mile, they saw a dozen figures standing in the darkness and approached them. Completely armored, the horse bandits waited in the darkness of night with their weapons drawn, clearly ready for a fight. When they saw John and Ellie appear from the darkness, they let out low shouts, and Ongar stepped forward and clapped John on the shoulder good-naturedly.
We did not know how much your brother told you about our traditions, but it's clear you truly are one of us. Ha ha! Ongar speaks the truth. Welcome, brother.
Waving for the others to be quiet, Zayat stepped forward to face John, his halberd balanced on his shoulder.
You have come, so you must understand what will happen.
A test of blood, John said, nodding. Only through matching steel will we know brotherhood.
Well spoken. These are the most powerful warriors of our tribes. You may choose from among them, and should you be victorious in combat against them, you will prove yourself worthy of our brotherhood. Will your companion fight as well?
Ellie, who still didn't know what was going on, paled slightly as she heard Zayat's question. To her relief, John shook his head, but his next words made her freeze.
No, she is a wise woman. It would not be a deathless night if she were to fight.
Murmurs broke out among the gathered warriors as they stared at Ellie with wide eyes, slowly backing up to give her more space. Looking around, Ellie was shocked when all the warriors besides Zayat and Ongar looked away, refusing to meet her gaze. Feeling John's hand on her shoulder, she looked at him and caught a wink. Still lost, she tried to control her expression, but she didn't know what a wise woman would look like, and only ended up making her expression look a bit silly. Bowing low toward her, Zayat clasped his hands together.
Forgive me. I did not know I was in the presence of a wise woman. I meant no disrespect.
That's fine,
Ellie said, waving her hand. There is no need for such formality among brothers, John said, stepping between them and drawing his sword. Bring your warrior, and I will prove my truth. Turning around to look over the warriors who had just been clamoring to fight against John before he arrived, Zayat could only shake his head and sigh when he saw that everyone was avoiding his look. If John was just a regular warrior, none of them would back down. But to have a wise woman following him put him in a completely different category. Even Onger, who had been chomping at the bit, had grown strangely subdued. Cursing under his breath, Zayat turned back to John and slapped his chest.
It would seem your companion has frightened all my powerful warriors, which leaves only me with the courage to face you. Come, let us cross our weapons. Establish the circle.
With excited yells, the warriors of the plains formed a large circle around John and Zayat. Taking Ellie to the edge of the circle, John instructed her to stay there.
What's happening? I still don't know what's going on. And what is a wise woman?
A wise woman is the Moratoid term for a witch. They're justifiably respectful of witches, so even if something were to happen to me, it will give you a measure of safety among them. But don't worry, this is just a friendly spar to help with relations.
A friendly spar? That weapon looks like it could chop you in half.
Huh, it does, doesn't it? Don't worry, I'm a lot stronger than I look. Just hang out here and cheer for me, but not too loud, all right? Turning around, John unsheathed his sword and tapped the pommel on the silver bracer on his forearm. The magical shield the bracer contained sprang to life, eliciting surprised murmurs from the watching warriors. Stretching his neck from side to side, John walked out to face Zayat, who was waiting in the middle of the circle, his halberd still resting on his shoulder. Stopping around 15 feet away, John held out his sword in front of him.
For the glory of the journey. For the glory of the journey.
Both of their voices overlapped as they sprang forward, steel clashing as their weapons met in the air. With his first strike blocked, Zayat dropped his stance slightly and spun his halberd around, stabbing out with the sharp point on the end. Blocking the attack on his shield, John took a quick step forward to get inside of the long weapon's range and slashed with his silver blade. With a jerk, Zayat blocked the attack with the shaft of his halberd, using the force to retreat a step. An excited shout rose as the watching warriors grew excited by the skillful exchange. Standing among them, Ellie felt her heart jump every time the sound of the metal weapons colliding rang out. Her breath catching in her throat, Ellie clenched her fist as she cheered John on silently. She was confident in him, but seeing the sharp blade of Zayat's halberd cutting toward him, she couldn't help but feel worried for his safety. As much as she wanted to look away, she had asked John to train her to fight, and she knew he'd brought her to help her grow more accustomed to it. Stepping back to avoid a slash toward his foot, John dropped the edge of his shield to block the halberd as he lunged forward, his sword stabbing toward Zayat's throat. Back and forth the two fighters moved, quickly falling into a rhythm as they traded attacks. Blocking and dodging, they seemed completely evenly matched as they fought on the open plain under the gleaming stars. Chapter 17. Sliding his shield forward, John intercepted a stab and deflected it up over his shoulder as his sword cut toward the Khan's shoulder. They had been fighting fiercely for nearly 15 minutes, and neither had managed to land a blow on the other. The watching warriors had long since fallen silent, awe clear in their eyes as they watched the two combatants struggle back and forth. Neither of the fighters was using their skills or mana, making them surprisingly evenly matched, though John had a clear strength advantage. Zayat was a consummate warrior, and every one of his blows took maximum advantage of his long weapon. To John's surprise, his opponent was more of an agility-based fighter and rarely engaged in contests of direct strength, instead using his halberd more like a spear than an axe. When he did chop at John, Zayat leveraged his weapon's extra length to generate the power of the attacks. Recognizing that it was a fighting style optimized to be used from horseback, John did his best to pressure the Khan. With a clang that shook the air, Zayat parried a slash and bounced backward, his halberd stretched out in front of him, the spike tracking with John's throat. A faint bead of sweat had formed on the Khan's forehead, but he didn't dare wipe it. While John had been having a fairly leisurely fight, Zayat was having an entirely different experience. Over the years he had fought countless times, but never had he encountered anyone whose body was so strong and dense. The leader of the horse bandits prided himself in his ability to read his opponents, but the first engagement with John had made it clear that his assessment of the calm-looking man was entirely off. With wrists that were stronger than steel, John seemed entirely unbothered by any sort of impact, whether he caught them on his shield or his sword. As quick as lightning, the counterattacks John casually threw out forced him to stretch his concentration to the maximum, often moving desperately to block the smoothly flowing sword.
John fought more like a duelist than a normal warrior, but the shield he carried was used with the practiced ease of someone who had been on 1,000 battlefields and developed an instinctive sense for defending against stray attacks. Every move was calculated and led into another move, and the fight had quickly been forced into a nearly predictable tempo. No matter how many times Zayat had thrown off the tempo with a powerful attack, within a few exchanges they were pulled right back into it. Sensing his exhaustion starting to grow, Zayat realized he had been outclassed. Part of him wanted to call up his mana and unleash it toward John, hopefully ending the fight swiftly, but a more rational part of him told him to call it here before he embarrassed himself completely. His warrior sense was telling him that the calm-faced fighter in front of him hid a truly terrible monster, and it was better to keep it sealed. Now, staring at John over his halberd, he saw that John had stepped back and lowered his sword. Breathing a secret sigh of relief, Zayat straightened, lifting the point of his halberd into the sky.
"You are a powerful warrior,"
John said, holding his sword behind his shield as he bowed slightly to the Khan.
"I hope it's not a problem that I couldn't overcome you."
"A problem? Ha!" Unger shouted, storming the circle and patting John on the shoulder happily. "That was one of the fiercest fights I've ever seen! Incredible! Incredible! Being able to fight with Zayat for any length of time would be impressive enough, but to fight him to a standstill is incredible!" Holding up his hand to quiet the clamoring warriors, the Khan planted the end of his halberd in the ground and looked around.
"How do the watching warriors judge?"
Without pause, the group all spoke together.
"We have witnessed the warrior's truth."
Turning to Ellie, who was the only one who didn't speak up, Zayat bowed his head respectfully.
"Wise woman, have you witnessed our brother's might?"
Turning her head and looking at John, who had put his shield away and was examining his sword for damage, she smiled happily.
"I have."
"Good. The trial has been passed," Zayat said gravely, turning to John. "The truth of your road has been acknowledged, and you are granted a seat among us. We will heed your words and counsel regarding the future of our tribes. For now, we will march with you under the banner of the Eternal Flame. As for the future, we will see what it brings."
Returning to Ellie's side, John got something out of a bag he had brought along, letting the cloth unfurl to reveal one of the deep red flags that hung from the flagpoles on the carts. Spreading it out so the blue flame motif could be clearly seen, John gave it to Zayat with a smile.
"Thank you for giving me the chance to hold a trial. I brought this just in case I passed." "Somehow I doubt you ever considered you'd lose,"
Zayat muttered in a voice only John could hear as he grabbed the flag, causing John's smile to widen slightly. Declining the warrior's offer of wine, John and Ellie quietly made their way back to the caravan camp. As they approached the carts, Ellie glanced over her shoulder at the resting horse bandits. Seeing her sigh, John raised his eyebrows at her, silently asking what was on her mind.
"I've often heard of them, the horse bandits, I mean. But in the stories they're violent and savage, and will kill their own mothers if it means getting their hands on another gold."
"Stories are very rarely true," John said, shrugging. "But that doesn't mean they don't contain truth. They are violent and savage, but they value their mothers more than their own lives, just not other people's mothers. Theirs is a culture of necessary violence. At least, that's what they believe. Hopefully, that will change over time."
"They seem to carry a camaraderie and fairness I found surprising."
"Faced with overwhelming force, most people do," John said, his voice revealing his cynicism.
Seeing Ellie looking at him, he lifted his hands in surrender before she could say anything.
"Look, it's true that they're good to their own, which is why we had to go tonight. First of all, to introduce them to you and let them know you were a witch, which increases both our standings in their eyes and makes them want to get on our good side. And second, to complete the ceremony so that we can be considered one of their kind. After tonight, we are both officially Moratoi. You, because who wouldn't want a witch on their side, and me because I didn't lose the trial. Word about tonight's fight will spread faster than a wildfire. Believe me, tomorrow you'll notice an immediate change, since this caravan now belongs to their tribes by proxy. Oh, do you know how to ride a horse?"
"A horse? I've ridden one a few times,"
Ellie said, slightly confused by the sudden change in subject.
"Good. For now, get some sleep. You'll find out tomorrow."
True to John's words, the dawn had just started to crack over the horizon when the Moratoi were up and ready to go. They even helped the caravan drivers hook up their horses. Unlike the stocky draft horses the caravan used for pulling their carts, the Moratoi's horses were built for speed and endurance.
But the horse bandits had no trouble handling the draft horses. When Ellie tried to climb up in the cart, she was stopped by Ongur, who had brought over 2 powerful-looking horses and presented her with the reins of the mare. A beautiful dapple gray, the mare seemed quite intelligent and immediately took a liking to Ellie, trying to nibble at her hair. Laughing happily, Ongur presented the other horse, a large blue roan stallion, to John. Unlike the mare, the stallion was a bit feistier, but after John blinked at him, the horse became completely docile and stood absolutely still.
"We saw you were riding in a cart, so as a welcome gift, I wanted to give you these horses. My tribe raised them both. You won't find a better trained horse in the world than a Moratoi horse."
Nodding his thanks, John found himself having to re-evaluate the loud Moratoi leader. Both horses were clearly trained for combat and in prime health, and for Ongur to give them away so casually was a clear indication that he was much sharper than he let on. After arranging for someone to drive their cart, John helped Ellie up into her saddle and got up on his horse after surreptitiously feeding both horses a mana crystal. As they got under way, the caravan moved swiftly with their new escort. The horse bandits didn't always stick around the caravan, often riding off this way or that to scout, but at least 200 of them were always in sight. Over the next 2 days, Ellie got a first-hand taste of what John had been talking about, as the Moratoi were exceptionally polite to her, even going so far as to bring food and bedding for her horse. She had fallen in love with her new horse, and after John showed her how to leak mana from her hand for the mare to lick at, the feeling was clearly mutual. John and the stallion had a slightly different and clearly hierarchical relationship, but after feeding the stallion a steady diet of mana crystals, the horse was completely won over.
"I'm going to call her Storm,"
Ellie announced on the second day. Sitting comfortably in his saddle, John looked over and nodded. Riding almost non-stop for 2 days, Ellie's body had adjusted to riding as her superhuman muscles and reflexes learned the proper technique. It also helped to be surrounded by hundreds of some of the best horsemen in the world, and she had quickly picked up tricks from watching them. When they had left the farm, she had been dressed in a long skirt and blouse like a normal farm girl, but less than a week later, she had almost completely transformed. Wearing high-quality leather armor with her hair pulled back in a ponytail and a crossbow strapped across her back, she looked every bit the adventurer as she sat confidently on her new horse. Smiling slightly, John patted his own horse's neck.
"I'm calling him Horse."
"What? That's terrible,"
Ellie protested, looking more affronted than the stallion did.
"You can't not name your faithful steed."
"You've read too many books," John said, shaking his head. "I've probably had more horses killed out from under me than horses you've seen in your life. Halfway through my military career, I just stopped riding on them because we were getting so many complaints from the logistics department. If I've learned one thing in my life, it's never name an animal you're going to eat or lose to enemy fire."
"Oh, that's really terrible."
"I know. You already said that."
"No, I mean that all those poor animals died. How cruel to force them into battle."
Feeling a vein throb in his forehead, John took a deep breath and kept his teeth clenched, settling for just a nod. Thankfully, Ellie didn't continue down that train of thought.
"But the good news is you're a farmer now. There's no need for you to go to war. So you need to at least name your horse. He's a blue roan, so how about Shadow? Or Dreamer? What about Granite? Rocky?"
Just when John thought that Ellie would never run out of names, he heard a shout and looked ahead, seeing the city of Kingsmouth in the distance. Pointing it out to Ellie, he was gratified when she stopped trying to come up with a name for his horse, and instead focused on the approaching city. Before they got close, Gottfried, John, and Ellie met with Zayat and Unger to talk one final time. The majority of the Moratoi horsemen had vanished into the Great Plains, leaving only 100 to escort the caravan into the city. At John's request, they had put their flags away and rode as hired mercenaries under the flag of the Eternal Flame. Zayat could not come into the city since he was the leader of the 5-tribe alliance, but Unger had no such problems, and seemed to be looking forward to seeing what city life was all about. Accompanying John and Ellie, he sat quietly behind them as they approached the city gate, riding alongside Gottfried's cart, which was at the center of the line. Stretched out 24 carts long, the caravan was an impressive sight, made even more impressive by the 30 mercenaries and 100 mounted Moratoi that accompanied them. There was a stir at the gate when the caravan got close enough for the guards to recognize the horse bandits, but luckily Gottfried knew the captain who was on duty and was able to explain that they were acting as guards rather than coming as a raiding force. However, when it became apparent that the Moratoi were going to enter the city, things grew tense once more. Walking his horse forward, John jumped down and looked at the guard captain, who was resolutely refusing to allow them into the city.
"Captain, who is the ranking member of the ecclesia in the city?"
Unsure who John was, but seeing how deferential Gottfried was, the guard captain straightened up and saluted, just in case John was someone important. "Councilwoman Solera, sir."
"I see. Could you send someone to get her? The ecclesia is the one employing these moritoi and will guarantee them while they are in the city."
Having seen the flag the caravan came under, the guard captain was not that surprised, and less than 10 minutes later a small carriage brought a woman dressed in a plain crimson robe. Hopping down from the carriage, she took a moment to straighten her white hair and compose herself before making her way down to the gate. Nodding a greeting to the bowing guard captain, her eyes swept over the caravan, stopping for a moment on Gottfried before coming to rest on Ellie. After a moment she looked away and turned to the guard captain. "I was told there was a situation at the gate that required my assistance, Captain. How may I be of service?" "It's not me, Councilwoman. The gentleman who wanted to see you is right there." Seeing the guard captain point to John, the councilwoman blinked in surprise. She had assumed that John was simply a class holder accompanying Gottfried, and had not actually looked at him properly. Bowing her head slightly, she apologized. "I am sorry for my impoliteness, sir. How may the ecclesia serve you today?" Chapter 18. With the attention of the entire caravan, all the other people going in and out of the gates, the guards, and the highest-ranked official in the city looking at him, it would have been no surprise if John had gotten nervous. Instead, he smiled and took out a piece of paper to hand to Councilwoman Solera.
"These moritoi have been hired by the ecclesia to protect this grain shipment. They are to be allowed into the city and given access to the market. And furthermore, any other moritoi who come under the flag of the ecclesia are to be treated as members in good standing."
Taking the paper, the councilwoman examined it while listening to John's words. A faint flash of mana seeped from her fingers into the paper, causing a flame pattern to appear on it. Stiffening slightly, Councilwoman Solera passed it back to John and nodded. "Very well. Captain, I believe you heard this gentleman. The ecclesia will act as guarantor for the moritoi guards with this caravan." Sensing that whatever was going on was clearly over his head, the guard captain bowed and stepped aside, no longer blocking the way. "Welcome to Kingsmouth," Councilwoman Solera said, gesturing to the open gate. "Please be advised that horses cannot be ridden in the streets except by military personnel." Nodding, John gestured for everyone to get down from their horses, and followed Gottfried into the city. While they all passed by, he saw Councilwoman Solera stealing glances at him. "I did not catch your name, sir."
"You can call me John."
"John—"
"Yeah, just John is fine. Thank you for your help, Councilwoman. Someone will probably contact you with more details later, but you should be ready for a new era in our relationship with the moritoi."
"Is that right? I had heard that the tribes were perpetually at war, but that doesn't seem to be the case."
"I think you will find a lot of things about them surprising. If you will excuse me."
Watching John and Ellie walk into the city with the caravan, Councilwoman Solera pursed her lips, her mind working furiously. John had just handed her a blank order, the ecclesia's highest-ranked identification, making him, at the very least, one of the advisors to the Eternal Flame. Curiosity blossomed in her heart, but she suppressed it and got to work making sure the city knew to expect the moritoi warriors who were streaming through the gate. Kingsmouth was a port city on a large river that ran from the Great Plains into the hilly region of Lipira, where the capital city sat. Thanks to the money the nobles had sunk into it, a large stone wall surrounded both the city and the port, creating a safe, secure home for the many merchants who used it as their base of operations. With access to the entire southern region of Lipira, it had grown from a sleepy fishing town to a large, bustling trade hub, and in the year since John had last been through it, it had only gotten busier. Driving the carts to the large 3-story inn that Gottfried used as his base of operations, the workers began to unload them, storing the grain in a big warehouse behind the inn. Many of the horse bandits had never been in a proper city before, and as they led their horses through the cobblestone streets, they gazed in awe at the buildings on either side. Kingsmouth was home to an eclectic mix of people from all over the continent, so their strange clothing didn't elicit much of a reaction from the locals, though their slack-jawed stares did. Luckily for the peace of the city, the swords, spears, and axes they carried kept anyone from making their comments out loud. "Welcome to my home," Gottfried said, ushering John and Ellie into the inn. "This is where all the magic happens. Well, not actual magic, but my kind of magic. There will be a lot of meetings with both merchants and nobles over the next few days, and most of them will take place here. Once we've sold everything we can here in Kingsmouth, the ship we've contracted will take us to the capital city, where we'll finish selling our goods. Will you be coming to the capital? I have a small mansion there, and I would love the opportunity to host you." Shaking his head, John looked around the inn's general room.
No, we'll be staying here for a few days and then making our way back to the valley. We're only here to see that we get a good price for the wheat.
"Of course. I would be happy to arrange some meetings between you and some of the different grain merchants if you'd like."
That would be wonderful, thank you. If you could, I'd also like a record of recent prices.
"That should be simple enough. It's a bit of a shame, really, since prices have been controlled by the Ecclesia for some time," Gottfried said before remembering who he was talking to and freezing. "But only a shame for us merchants. It really is a wonderful thing for the people that the Eternal Flame takes such good care of the common people. Why, just the other day I was remarking—"
"Gottfried," John interrupted, "be quiet."
"Yes, sir."
John and Ellie were given rooms on the top floor of the inn, and John gave Ellie the room with the better view. As someone who had grown up in a modern city, he found the sight of the bustling city rather underwhelming, and had no desire to spend his time staring at it. Despite having lived in the valley for years, Ellie had no desire to go wandering around Kingsmouth, so after having dinner, she retreated to her room to study her spells. Figuring that someone would come get him if anything important happened, John followed her example. The next morning found both of them meeting with a portly merchant Gottfried introduced as his friend Cormac. An ever-present smile was plastered on Cormac's face, never fading even after a dozen of the Moritoi burst into the inn's general room, fully armored and armed to the teeth. After realizing that they were looking for breakfast, Gottfried got them settled down and returned to the table where the others were sitting. "I really need to remember to explain that they don't need their armor and weapons in the city. Crime is very low here." "Good luck with that," Cormac remarked. "From what I understand, the horse bandits like their swords as much as they like their horses." "Sure, but you don't see them bringing their horses to breakfast, do you?" Gottfried retorted, sitting down. "But enough about that. I have a lot of meetings today, so let's get down to business. Mr. Sutton, I wanted to introduce you to Cormac because he's one of the few honest grain merchants in the city." "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Sutton, Mrs. Sutton."
"Oh, we're not married,"
Ellie said, blushing. "My apologies," Cormac said, not looking apologetic in the least. "Gottfried here tells me you have wheat to sell. Wheat is the majority of my business, so if we can agree on a good price, I'd be happy to take it off your hands."
"What does Gottfried mean when he says you're one of the few honest grain merchants in the city?"
Ellie asked. Looking across the table at the young woman, Cormac's mind spun. On the way here, his friend had warned him over and over again that he couldn't afford to miss out on this contract, and while Cormac was not particularly sure why a small farm out in the middle of nowhere was so important to him, Gottfried had been making big moves over the last year, and Cormac wanted a piece of whatever it was his friend had found. For a second, his eyes shot over to the calm-faced farmer who was eating his breakfast, and then darted back to the young lady. Unfortunately, despite the fact that it's illegal to sell grain for more than 1 gold per bushel, many of the grain merchants find ways to do it. Some of them require that all their customers pay a certain amount of gold each month to be on the list of approved buyers. Some accept expensive gifts. The Ecclesia does its best, but it's a corrupt world we live in." Looking up from his breakfast, John cocked his head to the side.
"How much are you paying for wheat? We have 750 bushels.
"Well, that's a good question. If I'm being honest, currently my biggest customers are other merchants who can buy my wheat at 1 gold per bushel and still sell it for a profit. I've typically been buying at 4 bushels of wheat for 3 gold coins."
"We'll sell at 1 gold per bushel,"
John said calmly, sticking his fork into a bit of egg on the edge of his plate. 1 gold? Are you serious?" Cormac asked, turning to glance at Gottfried, who was trying to signal something with his eyes. "Maybe I wasn't clear. I can't sell the wheat for more than 1 gold. That would leave me with no profit."
"Correct. We would sell you 750 bushels that you wouldn't be able to make profit on. And in exchange, we'll give you something worth 100 times that."
Perking up, Cormac stared at John, waiting for him to continue.
"First, the Moritoi will be starting to use the market here in Kingsmouth. The fact that I can introduce you to the man who will be their representative is easily worth the 750 gold you won't make profit on. But to demonstrate our sincerity, I'll give you another tip. This one worth just as much. The Ecclesia will be doing a surprise audit on all the grain sellers in the city in, 3 hours. Anyone found out of compliance will be forfeiting their stock, which will be sold to the merchants who have not been found to be corrupt at 5 bushels for 1 gold.
Staring at John incredulously, Cormac heard a loud sound next to him and realized Gottfried had just slammed a thick wallet down on the table. Looking between the wallet and his friend, Cormac heard him speak hurriedly. "There is 8,000 gold in merchant guild writs there. You've been trying to get me to invest for years, and I think it's about time. I want in. 25%. Pushing back from the table, John stood up and nodded to the two merchants.
Remember, 3 hours. You can leave the gold here, and we will pick it up on our way back through. Ellie and I have a trip to make, and are going to leave a bit early, but we'll see you back in the valley, Gottfried. Don't forget about setting up a regular caravan. I'm sure Ongar would be happy to help you organize it if you hired Moritoi to guard it."
Saying goodbye to the two merchants, Ellie followed John out of the room, and they went upstairs to pack. Quickly throwing her stuff together, she joined him at the stable where their horses were being kept. By the time they got there, someone had passed the word along, and Storm and the stallion were already saddled and ready to go. Petting her mare's nose, Ellie peeked at John. As if he could sense the question on her lips, John just shook his head but kept silent. Sensing the storm cloud that seemed to hang over his head, Ellie just kept her silence and followed as John began to lead the way toward the city gate. Along the way, they stopped by the Ecclesia office, where he had her hold the horses while he stepped inside. Once he was done, he came out, and they headed for the gate. It was not until they were out of the city and mounted up that he said anything.
"I'm sorry. That was very sudden. But there are times I have trouble controlling myself, and I'm afraid a lot of people might have died if I didn't leave. Corruption, especially at the expense of the people, is not something I can stand. I asked Councilwoman Salira to look into it and bring the perpetrators to justice, but I'm afraid that if I stay, things will get messy."
"What do you mean by messy?" Ellie asked.
"Merchants who are corrupt rarely only represent their own interests. There are almost always corrupt nobles behind them who give them the courage to practice their corruption. The Ecclesia will punish the merchants and censure the nobles without destabilizing the country more than necessary. If I was there, it's likely that everyone involved would lose their head, no matter how high up the chain they go."
"You must have been a lot higher up in the military than a captain, Mr. Sutton." Recognizing the teasing tone in her voice, John gave her a small smile.
"I was there when the Ecclesia was founded, so I still have a bit of pull."
"Well, regardless of how much of a big shot you were, I'm glad you did something about it," Ellie said, her expression serious. "In my experience, those who climb the ladder of society rarely remember what life is like on the bottom rung." Trotting along, they followed the riverbank north, making good time. It was still morning, and the traffic on the road was not very heavy. Most of the goods traveled by boat, but they did occasionally see carts piled high with goods heading for Kingsmouth. Taking a ferry across the river, they turned northwest and started the ride into the hilly country that made up much of Lepira's core. The sky soon grew overcast, and a small rainstorm blew up, but rather than stop, they continued on their way, pushing into the rocky hills until the river was little more than a thin ribbon on the horizon. Though it had been nearly 20 years since she had last been to her grandmother's house, Ellie seemed to be able to find the way easily, and after a few hours of travel they found a small cleft between two hills just wide enough for someone to lead a horse through. Riding up to it, she stopped Storm and gestured to the deep crack. "Beyond here is a small hidden valley. Inside the valley is a cave system, and beyond that is my grandmother's house."
"Shall we press on or rest here for the night?"
"I don't know what's changed since I was last here, but I do know that there were beasts in the valley. I think we should wait for daylight. There's a small underhang in the crevasse that will keep us dry."
"Sounds good," John nodded, swinging down from his horse. "I think Merlin is getting tired anyway."
"Merlin?"
"Yeah, that's what I'm going to call my horse. It's the name of a famous mage from a storybook I read when I was a kid."
Hopping down from Storm, Ellie paused and looked at John's horse as he led him into the rocks. "Merlin. I like that." Chapter 19. About 30 feet into the cleft between the hills was a hollowed-out space that was 8 feet tall and around 20 feet deep, providing just enough space for the two horses to bed down and for a fire to be made. Ancient ashes in the corner of the space showed where others had lit a fire in days past, and after collecting some wood from outside, John got a fire going. Despite being soaked, the wood couldn't help but burn in John's hands, and soon a cheerful little fire was reflecting light and heat throughout the space. Since there was no space for a tent, Ellie got out the bedrolls and set them up near the fire. Ever since they left the valley, she had been doing her best to learn as much as she could about traveling and life as an adventurer, and she had taken to it so quickly that John felt she might have missed her calling. The horses were fed with manna, so there was no need to go out and get forage for them, and as the rain continued to blow outside, Ellie started dinner. While she was working on the food, John slipped out of the cave, heading back out to the edge of the crack. Keeping his presence entirely contained, he scanned the path they had taken to get to the hidden valley, watching for any sign of movement. For the last few hours, he had been feeling as if someone was tailing them, but he hadn't been able to find any signs that his feeling was accurate. After watching for a bit, he let out a sigh and walked back into the cave, taking off his rain-slicked leather armor to let it dry in the warmth of the fire. On the ride over, they had both gotten completely soaked by the cold rain, but the warmth from the fire seemed to be incredibly effective, and they were more than warm enough after changing into dry clothes. Hanging up their wet garments, it didn't take them long to dry out. Dinner was quick, but filling, and after cleaning up, they sat quietly, listening to the falling rain, the crackle of the fire, and the noises of the horses, each occupied by their own thoughts. After a bit, John spoke softly, his voice echoing around the space.
"Do you know what sort of beasts we'll face in the valley?"
John asked, looking over at Ellie. Ellie had changed out of her leather armor as well, returning to her farm girl look, though she still wore pants instead of a skirt. Looking up from watching the dancing flames, she shook her head. "I'm not entirely sure. When I left, I saw fresh claw marks high up on a tree, and then the same claw marks on a rock. I never actually saw the beast itself."
"Claw marks? That means a bear or big cat. Did they look like clear cuts or a mess of scratches?" John asked, drawing 3 distinct lines on the ground with his finger.
"They were distinct. I remember them clearly. They looked like someone had drawn perfectly horizontal lines deep into the stone."
"Do you remember if there were 3 or 4 cuts?"
Thinking for a moment, Ellie shook her head.
"No, I'm sorry, I don't."
"Anything else about the markings you remember?" John asked. "Smells? Discoloration in the tree?"
I remember there was a fishy smell, and the top of the tree was dying. Like everything above the cut looked like it had started to rot."
"How high up in the tree was the marking?"
"I was really young, but I think it was maybe 10 feet. The claw marks were probably a foot long."
Rubbing his chin, John thought about it for a moment before speaking.
"There are a number of beasts that fit that description, but most of them have been eradicated by Lapira. Assuming it's still alive, we're probably dealing with a warp beast of some sort."
"Warp beast? What's that?"
"It's an incredibly annoying set of beasts that have active camouflage, a powerful jump, and some sort of toxin in their tail, like a scorpion. Many warp beasts look different, but they all have those same characteristics. The good news is that they're solitary creatures, not pack creatures, so if it is a warp beast, and it's still in the valley, it shouldn't be too dangerous."
Turning her head to gaze at the rain that was still falling, Ellie let out a sigh.
"You know, part of me still can't believe we're actually here. It's crazy to think about how long it's been since I went back. Originally, I thought I would only leave for a few months, but one thing led to another, and 16 years passed just like that."
"Why'd you leave in the first place just as much?" Hearing her describe the difficulty of finding basic necessities like food and shelter during those years, John was once again reminded of just how broken this world had become. Later that night, as they went to bed, he found himself lying awake, his mind full of his own memories of the war. Drifting off into a fitful sleep, he dreamed of the crimson battlefield, filled with reaching skeletons and towering flames. Walking through them, he suddenly chanced across a burned building that had been reduced to little more than rubble and ash. Finding it familiar, he stopped, the sea of skeletons behind him stopping as well. Walking around the building, he saw another nearby. A large bull skeleton lay on the ground, and he immediately recognized it as Ferdy as he heard the hoarse mooing that was echoing from its exposed skull. Staring around at the devastation that surrounded him, John realized he was seeing the ruins of his farm, and a terrible thought struck him. Spinning around, he saw two skeletons, one taller, one shorter, holding hands. The ever-present flames had melted the bones of their hands together, and he could still make out the tatters of Ellie's dress hanging from the taller skeleton's shoulders. With moaning cries, they reached out toward him, bony fingers grasping as if they wished to take his skin to cover their exposed frames. Behind him, the remains of the barn fell in with a crash, and John woke up with a start to find that one of the logs on the fire had just collapsed. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. An ashy taste filled John's mouth as he waved the blue windows away and got up. It was early in the morning, and light was just starting to filter into the crack between the hills. The rain had stopped at some point in the night, but everything was damp. Adding a few sticks to the coals to coax the fire back to life, John heard Ellie stir. Taking the kettle, he stepped outside and created a water bead with summon water, controlling it to fall into the kettle. With a little help from his temperature control, it was soon boiling, and he got breakfast ready. Handing a cup of oatmeal to Ellie, who was still blinking the sleep from her eyes, John quickly ate his food, and then washed up the dishes. After cleaning up the camp, they got their armor back on and set out, leading their horses through the crevice and into the hidden valley. As they came out of the crack in the rocks, John was stunned to see a beautiful little valley stretch out in front of them. Less than a mile long and only half as wide, it was beyond picturesque, with a tall waterfall that transformed into a small bubbling stream winding its way between meadows and forests. "This is it. My grandmother jokingly called it the outer garden. The manor is beyond that waterfall." "Beautiful," John said, his eyes carefully looking over every inch of the valley. "But you were right about the beasts. There is something here." Looking around, Ellie couldn't sense anything at all and glanced at John. "How do you know?" "Silence. We can hear wind in the trees, we can hear the water, but there are no birds or insects. That only happens when a dangerous predator is nearby, and only a beast has the aura to make an entire valley like this fall silent. We just need to tread carefully." Swallowing, Ellie unhooked the small crossbow from her back and held it in front of her. Hesitating for a moment, she looked at John. "Should I engage the mechanism now, or would that be silly? I'm worried I won't have time to draw it if something happens. But if I draw it now, it could accidentally go off." "Great question. As you get better with it, you'll probably become more confident in your ability to draw the crossbow when needed, but it won't hurt to keep it engaged." Taking out one of the bolts, Ellie cranked the hand crossbow back and clicked the bolt into the groove, making sure it was firmly in place. Keeping her finger off the trigger, she took a deep breath and nodded that she was ready. Urging Merlin forward, John led the way down into the valley, doing his best to avoid the woods when possible. As they got down to the bottom of the valley, he indicated for Ellie to stop. Seeing Merlin pulling at the reins, he loosened them, allowing his horse to grab a mouthful of the lush grass that covered the valley floor. The feeling of being followed had grown even stronger once they had entered the valley, but a quick glance behind them hadn't shown anything. Jerking his head, he gestured for Ellie to get closer, and when she guided Storm over, he spoke in a low voice. "I think someone might have followed us into the valley, but they're using some sort of masking skill. Stay calm to avoid alerting them, but I need you to see if you can spot anything out of the ordinary." To her credit, Ellie's expression didn't change as she listened to John's words, but he did see that her fingers tightened their grip on the crossbow. "I'll hold the horses and pretend we're going to set up camp. How is your mana?" "It's good. The storm yesterday provided a lot of mana for me." "Great." Swinging himself off Merlin's back, John took the reins from Ellie as she slid down from Storm, and led the horses off to the side. While he picketed them out of the way, he expanded his senses to their fullest extent, trying to spot the mysterious figure tracking them. In the middle of the meadow, Ellie crouched down, her finger tracing something on the ground. Dagger John had given her when they set out on the trip. Holding her dagger tightly, she got her first good look at the man who had just attacked her. He was dressed in a rather loose-fitting green and gray outfit that broke up his silhouette, and as he moved, the shine of blackened chainmail could be seen underneath it. Only about 5.5 feet tall, with dark hair and even darker eyes, it was his short stature that had saved him from getting a crossbow bolt in his heart a moment ago. Not wanting to give John a chance to intervene in the attack, the short man dashed forward again, his short sword chopping at Ellie's neck. As Ellie was about to retreat, he suddenly accelerated, moving supernaturally fast as he closed in. Without thinking about it, Ellie stepped forward and stabbed with her dagger, the green tint on its edge catching the light and causing the short man to abandon his attack, turning his charge into a roll that carried him under Ellie's stab. Popping up at her back, he was surprised when Ellie pivoted and brought her dagger backward, nearly cutting his throat with her wild slash.
Though her movements were untrained and clumsy, there was an explosive power in each one of her movements that made it difficult to get close to her. Watching from the side, John almost jumped into the fight until he saw her lips moving slightly and her empty hand twitching at her side. Suddenly pointing forward, Ellie spoke a strange word, and the air above the meadow abruptly darkened. The smell of rain and wind roiled through the area as a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm dropped out of the sky, slamming into her attacker with enough force to throw him from his feet. Lightning coursed through him, burning his clothes and hair and completely stunning him. With a scream, he tried to activate another skill, but Ellie, sensing the gathering mana, spoke again, her finger still outstretched. Blood drained from her face as her mana was consumed, but a second bolt fell, shattering the skill the short man was trying to use and killing him instantly. Chapter 20. The stormy smell faded from the air, but the smell of burning hair remained as the short man twitched on the ground. Lowering her trembling finger, Ellie sagged, barely catching herself as her breath came in great gasps. The powerful lightning spell had drained most of her mana, and using it twice in such rapid succession had completely exhausted her. Turning, she tried to take a step, and her legs gave out. Before she could fall to the ground, John's arm encircled her waist, keeping her from face-planting into the meadow's grass. Gently lowering her to the ground, John gave her a wide smile.
That was incredible. Congratulations on winning your first fight as a class holder.
Leaning her head against his chest, Ellie let out a low chuckle.
If only I hadn't exhausted myself to do it. It seemed like a good idea, but I would be helpless if it hadn't worked.
You were in a bit of a rush, but it wasn't necessarily a bad choice, John said, especially since I am here to back you up. Just take it easy for a moment. Try meditating and see if you can get some of your mana back. I'll check on our friend.
Making sure Ellie wasn't going to fall over, John started to stand up, only to find that Ellie had not let go of him. She had grabbed onto his arm when he kept her from falling, and still had an unconscious death grip on his wrist. Sensing her trembling through her fingers, John sat down next to her, his arm still wrapped around her. Realizing that adrenaline was probably still coursing through her, John stayed with her for a few minutes until she got herself under control and released his wrist.
I'm sorry, I guess I'm a bit shaken,
Ellie said, her blush adding a drop of color to her pale face.
It's only natural, Ellie. Much better to feel this way than to feel nothing. I would only be worried if you were a stone-cold killer.
Realizing she was still resting her head on John's chest, Ellie's blush grew stronger, and she reluctantly moved her head away. Glancing over at the short man's body, she saw that his fingers were still spasming slightly, and she had to suppress the urge to throw up.
Is he still alive?
Nope. Completely dead. That twitching is an after-effect of lightning. Getting hit the first time erased his defenses, and the second bolt fried him. He was gone before he hit the ground.
Standing up, John walked over to get a better look at the body. Unbothered by the burning smell, he rummaged through the still-smoking clothing, finding a few weapons and a belt with a dozen pouches. A closer examination revealed some other items hidden in secret pockets, and soon he had everything laid out on the grass. Most of the items were gear for solo camping or trapping, but there were a few things that stood out, including an encrypted note, a map marked with the location of the valley they were in, and a signet ring that bore a mask with the now familiar infinity symbol where the eyes should have been. Opening up the encrypted note, John pushed mana into his eyes, watching as the letters and numbers rearranged themselves into something he could read thanks to his skill, Arcane Tongue. Reading over it, his eyes narrowed, and he glanced at Ellie. Seeing his look, she slowly got up.
What is it?
This note, John said, handing it to her. It's from Earl Vassic. This guy was named Mask 2, or something stupid like that, and was supposed to capture you. Apparently someone recognized your armor, and the Earl wanted to find out what happened to Sandra, the last owner.
Earl Vassic? I don't know any Earls,
Ellie said, shaking her head.
Earl Vassic is the noble who hired the Red Coral adventuring party. It's likely he's looking for information about what happened to them, and more importantly, what happened to the item he wanted from the ruins.
That means there will be more people after us,
Ellie said, her voice steadying.
I better practice my spells a bit more. By the way, how can you read this? I can't understand a single word of it.
When I was in the military, we ran across a lot of enemy codes, John said, dodging the question. Our attacker was also carrying this.
Taking the ring John was holding out, Ellie looked at the symbol on it, her forehead furrowing.
That's the same double loop symbol the skull ring has, right?
Correct. It's a symbol for infinity. I've seen it before, but it's a bit strange to have run into it again here.
Does this mean there's a connection between the Earl and that necromancer?
I certainly hope not, but it does seem likely. It smells like something big is happening out of sight. And speaking of out of sight, John stood and pointed at the waterfall in the distance. I think we should check out this hidden entrance you were mentioning.
Should we do something with his body?
No, leave it for the beast that's lurking in the woods, John said, his eyes shooting toward the nearby trees. No need to waste our time on it.
Taking their horses, they made their way toward the waterfall, soon arriving at the deep pool the waterfall fell into. Though Storm and Merlin were both rather skittish, the lure of mana trumped their fear of the sound, and Ellie and John were able to get them into the cave hidden behind the sheet of water.
We should probably leave them here,
Ellie said, looking at the small winding tunnel that headed further into the cliff.
Agreed. If we take too long or get stuck in the defensive spell, they can wander out and have some grass.
Will that be safe? Ellie asked. What about the beast prowling around?
I think it'll be fine. Besides, I don't think we'll be gone that long.
Leaving Storm and Merlin in the cave, John and Ellie continued forward into the tunnel, slowly making their way along until it began to get too dark to see. Ellie's mana had recovered a bit, and she offered to summon some wisps for light, but in order to save her mana for using true sight, John just pulled out his sword and shield, using the soft light from the magical shield to light their way. The passageway twisted this way and that, and soon split. Thinking carefully, Ellie was about to take the left passage when John called for her to stop.
Were there any beasts in this cave? I mean, back when you lived here with your grandmother.
Not that I know of, Ellie said, shaking her head. Why?
Crouching, John pointed out. After washing up, John saw that Ellie had taken out the grimoire her grandmother had left behind, so he gave her some space and headed out of the cave. Outside, the stars had come out in full force, casting the valley in beautiful, soft light. Finding a small stone near the foot of the waterfall, John took a seat and began to meditate, making doubly sure to keep his mana contained to avoid contaminating the area. As he breathed in and out, his thoughts grew calm, even as the mana he was constantly injecting into his mental model skill increased. After a few minutes, he saw the notification he had been waiting for. Mental model has grown in effect and efficiency. Mental model 39. Query: why did Vexus think I was a spirit like him? Answer: of all observed qualities, the most similar was purity of mana. Examination of Vexus's mana indicates a purity of nearly 87%, which would not be achievable even by a sage-level class holder. Vexus likely assumed that only spirits possess mana purity of such a level or higher. The second most similar was volume of mana. It is likely that Vexus, due to his nature as a spirit, was able to estimate current mana reserves and assumed that only a being tied to a natural mana source could allow a being to possess such reserves. More information is needed in order to generate a more accurate answer. Certainty, 67%.
How long would it take to figure out why I gained a doom point at the manor, while other times I don't? I was doing so well on this trip, too.
Query: why are doom points gained? Answer: it is impossible to determine this accurately with current knowledge without spending a significant amount of time on this question. Estimated time until an answer is available, 8,344 hours. Please acquire more knowledge related to mages to reduce the estimated time.
Almost a year, huh? Well, I better get working on it.
Chapter 24. The next morning, John and Ellie packed up all their camping gear and began the trip back to the city. The plan was to swing by Kingsmouth to pick up the gold from the sale and then head straight back to the valley. It had been almost a week since they had embarked on the trip, and both were excited to get back. As they crossed the valley, John kept a watch out for the warp beast he suspected was creeping around, but didn't see anything. Like he had suspected, the corpse of the mercenary who attacked Ellie had vanished, undoubtedly filling the belly of whatever beast prowled the valley. When they got to the narrow crack that led out into the wider world, John went first, leading Merlin, while Ellie and Storm followed behind him. He had fed both horses a condensed mana crystal that morning, so once they had passed through the hills and re-emerged into the wider world, the horses were happy to get the chance to run. Giving Merlin free rein, John concentrated on keeping a watch for dangers while they ran through the hills toward the road. After an hour, the horses began to tire and slow down, and Ellie's head jerked up, staring at the hillside in front of them. With only a few more hills to pass before they arrived at the road that ran alongside the river, they had made much better time than on the trip to the hidden valley. Seeing the intent look on Ellie's face as she stared up at the hills, John pulled on Merlin's reins, slowing him down.
Find something? A large group, maybe a dozen people, all armed and waiting.
For us? Ellie's brow creased slightly, and she tilted her head to the side slightly, as if she was listening to something jabbering in her ear. After a moment of silence, she turned to John and nodded.
Yes, we're the only other people for at least a mile. They're between us and the road, but too far from the road to be ambushing anyone there. I think they are after us.
Any indication who they are?
No, the spirits can't give me that kind of information, though they are saying that they're wearing some armor.
So adventurers or soldiers,
John said, gazing up at the hill with narrowed eyes.
Got it. Well, do you want to avoid them or confront them?
I think they've spotted us,
Ellie said, pointing with her chin toward the side of the hill where a boulder rested against a tree. Injecting mana into his eyes, John saw the figure Ellie was pointing to. Crouched down between the trees and the boulder was a figure dressed in dark leather armor that looked a lot like the armor John and Ellie wore. The hidden watcher was clearly staring straight at them, and John suspected that if they tried to find a new path, they would find themselves chased. Glancing at Ellie, he noticed she had already unslung her crossbow and loaded it. Her expression carried a firmness that had not been present when they set out on this trip, and John was suddenly glad they had come, even if he hadn't gotten the magical knowledge he was looking for.
What's the plan?
John asked, leaning forward on the pommel of his saddle.
See what they want and then break through if they're not friendly?
Eyebrows rising, John glanced at Ellie.
Do you think we can take 12 people by ourselves?
Suddenly growing nervous, Ellie looked at John, her eyes searching his face.
Is that a lot? Are they much stronger than the spiders? I don't really know much about this sort of thing.
True. You've only really been in situations we were able to keep under control,
John replied, nudging his horse forward.
Fighting people is typically much trickier than fighting against beasts or monsters like the undead. The biggest problem we have right now is that we don't know how many of the 12 are class holders. If they are an adventuring party, we should expect all of them to be class holders, which will make the fight much harder. It would be better if they were mostly soldiers, since that would reduce the overall number of class holders. Does that make sense?
Following behind John, Ellie nodded her head, her expression serious as she listened carefully to his words.
Yes, it does.
But since we know they're aware of us, we can assume they'll likely chase us if they see us run. While running isn't a bad thing, running while being chased by class holders, especially class holders with ranged weapons, is a dangerous bet. Much better to face the threat head-on, if you can.
Heading up the hill, John and Ellie kept a careful eye out for the enemies Ellie's wind spirit had spotted, and when they arrived at the top of the hill, they found them arranged in a half-circle blocking the road. Scanning over them with a practiced eye, John slowed Merlin so Ellie could ride next to him. As they approached the waiting group, he spoke in a low voice only she could hear.
You can tell from their armor that they're all from the same force, but look at how they're standing. There are 4 in front, which means they are probably class holders, while the rest are just normal mercenaries. If they had uniform equipment, we might consider them soldiers, but based on the variety in their armaments, they're only mercenaries. However, most class holders run in teams of 5, which means we need to be careful of another class holder or 2 hiding among the mercenaries. Keep your crossbow ready.
Swallowing, Ellie nodded, her eyes carefully sweeping the group they were getting closer to. The group was made up of 8 men and 4 women, all dressed in the same high-quality leather armor John and Ellie had scavenged from the Red Coral Adventuring Group. Not seeing any symbols or group markers on their armor, Ellie turned her attention to the 4 people who stood at the front of the group. 3 men and 1 woman stood a step closer to John and Ellie, and as they approached, one of the men held up his hand for them to stop. "Greetings," the man said, his gaze darting between John and Ellie before settling on Ellie. Pulling on Merlin's reins, John maneuvered his horse between the man and Ellie, his face completely impassive.
Greetings. Can I help you?
"You are Sutton, right? Of Sutton Farm?"
Not very polite to ask for someone's name without giving up your own,
John said, looking around at the rest of the group.
I could get the wrong impression and start thinking you didn't have the best intentions toward us.
"Why would that be the wrong impression?" the man asked, trying to look past John. Returning his gaze to meet John's, he leered up at him. "You would be entirely right. We're here for the woman. You can scamper off if you're particularly attached to your life, but she has to come with us." Kicking his foot free of his stirrup, John swung his foot over Merlin's back and slid to the ground. Landing lightly, he saw that Ellie was about to follow him and get off her horse, but he waved his hand, indicating for her to stay where she was. With his hand resting on his sword's pommel, he walked forward until he was only a dozen feet from the smirking mercenary.
"Who do you work for?" John asked, his calm gaze sweeping the enemy party. "And have you been warned about the consequences of what you're attempting?"
The man's smirk turned into a sneer as he listened to John's question, and with a jerk he pulled out the curved short sword that rested at his waist. Brandishing it toward John, he spoke in a grim voice. "Warned? Yeah, we were warned. We have to bring her back alive. You, however, only have one more chance before I cut your stomach open and spread your guts across the ground." Letting out a sigh, John turned to Ellie and pointed at the man blocking his way.
"As you grow in experience, you will learn that some people are too far removed from reality to bother with. Their minds have grown addled, and nothing you do or say will be able to cut through their warped perception of reality. Though all people deserve a chance, when you encounter this sort of person, the only real option is avoiding them or dealing with them directly."
As soon as his last words rang out, John moved, flames bursting from his feet as he shot toward the leader of the enemy group. His sword sprang from its sheath in one smooth motion, darting for the enemy leader's throat even as John's magical shield sprang open. Caught off guard by the suddenness of the attack, the enemy leader threw himself backward, his curved short sword lifting to try and deflect the silver blade darting toward his throat. The rest of the enemy party had been just as surprised, and their moment of shock cost them dearly. With almost a sixth sense, Ellie raised her crossbow at the same time as John moved and pulled the trigger. A twang echoed in the air as the crossbow bolt shot into the crowd, slamming into the leather-armored chest of one of the women. Her short scream was abruptly cut off as the bolt punched through her armor, crushing her sternum and breaking her spine. Clearly trained for this sort of thing, Storm was not bothered by the sound of the ringing crossbow string and jumped sideways, beginning to circle around the enemy as Ellie began to reload her crossbow. In the center of the group, John's sharp blade sped up, slipping past the curved sword and through a tiny gap between the enemy leader's armor and helmet. Feeling his blade bite flesh, John's wrist flicked, drawing a crimson stroke through the air as hot blood sprayed. Borrowing the momentum as he turned, he thrust his shield forward, slamming it into the leader with a crunch, launching the unfortunate man back into the rest of his teammates. Without waiting for the enemy to catch up, John was already on to the next attack, his blade slashing toward one of the other men standing out front. Clearly some sort of fighter, John's new target managed to react better than his leader had, jumping back and bringing his two short spears up in front of him. The spears were only around 3 feet long and carried a curved hook on the back of their blades that allowed them to double as axes. Though John had never faced this sort of weapon, he wasn't concerned as he pressed forward, his silver sword flickering in the afternoon light. Blocking a strike, the fighter felt his weapon shake and his expression turned ugly. Every single one of John's attacks was powerful enough to shake his grip on his weapon, and he was forced to retreat to keep from dropping his spears.
Stormmaster Kelvis's notes said that the books contained the spell to find the tower, and I'm sure the quill and compass have something to do with them. I guess it's time to do some serious studying. Maybe I can work on the next spell in the water series as well.
Before going into the house to peruse the books Stormmaster Kelvis had left behind, John stopped by the barn to see how Thomas was getting along, and then the cheese cellar to see if Ellie needed a hand. As much as he wanted to rush into his room and crack open the books, life on a farm required nearly constant work, and he didn't want to leave anyone hanging. The cheese cellar was cool, but bright, thanks to the mana lamps, and he found Ellie wrapping the last few wheels of cheese for the day. With John's help, she finished dipping them, and they stacked the wheels on a shelf in the back. Double-checking that everything had been rotated properly, John put the last wheel of cheese in place and then walked over to the potted plants that had been growing in the cheese cellar. Each pot had multiple flowers in them, and they were blooming really well.
"They look like they're doing really well," John said, gesturing to the multicolored flowers.
"They really are. This environment seems to be perfect. They really like the trace mana coming off the lamps."
"Have you figured out how they reproduce?"
"I'm guessing it has to do with mana density. Once the mana they absorb is strong enough, they create a seed that shoots out of the root system and sprouts."
"Great. It looks like we have enough to start using on the wheat. I want to try to see if using these flowers will produce a change in the wheat seeds. It's a long shot, but worth a try at least. Though we still need to figure out why they melt in the sun."
Poking one of the trembling leaves, John shook his head.
"This world has a lot of mysteries, and I have a feeling some of them we'll never get to the bottom of."
"All we can do is keep learning and trying," Ellie said, smiling. And speaking of learning and trying, I want to summon a familiar."
Imagining Ellie summoning Vexus, John blinked and nodded. "Sure. When were you thinking?"
"There's going to be a storm in 2 days. Maybe that night?"
"Sounds good. Anything you need from me?"
Yes. Summoning a familiar is, tricky. There's no telling what will show up. And if it goes wrong, I might need some help making sure whatever I summon doesn't escape. The summoning is half of the spell, and the second part is binding it. Hopefully I'll summon a positive or even neutral creature. But it's also possible that I'll summon a negative creature, in which case I'll need help protecting myself until I can bind it and banish it."
"I can do that."
"Thank you,"
Ellie said, looking relieved. That night, when everyone was settling down, John sat in his room and got out the items Stormmaster Kelvis had left, along with the journal that recorded the life of the mage who had stayed in the Shadow Tower 200 years ago. Placing them on the bed in front of him, John let out a sigh. This wasn't the first time the pieces of a puzzle had just fallen into his lap, and if someone tried to tell him there was no force pulling strings behind the scenes, he wasn't sure he would believe them. The fact that he would encounter the journal, the ruins of the Mage Tower, and a plant that claimed to be from the Shadow Tower was simply too strange to just be a coincidence. Putting that thought aside, he opened up the journal and skimmed it quickly, refreshing himself on its contents. He had already memorized the entire journal, but looking at it again brought it to the forefront of his mind and made it easier for him to remember it. Placing the journal down, John picked up the 3 books Stormmaster Kelvis had left and opened the first one. All 3 of them held notes on magic that was much more advanced than John could understand. What he found funny was that many of the effects Kelvis described were things John could do with pure mana control, but considering how that increased his doom points, John was more interested in understanding the magical theory in the book. Carefully reading over it, he stopped his mental model, pausing the analysis of doom points, and began to try to puzzle out the pieces he was missing from the combination of basic arcanum and the Stormmaster's notes. John had never been a particularly studious person by nature, though his life circumstances had forced him into learning how to study in order to navigate academia, but the advantage of his mental model skill could not be overstated. His brain seemed to process information on an unconscious level, spitting out answers and follow-up questions like a ticker-tape machine. Before he realized it, most of the night had passed, and John found it was nearly morning. Tearing himself away from the books, he meditated quietly until it was time to get up, and then began the chores for the day. That night saw him right back at it, and once again he spent the whole night completely immersed in learning about magic. At one point, he'd realized it wasn't enough to simply work out the problems, so he began to write them down, doing his best to master the incredible information he was learning. On top of the theory the books contained, he also had a complete set of water spells he could use for reference, and he made good progress in understanding how spells were constructed in the first place. This time he managed to catch a few hours of sleep before the morning sun rose in the east, and as the day dawned bright and hot, he went out to check on Ben and Evan's practice session. Thomas had not been joking about working both Ben and Evan hard, and seeing them took John back to the torturous days when he had first arrived in this world. Deciding it had been a bad idea to come and see what they were doing, John hurried off to start his chores for the day. His spell deconstruction was going well, but John put it on the back burner and began to get ready for Ellie's familiar summoning ritual. He had gotten a bit more information from her and wondered if the spell would work for him. Most witch spells relied on the witch's medium to gather mana that was purer than normal, but John's mana was already incredibly pure. In fact, it was considerably purer than the mana Ellie gathered from storms. According to what Ellie had told him, she would use that storm mana to call a being from outside of the world that had an affinity with storms, and then, using the second part of the spell, bind it to herself until her death. So long as she had storm mana, the familiar could use that mana to manifest into this world, just like Vexus did. As she grew stronger, and her mana grew more powerful, so too would the familiar, until it could use its full power in this world. The difficulty lay in her medium. Where stars were considered a neutral medium, storms were considered a negative medium, and were most closely tied to aggressive creatures. While it wasn't impossible she would summon a neutral or even positively aligned creature, it was more likely that whatever she summoned would try to attack her, which is why she wanted John to come along. So long as she could hide behind his shield while she bound the creature, she figured it wouldn't matter if the creature was antagonistic or not. Chapter 29. Once the chores were done for the day and everyone was settling down for the night, John sat on the porch, watching the rain come in. The storm looked to be a big one, but most of the storm's fury seemed to be venting itself over the mountain. Like a misty sheet being pulled toward the farm, the clouds crawled forward, dropping a steady deluge of rain down on the forest. Hearing the door open, John looked up and saw Ellie standing there. This time she was dressed in her leather armor to avoid having her dress soaked by the rain.
Ready?
Nodding, Ellie looked out at the approaching storm.
Yes.
Stepping off the porch, they began walking toward the woods, reaching the edge of the forest as the first of the raindrops pounded into the leaves overhead. By the time they made it to the hilltop, the rain was coming down full force, and they were completely soaked in less than a minute. John had to resist the urge to create a mana barrier to keep the water off him, but Ellie was having trouble keeping the wide smile off her face. Spreading out her arms, she let out a delighted laugh as she exulted in the rain.
What do you need me to do?
John asked, raising his voice to make himself heard over the wind.
Just stand there, unless the creature I summon looks like it's going to kill me,
Ellie said, joy gleaming in her eyes. Stepping back, John watched as Ellie took out the wand and the crystal ball she'd gotten from her grandmother. The way she'd described it, the summoning spell had already been cast inside the crystal ball, which acted as a temporary spell storage device. All she had to do was create a conduit through herself by drawing mana in from the storm to feed into it. Holding up her wand, she began to pull mana from the rain that fell around her, channeling it through her body and into the crystal ball that rested in her palm. By John's standards, the process was painfully slow, but given how recently Ellie had completed her class ceremony, the fact that she could do it at all was quite impressive. Mana continued to trickle into the wand, causing its wooden body to light up with an intense glow as it was condensed and moved to the crystal ball. The more mana that filled the crystal ball, the stronger the glow grew, until it looked just like one of the mana stones John used in the mana lamps. Rain fell on Ellie's skin, but despite the cooling effect, John could still see the beads of sweat forming on her skin. It was rare for magic users, whether mages or witches, to channel mana through their bodies, and John knew full well the pain it caused. Still, Ellie bore it without complaint, using the feeling of rejuvenation she received from the storm to offset the pain caused by the mana coursing through her. As the minutes ticked by, it clearly became more and more difficult, but Ellie did her best to hold on until, finally, the crystal ball in her hand lit up, jumping into the air to hover a dozen feet in front of her. Pointing her glowing wand at the floating crystal ball, she spoke the command phrase, and a pulse of energy radiated out from the crystal ball, passing through the world and hurtling into the void beyond, so fast it was almost imperceptible. As it was, it felt like little more than a flick in the back of his mind. As the spell took effect, Ellie's body sagged slightly, but she managed to keep herself on her feet as she turned to look proudly at John.
That's the first part. Now we have to wait for a few minutes. Once we receive the knock, we'll open the gate.
Knock? What's that?
I think it's a signal. That's how the creatures show they're interested. The strength of the knock will help me determine the relative strength of the creature, but if I pass them up, I can't call them again.
So it's a gamble?
John asked. Yes. If I hear a knock, I have to choose to keep it or wait for another.
No sooner had Ellie finished speaking than a light burst from the floating crystal ball. The light was bright, but only lasted for a short second before fading away. Blinking, Ellie didn't react, and soon the light had vanished completely.
That was a knock, I think. I'm just going on what was written in the description. The notes my grandmother left said I needed to wait until the light lasted at least 4 seconds.
Another burst of light radiated from the crystal ball, lasting 3 seconds before it began to die out. With a rapt gaze, Ellie watched as the crystal ball began to light up, carefully counting the seconds to see if she should answer the knocking creatures. After 8 shorter lights, a bright light lit up the crystal ball, this time tinged with a sharper light that caused John to think about the lightning that flashed in the distance. It quickly reached 4 seconds, and then 5, 6, and 7. When it finally started fading at 10 seconds, Ellie let out an excited cry and pointed her wand at the floating crystal ball. The glowing wand shot out a light that pierced through the light that was still shining from the crystal ball, forming a swirling rift that sent a beam of light into the sky, cutting through the storm clouds. A terrible humming sounded as the air split apart, and a green-limbed creature forced its way through, staring down at John and Ellie from a height of 15 feet. Beady eyes fixed on them, sending sparks jumping through the air, and 2 massive scythe-like arms hovered over their heads. The monster that stood before them had 4 powerful legs and insect wings, reminding John of a flesh-covered mantis. Lightning covered the monster, sending powerful sparks into the air as it arced between the large blades on its front body and the 6 antennae that danced on its head. With a terrifying shriek, it took a step forward, its blades slashing down toward Ellie's unprotected head, too quickly for her to react. At the last second, John appeared in between Ellie and the monster's lightning-wreathed blade, drowning the monster's screech with the ringing sound of the blade deflecting off John's shield.
"So how are we supposed to banish these things if they're hostile?"
John asked, eyeing the monstrous lightning mantis.
"I have to bind it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to summon it."
"We can worry about being sorry later. Right now we need to deal with it."
Shocked into action as John parried another attack aimed at her, Ellie quickly began activating the second part of the spell to try and cast the monster back out of the world. Stabbing out with his flaming sword, John felt the point of his blade deflect off the mantis's armor, leaving a groove but not quite managing to get through it. Stepping to the side, he blocked another pounding strike and chopped down with his own blade, attempting to carve a piece of the monster's blade-like arms off. This time, he barely made a dent, but the attempt clearly infuriated the mantis, who pressed into him, trying to crush him under its superior weight. Groaning as the monster slammed into him, John heaved, throwing it to the side. Unfortunately, the mantis's wings blurred, and it managed to keep its balance, hovering just off the ground. Not waiting for it to get its bearings back, John dashed forward, his sword stabbing toward its beady eyes. Bringing up one lightning-covered blade, the mantis blocked John's attack, at the same time swinging its other blade to try and cut him off at the waist. Spinning to catch the attack on his shield, John was sent flying through the air, slamming into a nearby tree. None the worse for wear, John bounded forward as soon as he got his feet under him, but the lightning mantis was already moving toward Ellie. Swearing, John was about to unleash his mana completely when a loud crowing caused the mantis to hesitate. Out of the storm, Sigvald darted down, claws raking savagely across the mantis's wings, forcing it to drop to the ground as fast as possible. Just when it had turned to deal with the giant rooster's sharp spurs, the ground shook and 2 crimson trails streaked up the hill, gouging deep into the mantis's side. A scream of pain echoed from the creature as it tried to free itself from where Ferdy's molten horns had burned holes in its chitinous plating. Letting out a cheer, John jumped forward, his shield blocking one of the flailing blade arms and preventing it from digging into Ferdy's back. Sigvald attacked again, dropping out of the sky more like an eagle than a rooster, his powerful wings sending raindrops flying. Each time he struck the monster, the lightning that covered it charred his feathers, but he never once stopped trying to peck the monster to death. Finally freeing itself from Ferdy's horns, the lightning mantis barely escaped the bull's pounding hooves and flashed back to try and gain some distance. Keeping a close eye on it, John checked on Ellie and saw that she was struggling to generate enough mana to complete the second part of the spell. Like a double-edged sword, summoning a more powerful creature meant that more mana had to be used to bind it, and it was taking her a long time to gather the mana she needed. For a brief second, John considered revealing himself completely and lending her the support she would need to bind the lightning mantis, but ultimately the habit formed of countless years of hiding who he really was won out, and he threw himself at the lightning mantis, fighting together with Ferdy and Sigvald to try and buy Ellie more time. Back and forth across the hilltop they fought, locked in a deadly struggle, whose only outcome was death. Doing his best to help Ferdy avoid any deadly attacks, John quickly realized that without unleashing his mana, there was simply no way for him to deal any significant damage to the monster. That realization was reinforced when a burst of lightning ran across the monster's body, causing the gouge in its chest armor left by John's sword a moment before to heal completely. Even the 2 holes in its side, left there by Ferdy's powerful horns, were beginning to knit together.
"Ellie, any idea what this thing is?"
John yelled after getting thrown back again by a powerful strike. Panting, as she tried to manage the mana flooding through her, Ellie struggled to speak.
"I think it's a storm spirit. The shell is just a body it's creating. But you can't kill the spirit. If you do, it will just reform somewhere else. We have to banish it."
Blinking, John flooded his eyes with mana, completely transforming his vision. The world stripped back as all the mana in his line of sight was laid bare before him. Just as Ellie had said, the creature in front of him was the manifestation of mana condensed to the point that it took on a physical shape. In the center of the lightning mantis was a smaller entity that glowed with a bright light, almost like a wisp. The true body of the spirit was actually a fragile thing, but its impeccable control of mana allowed it to create a body that could rival even the most powerful of beasts, causing it to be a force to reckon with. Realizing Ellie was right, John saw that things were worse than they appeared. Even if Ellie could gather the necessary mana, there was no way her mana would be able to reach the true body of the storm spirit to take effect, which meant that the body had to be split open if they were going to banish it. Resisting the urge to rip the monster apart with his bare hands, John glanced back and saw that Ellie was almost at her limit. Rapid calculations ran through his head as he tried to come up with the best solution, but before he could, his hand was forced. Ellie, already acting well beyond her capabilities, suddenly lost control of the spell, causing it to surge toward the storm spirit. In that moment, everything seemed to happen at once. The gathered mana spun forward, shooting toward the storm spirit, which threw back its head and screeched in anger. It had come because it had sensed a powerful being in this world, but when it arrived, it had only found a weakling who was borrowing the forces of a pathetic storm. The thought of being bound to a weak master was abhorrent to the storm spirit, so it had struck out, aiming to end the spell by killing the one who had cast it. Now, despite its clear superiority, the weakling was trying to bind it, making it furious. Sneering mentally, the storm spirit waited for the weakling's magic to dissipate against its powerful body. But before that happened, it noticed the man with the shield moving. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. Stepping forward at an impossible speed, John's sword rose and fell, and the body of the storm spirit, constructed from mana and harder than the finest metal, simply sheared in half. The only thing stronger than mana was purer mana, and John's was the purest. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. For a moment, the storm spirit felt the horrifying mana of the being that had drawn it to this world, causing it to freeze in place, not able to mount even a single ounce of defense in the face of the overwhelmingly powerful mana that carved past it. In that moment of inaction, the unthinkable happened. Ellie's spell, which never would have managed to get through the storm spirit's defenses, enveloped its body, branding a powerful spell into the core of its very being. Woken up from its stupor as the spell started to take effect, the storm spirit was about to force its body to self-destruct when an iron-like beak fell onto its true form, gobbling it up in one quick gulp. No one, not even John, had noticed when Sigvald, still wearing his eye patch, had flown down to attack the storm spirit's mantis body. The rooster had arrived a moment after John's attack and saw the gleaming storm spirit in the center of the lightning mantis's split-open body. Not particularly bright, his bird brain had assumed the gleaming thing was a large piece of crystallized mana. Overwhelming desire had awoken in the proud rooster's chest, and like a shot, he had braved the destructive forces of unraveling mana to seize the prize for himself. Crushing the fragile spirit with his beak, he swallowed it down and spread his wings, letting out a crow of triumph so loud it forced the storm to a standstill. Chapter 30. Magic that was wildly stronger than Sigvald could control swirled around the rooster, empowering his cry and racing through his body. It carried with it the spell Ellie had cast, but instead of binding to the storm spirit, it was firmly planted into the muscles and bones of an egotistical rooster, absorbing all the mana that had belonged to the storm spirit and forcefully binding it to Sigvald's body. Under John's astonished gaze, the mana he had cut away from the storm spirit began to boil, rushing into the rooster under the control of the spell Ellie had cast. In a completely bizarre turn of events, the rooster's body began to transform, simultaneously growing stronger as the pure mana of the storm spirit flooded into him, and weaker as the spell forced the mana into a sealed state to bring Sigvald in line with Ellie's level of strength. Sigvald's feathers, already metallic, began to shine with a sharp light, and a bluish-white streak of lightning crawled across his tail, lighting up the night. Though the rooster's strength was being suppressed, the power of his body was growing dramatically, and John could see his feathers growing stronger than steel.
"Ellie, what's going on with your spell?"
John asked, his eyes still on Sigvald, who was continuing to transform.
"Ellie?"
When he didn't hear a response, he turned his head to look and saw that Ellie was slumped down in the dirt, her body trembling as some of the mana that had belonged to the storm spirit ran back through the connection she had formed with Sigvald and imprinted into her own body. Rushing over, John did his best to keep his own mana from mixing in with the mana surging through the air as he checked Ellie. Her body was terribly cold, but her pulse was fine, and she didn't have a fever, so he wasn't too worried. Thanks to her classholder status, her body was incredibly resilient, and the storm spirit's pure mana was improving her even further. She might be a bit woozy when she woke up, but John was confident she would be fine. The bigger problem was that the spell she had cast was still operating. Normally it would have failed if she had fallen unconscious, but the crystal ball was keeping it going, and if he was any judge, it was currently binding Sigvald to Ellie as a familiar. Unsure how to stop it, John just watched in bemusement as the eye-patch-wearing rooster was transformed into some sort of strange lightning bird with metal feathers, and then, as the spell completed, making Sigvald into Ellie's familiar. It wasn't as if John couldn't have broken the spell apart. That would have been as simple as waving his hand, though it would certainly have cost him at least 1 doom point. No, the problem was that he simply didn't understand magic well enough to know what would happen if he broke the spell.
John had never felt his lack of magical knowledge more acutely than he did at this moment, but all he could do was watch, as the spell finished, the excess mana being released into the atmosphere. A wave of excess mana spread into the sky, breaking apart the clouds and causing the storm to slowly abate. As the last dregs of rain faded away, Ellie stirred, her eyelashes fluttering. The first thing she saw when her eyes opened was John's profile, and following his gaze, she caught sight of Sigvald standing under the fading rain, his head raised and his wings stretched out. A deep sense of connection fluttered through her heart, and the rooster's head snapped around, his gleaming eye staring at her. With majestic steps he strutted over, cocking his head to the side as if asking how she was.
"I'm fine,"
Ellie responded, pushing herself into a sitting position.
"What happened?"
"I have no idea," John said, shrugging. "Or rather, I know exactly what happened, but I have no idea how Birdbrain here survived it. He ate the storm spirit halfway through your spell taking effect, so he ended up absorbing both the spell and the storm spirit. Or something along those lines. Honestly, I fully expected fried chicken after he gobbled it down. Then again, nothing about these animals is normal."
As if to illustrate his point, Ferdy trotted over happily, blood still streaming down the giant bull's body from where the monster's blade had stabbed into him. Molten rock dripped endlessly from his horns and hooves, sizzling as it fell to the ground, cooling in the night air. Pushing against John's chest with his big nose, he stuck out his long tongue, clearly waiting to be rewarded for his efforts. Sigvald, seeing that Ferdy was looking for a mana crystal, let out a cry and tried to flutter up onto the bull's back, only to be blocked by a burning horn. Lightning glittered dangerously in Sigvald's eye as he dodged the waving horn, but before he could make a move, Ellie's tired voice brought him back to the ground.
"Sigvald, cut it out."
Fluttering down to stand next to her, Sigvald preened his feathers, looking as if he had never intended to stray from Ellie's side. Letting out a groan, she tried to get up, only to realize she was too drained. When John reached out to take her hand, Sigvald stretched out his wing to block him, but a glare sent the poor rooster cowering behind his new master, much to Ellie's amusement.
"I'm sorry. I don't think I can stand up,"
Ellie said, taking John's offered hand.
"Not a problem,"
he replied, crouching and sliding his hand under her legs. Transferring his other hand to her back, he picked her up easily and walked down the hill. This was the second time he had carried her like this, though this time she was alert and slightly embarrassed. Tucking her head so he couldn't see her red cheeks, Ellie tried to remain still to make it easier for him. Behind them stalked Sigvald, his head bobbing as he tried to keep up, while Ferdy followed after the rooster, happily chewing on the mana crystal John had given him. The storm had broken, but the leaves, still wet with rainwater, continued to drop water on John and Ellie as they made their way through the woods and back to the house. It was after midnight, and Ben was sleeping in the bunkhouse, so despite Ellie's protests, John carried her all the way into her room. As they walked back, he had used his mana to surreptitiously dry them both off, but after pushing him out, Ellie went to take a shower, while John walked back outside to make sure Ferdy and Sigvald were okay. To his surprise, the rooster had nearly gotten the kitchen door open, and was trying to come inside. Shooing Sigvald back out, John gave him a hard look, and then shook his head.
"What's the use arguing with a rooster? I bet Sigvald will be even more stuck up than normal. Though Ferdy seems to be able to hold his own. I wonder how he's getting so strong. It can't just be from the diet of mana crystals I'm feeding him. It's almost as if he's using a mana breathing method."
Walking over to the pasture, John saw that Ferdy had already put himself away, even closing the gate. Leaning against the fence, John watched until he saw Ferdy's molten horns fade into black, indicating he had gone to sleep. Shaking his head in wonder, John went back to the house. He had no idea why Sigvald and Ferdy had appeared, but it was clear to him that if the giant bull and rooster had not, the night would have ended with a lot more destruction. As it was, a single strike powerful enough to cut apart the storm spirit's body had earned him 2 doom points, bringing him a step closer to the end of the world. As much as he wished he could simply use his strength to solve his problems, each time he did, he inched toward a problem that no amount of strength could solve. Resolving to redouble his efforts to figure out the spell that would lead the way to the Shadow Tower, John headed to bed after spending some time meditating and getting himself back in order. When he walked out of his room the next morning, Ellie was already up, seeming none the worse for wear after their close call.
Apart from Sigvald's tendency to hang around Ellie when she was outside, everything else seemed to have remained the same, so John threw himself into the study of the notebooks Stormmaster Kelvis had left behind. The valley was growing warmer every day as the spring rains gave way to summer heat, and soon the wheat stubble began to show. John and Ellie had been treating one of the patches with colorful flowers, but apart from growing faster than normal, they showed no other changes. Still, John wasn't upset, as he had assumed any significant change would require at least a few iterations. A few weeks after the wild night when Ellie got her familiar, a couple visitors stopped by the farm, so John put down his books and walked out to meet them. Looking slightly uncomfortable, Haver stood at the entrance to the yard, not quite inside the farm proper, while George was standing by the porch. Both George and Haver had their eyes on the roof of the porch where Sigvald liked to perch. Seeing that the rooster was still giving them the stink eye when he came out, John bent down to pick up a rock, but Ellie, who had walked out after him, waved her hand, and the haughty bird quickly left. Putting down his rock with some regret, John invited the two men in. George accepted, but Haber shook his head.
No, but thanks. Your place makes my wolves nervous, so I'll be on my way. Honestly, it gives me the shivers, too,
Haber said, trying to scan the shadows by the barn, as if he was afraid someone would jump out.
I just swung by to tell you I've picked up some tracks. They're a valley over, but it seems to be the same thing Thomas mentioned. Gangs of bandits, maybe a few beasts as well.
Nodding gravely, John stepped off the porch to walk over to talk to Haber.
Thanks for letting us know. What kind of number are we talking about? At least 200, probably more. Enough that folding in a mid-sized bandit group probably wouldn't be an issue. I've had my wolves on the hunt, but we haven't seen anything inside the valley or even for 20 miles around. My guess is that the necromancer you killed had our valley as part of her territory. But if there are necromancers out and about, we need to call for some holy knights or something like that. My wolves are next to no good against undead, so don't even ask, all right? I don't mind scouting, since we can outrun them, but I don't want to get involved in a fight, okay? Heh, I get it. Thanks for your help on this. Sure. With the way things are going, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be retiring early, so it'll pay tenfold to make sure this valley is safe. If you wouldn't mind me as a neighbor, of course.
Happy to have you, as long as you leave my cows and people alone, John said, a slight smile gracing his lips.
Oh, and I wanted to mention, we might have found another ruin. You want in? This one will be way safer than the other one. Better team, too. Can you swear it's not an abandoned mage tower?
Haver asked, his tone only slightly sarcastic.
No, but can anyone? I'm confident it's not an abandoned mage tower.
Staring at John, Haver's eyes narrowed and he let out a sigh.
Fine. Tell me when. Haha, great. I knew I could count on you. Yeah, whatever. I'll see you later.
Watching Haver vanish into the woods, John couldn't help but grin. Though they hadn't started off on a good foot, the longer he interacted with Haver, the more he liked the Wolf King. Heading back to the house, he found George nursing a cup of tea at the table. Ellie had fresh cookies out, so John got a cup of tea for himself and sat down, picking up a couple of the cookies to chew on.
Every time I come out here, this place looks better and better, George said, gesturing out the window with the cookie he held. And the cookies get better and better.
Rolling her eyes, Ellie, who was sitting at the table, leaned over and pushed the cookies toward George.
Oh, stop, George. You don't have to butter me up to get more cookies.
A man's got to do what he's got to do. And if I told you that you were getting prettier, I might get my clock cleaned by Mr. Sutton here,
George said, smiling shamelessly and throwing a wink at Ellie.
Why would I stop you from telling the truth? John asked, joining in the fun.
Blushing slightly, Ellie hid her face behind her cup and rolled her eyes again, as George let out a hearty laugh and slapped the table.
Ha! Hear that? It's not just these old eyes that think that way.
Enough silliness, George, Ellie said, putting down her cup. You're normally guarding the valley entrance. What brings you our way?
Growing stern, George finished his tea and put his cup down. Looking between Ellie and John, he spoke seriously.
Strangers in the valley, wearing leather armor like that red coral team. A nobleman is with them, too, asking around without seeming to ask around, if you know what I mean.
I do, John nodded.
How many are we talking about? Nearly 20. Most, if not all, class holders, and all heavily armed and geared for camping. If I didn't know better, I would have said they were a private army instead of mercenaries. I figured you might want to know, since they've been asking around for a Sutton and accompanying lady."
Sensing Ellie tense up, John smiled reassuringly at her, and then looked at George, his eyes frighteningly calm.
"And what have they been told?" "Told? They've been told to try the next valley over," George said, letting out a snort. "You're one of our own now. The valley folk have been telling me how you've been helping them this winter, giving milk and cheese on credit. You're one of ours, and we don't give up our own. But I thought you should know, seeing as there's no telling if someone will let something slip."
Chapter 31. Stretching to get the stiffness out of his shoulders, John put down the research journal he was reading and looked at the notes he had assembled. It had been a few days since George had stopped by to warn them about the strangers in the valley poking around, and John had been spending nearly all his time digging out the secrets contained in Stormmaster Kelvis's journals. He had been hoping to figure out the spell for activating the compass before the people looking for him found the farm. Staring at the spell written out before him, John's eyes traced over it, doing his best to commit it to memory. Unlike the spell scrolls, which imprinted someone else's knowledge of a spell directly into the mind of the person learning it, learning spells this way was incredibly time-consuming and required a significant amount of concentration, which is why John had spent the last 2 days sequestered in his room. Holding out the compass-like device he had gotten from the ruins, John held the quill in the other hand and began to activate the spell. The first time he spoke the arcane command words, he felt a large chunk of his mana twist together, rushing into his brain as the spell was branded there, becoming a permanent part of him. "A new spell has been discovered. You have learned Kelvis's Greater Scrying." In his hand, the compass lit up, and John touched the quill pen to it, setting the target as the mana of Stormmaster Kelvis's favorite student. Kelvis's Greater Scrying was an advanced version of a tracking spell, and the mage had left behind the quill pen he'd used to carve the runes on the door of the hidden tower. If that didn't work, John intended to use the journal he'd recovered from the Grim, since that carried the mana of Stormmaster Kelvis's student who had been living in the tower. The spell ensured that the compass would point toward the place with the largest concentration of the student's mana, hopefully leading them to the tower. Even if he or she had passed away, which was exceedingly likely given that it had been 200 years since the Shadow Tower had been established, the compass would point toward her bones, as they would carry a remnant of her mana. There was always the chance she had been completely destroyed, of course, which was why John was hoping the spell worked as Kelvis had intended in the first place. As the spell bound the trace of mana contained in the quill to the compass, John saw the needle in the center spin around 3 times and then snap to a northwestern heading. Turning the compass, he saw the needle remain absolutely fixed in the same direction, causing a smile to grow on his face. With the compass set, it was time to gather a team and head for the tower. Before that, however, John opened up the small ornate box and took out the Raging Waters spell scroll. Accepting the prompt, he felt the knowledge rush into his head, imprinting into his mind. Resisting the urge to try the spell out right there, he toggled his spell list and took a look at the 2 spells that had been added. Both were mage-level spells, and if John had lived in the world before the wars, he would have officially been recognized as a true mage. Spell list: Fireball, Basic. Flame Arrow, Apprentice. Summon Water, Basic. Water Arrow, Apprentice. Downpour, Acolyte. Raging Waters, Mage. Kelvis's Greater Scrying, Mage. Closing the list, John stood in his room for a moment longer, lost in thought. The process for learning magic without a spell scroll was time-consuming, but the result it produced was undoubtedly better. John wasn't sure if it was because the spell scroll imparted someone else's knowledge of a spell, but the spells he had learned on his own, specifically Flame Arrow and Kelvis's Greater Scrying, were both noticeably more efficient than the other spells he knew. Shaking off the desire to begin remaking his other spells then and there, John let out a low laugh and walked out to the kitchen. He had always thought scornfully of the mages who locked themselves away to study magic, but the further into it he got, the more seductive it was, and the stronger the impulse to ignore everything else became. Not finding anyone in the kitchen, John headed for the barn to see if he could find Thomas. The middle-aged man was forking hay for the pregnant cows, so John grabbed a pitchfork and helped him. Working in silence, they finished quickly and then hung their tools up.
"I'm going to be heading for a ruin soon. I'm guessing Ellie will want to come, so you might have the whole farm again. Oh, and Sigvald, too. So it will just be you and Ferdy. Think you could handle 20 class holders if they decided to raid the farm?
Will there be any spellcasters?
No, I don't think so, but no guarantee.
If there are no spellcasters, I shall be fine, sir. It might be a challenge if there are more than 2 legendary class holders, but otherwise we'll manage.
All right, thanks.
Do you know how long you'll be away, sir? The summer wheat will be ready for harvest in around 3 weeks.
We'll try to be back before that, but you know how these things are. Thankfully, we shouldn't be leaving the mountains around the valley.
Understood, sir. We also need to decide what to do with our steer. We have 3 of age, and another 2 who will be of age in a few weeks.
What are our options?
Leaning against the doorpost of the barn, Thomas gestured to the cows out in the pasture.
We either butcher them ourselves, or we send them to be butchered. If we're selling them out of the valley, we'll have to cross the Great Plains, which might be a challenge. The biggest problem is finding people who can afford them. Buying a beef cow is expensive.
What about the Moritoi? Would they buy them?
Eyebrows going up, Thomas looked at John for a moment before responding.
They're not friendly to the nation, sir.
Sure, but you know how I feel about the nation, Thomas. Besides, some of them are trading under the flag of the Eternal Flame.
In that case, the Moritoi would be the best trading partner, though we would probably want to gather a bigger herd before we went to trade. We can talk to some of the other farmers and see if they have any steer to send along.
It never stops, does it? John said, laughing. Let's leave that for when I get back. For now, I'm going to see about pulling our new friends' attention away from the farm. Hopefully they'll bite and follow me into the mountains.
Good luck, sir.
Thanks.
Leaving Thomas to his work, John walked down into the cheese cellar where Ellie was busy making cheese. When she saw him, she smiled and pushed a wisp of hair out of her face. "Did you figure it out?" Pulling up a tall stool, John sat next to Ellie and pulled one of the drained bags of unformed cheese over and opened it up. The feel for forming cheese had never left him, and, after washing his hands, he began to skillfully squeeze the crumbly cheese into a wheel.
"Yeah, I did," John said, "which means we have another ruin to explore."
Trying to hide the excitement in her eyes, Ellie patted the cheese wheel she had been working on and started heating the wax. Playing it cool, she pulled over another bag to begin shaping it. "When are you thinking of going?"
"Probably tonight. I need to put a team together, as ruins can be pretty dangerous. I was thinking of getting Haver and maybe George. Ideally, we should have 5 people, but Thomas needs to stay here."
Fortifying her courage with a deep breath, Ellie turned to look directly at John. "I'll do it. I can do it, and I have a familiar, which is almost like having another person. I can handle healing, and I can fight, too."
"Are you sure? It's going to be dangerous. Probably way more dangerous than going to your grandmother's house. This is a mage's tower, potentially an active mage's tower."
Nodding firmly, Ellie began to dip the wheels of cheese they had made.
All the more reason I should come. If there's magic, someone has to deal with it, right?
Huh, true. All right, I'll go get Haver tonight and we'll leave tomorrow.
After dinner, John dashed through the forest, quickly traveling toward Wolf Den, where the bandit king made his home. Inspired by his experience with the strange plant and its reaction to the different kinds of mana he summoned, John had been trying to figure out how to use air mana to power his quick movement ability, but so far he'd no luck. Already fast, John had discovered he could use fire mana's explosive quality to accelerate even quicker, creating the teleporting effect he used to get around. Unfortunately, he didn't know enough about the air element to understand how to use it properly. Water mana, on the other hand, had proved to be quite effective. His newest spell, Raging Waters, had given him a hint, and after a bit of practice he found he was able to use trace amounts of water mana on his feet to push him forward with the force of a flash flood. While it wasn't quite as fast as his fire mana-fueled ability, it was easier to sustain and allowed him to avoid leaving burning flames in his wake. The bits of water he left behind were quickly absorbed by the ground as he surged forward, weaving his way between the trees. Arriving at the foot of the mountain path, he slowed to a normal run to avoid scaring anyone, and headed up. When he got there, he found that the gate only had one guard, and the fortress beyond the gate looked quite empty. Seeing him, the guard straightened up and saluted.
"Hello, Mr. Sutton, sir."
"Is Haber around?"
No, sir. He is out until tomorrow."
"Got it. Can you give him a note for me?"
"Yes, sir."
Giving the guard a bemused glance, John quickly wrote out a note. Seeing the guard holding on to it as if his life depended on it, John shook his head and said his goodbye, quickly escaping down the mountain. Figuring it might take Haver an extra day or so to be ready, John swung by the farm to get his horse, and then, leaving a note for Ellie to meet him in town, headed for the mountains to see if he could train his new spells. When he had last examined the 2 remaining spells in the ornate box, he had still felt like there was a bit of a chance of failure, so he wanted to get used to raging water, hoping that would increase his familiarity with water-based spells. Finding a secluded spot, John made sure Merlin was well out of the way, and then began to practice. Stretching out his hand, he recited the command phrase for raging waters, causing a blue glow to light up around him. A dozen water beads appeared all around him and shot forward, stretching out into thick pillars of water. Twisting together, the water pillars slammed into the tree in front of him, smashing it into splinters and washing it away. Surprised by the power of the spell, John closed his eyes and replayed what had just happened. Like Summon Water, the spell had summoned a bunch of water beads, but instead of stopping at one, it had continued to summon them, much like the spell Downpour did, turning the water beads into pillars of water. The rotational force of the pillars was borrowed from the Water Arrow spell, combining with the principles from the earlier spells to create a new, more powerful spell. Stretching out his hand, John clicked his fingers, casting it again. As the powerful wave of water washed through the same place, carrying away the remains of the tree, John felt the increased mana drain. Casting spells silently made almost no difference at the novice and apprentice level, and only a tiny difference at the acolyte level. But the difference in mana cost between a normal and a silently casted mage-level spell was significant enough that he actually noticed it. After a couple more tests, John closed his eyes and let his mental model work. Standing quietly for a few minutes, he suddenly extended his hand and snapped, causing 12 blue flames to appear around him. Just like the raging water spell, the tongues of flame grew into twisting pillars of flame that combined in front of him, mixing into a giant beam of fire that ripped through the forest like a dragon's breath. "A new spell has been discovered. You have learned Twisting Flames." Letting out a delighted laugh, John pulled the burning flames back into his body with a quick inhale, sucking them into his lungs. Feeling the burning in his chest, John was suddenly struck by an idea. Closing his eyes again, he set mental model to work, quickly generating and rejecting a dozen spell structures until he found something he thought would work. Speaking a command word, he felt the mana that should have transformed into flames twist, trying to escape his control. Ruthlessly crushing it, he revised the spell structure and tried again, using his powerful control of mana to test another dozen iterations of the spell. I'm probably the only mage in history that's ever been able to crack a new spell structure through brute force. Nearly 20 minutes later, John spoke a new command word, and the mana that he had gathered flowed smoothly from his mouth, transforming into a devastating gout of blue flame. Extending 10 feet from his lips, the flames licked at the ground, incinerating the grass and melting the ground. Breathing in, he pulled the heat back, causing the earth to harden into a smooth, almost stone-like substance, but he was too excited to notice. "A new spell has been discovered. You have learned Dragon's Breath." Mental model has grown in effect and efficiency. Mental model 40. This is perfect. Just call me a dragon warrior. If I can develop more spells like this, I should be able to start using more magic when I fight, which will reduce the likelihood of me needing to use my personal mana. Hopefully that will mean fewer doom points overall. Since the spells he cast used mana from his surroundings to empower their effects, the flames they produced were significantly weaker than the flames John could produce directly with his pure mana, but in most fights they would be more than sufficient. Rather, John was just happy to have discovered a way to use magic without immediately racking up more doom points. Checking the sky, he saw that he had at least an hour until it was time to meet Ellie in town, so he got back to work creating spells. Chapter 32. The sun was just starting to climb over the mountains when John rode his horse into Fairford, immediately noticing a difference in the village. Normally, the town would be bustling as people started their day, but as he rode down the main street, John barely saw anyone out and about. A subdued air hung over the village, and it was clear from the sidelong glances John got that he wasn't the only one who felt it. Stopping at the inn, John got down from Merlin and tied his horse up to the hitching post next to Storm, who was already tied there. Stepping up onto the porch, he took a moment to survey the town, but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Judging from Storm's presence, Ellie was probably already in the inn, so he walked inside. As the door opened, everyone turned to look at the door, their expressions showing clear relief when they recognized John. Ellie was sitting at the bar talking with Sven, and as John came in, she turned and smiled at him. As she turned back to the bar, he saw a flash of something on the back of her neck that looked like a tattoo, causing him to blink. Walking up to the bar, he greeted Sven with a nod and sat down next to Ellie. While Sven went to grab his food, he turned to her and tapped the back of his neck.
"Get some new ink?"
Ink?
"A tattoo. Looks like Sigvald."
Ah, is that what it is?"
Ellie asked, turning her back to him and moving her hair so he could see it clearly.
"I saw there was something there, but couldn't get a good look at it. It's probably my familiar mark."
Poking up over the leather armor she was wearing, the tattoo extended down onto Ellie's back, only leaving the head and beak of the bird visible. Noticing it even showed the scar that ran across Sigvald's eye, John nodded.
"Yeah, it's Sigvald. Most of it is hidden behind your armor, though. That reminds me, we should get a big mirror for the bathroom."
"Big mirrors are tough," Sven said, sliding John's plate in front of him. "Transporting glass is always so tough."
"True. Maybe we could make one. That might be easier."
"I think Garrett has some polished sheets people were buying a few years back. Might be able to make something with that."
"I'll talk with him,"
John said, turning to glance at the quiet room.
"Looks like someone's cast a spell over the town. What's got everyone so scared?"
Glancing around, Sven lowered his voice and leaned forward. "The big gang of mercs on the edge of town. If you stick around for a bit, you'll be able to see them. 3 of them are staying here, the noble and his 2 bodyguards. They usually come down around 9, but the mercs will be in at any moment to get some food."
"George mentioned them. Said they were looking for me?"
"Not explicitly, but they did describe the armor you 2 are wearing, so if they see you, they'll probably put it together." Shooting a glance at John, who was calmly shoveling forkfuls of food into his mouth, Ellie turned back to Sven.
"Want us to leave, so there's no trouble?"
Shaking his head, Sven gave her a mirthless smile. "Nah, they should know better than to make trouble in town. We're protected. More likely they'll try to get you out of town before they try anything." Looking up, John stared at Sven for a second.
"I heard there were 20 of them, all class holders. That seems like more than the town can handle. There are what, half a dozen class holders here?"
"And a new ecclesia office," Sven said, smiling. "It's only a priestess and 2 holy knights, but if the noble does anything to us, the ecclesia will eventually find out, and then it'd be curtains for them. Speaking of the priestess, here she comes." Turning around on her seat, Ellie saw a beautiful woman in a white robe with a blue flame motif coming into the inn. Her hair, as black as midnight, framed her bronze skin, and her bright green eyes carried a gentle look that made Ellie feel at ease immediately. Despite her perfectly shaped features, the priestess was not intimidating in the slightest, and Ellie found herself returning the smile that came her way. Nudging John, who was still turned around, Ellie had trouble tearing her eyes from the priestess, only snapping out of her daze when the priestess walked over.
"Hello, my name is Evangeline Bellucci, priestess of the Eternal Flame. But you can call me Ava. I don't believe we've met." "Pleased to meet you. My name is Ellie Stoke, and this is John's—"
"Just John," John said, without turning around. Glancing over, Ellie realized John had put the hood of his cloak up and was busying himself with his food. Though she didn't know why he was so clearly uninterested in interacting with Ava, she adapted quickly.
"We live on one of the farms out in the valley and are just passing through town this morning." "Ah."
Ava's eyes lingered on the back of John's head for a moment before she smiled sweetly and looked at Ellie.
"Well, if you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to come by the ecclesia office. We offer free healing, food, and help with shelter. We also offer free education and subsidized business loans for enterprising people." "Thanks. We'll stop by if the need arises."
With another gentle smile, Ava nodded and walked to the nobles, stopping to chat with the townsfolk. Seeing that Ellie was still watching her go, Sven let out a low laugh. "Only been in town a week and already knows everyone like she grew up here."
"She's so pretty,"
Ellie said, awe mixed with a hint of envy in her voice.
"Poison is what she is,"
John said darkly, his voice so quiet that only Sven and Ellie could hear him.
"Once they get their claws into you, they try to control your whole life, all under the guise of helping you."
"Well, she can control me any time she wants," Sven said, shaking his head. But don't let the holy knights that are with her hear you talking like that. They practically worship the ground she walks on. They'll be in once the mercs arrive."
"John, should we leave?"
Ellie asked.
"No," John spoke firmly. "We told Haver we would meet him here. We'll stay till he arrives."
"Hold on," Sven said, his eyes opening wide. "Haver is coming? Oh no, this is bad. That nobleman, Earl Vassic, he knows that Haver was part of the group that went out with the Red Coral team. He's looking for him."
"Earl Vassic is here?"
Instead of speaking, Sven gestured with his chin toward the stairs where a hawkish man was walking down, two beautiful women dressed in leather armor trailing him. The Earl carried himself with the typical air of a nobleman, and it was clear from the sneer that seemed to be pasted on his mouth that the rudimentary comforts of the village's inn did not meet his exacting standards. Carrying a cane topped with a skull in his ring-adorned hand, the Earl stopped at the bottom of the stairs, looking around for an empty table. Choosing a table next to where Ava had just taken a seat, he said something to one of his guards and then walked with mincing steps over to the table.
"Do you know him?"
Ellie asked John as she watched the woman Earl Vassic had spoken to coming toward the bar.
"I've run across him in the past,"
John replied, turning back to his food. Striding up to the bar, the female guard slapped her hand on the wooden surface to get Sven's attention. "Barkeep, 3 breakfasts with your finest red wine, and put some legs on it. We're going to be leaving soon."
"Of course, ma'am,"
Sven answered, bowing his head. As he disappeared into the back, the guardwoman turned her head and caught sight of Ellie, who was observing her curiously. About to turn away, she saw Ellie's leather armor and stopped for a second. The construction of it was close to her own armor, but it was different enough that she thought she might have been mistaken. Ever since they had gotten back to the valley, John had added thin metal plates to the outside of the armor, and Ellie had sewn in some cloth strips, making it look less like the armor they had scavenged from the Red Coral team. For a moment, she seemed like she would say something, but after hesitating, she went back to the table where Earl Vassic sat to wait for Sven to bring their food out. Finishing up his breakfast, John downed the rest of his ale and pushed his plate back. Seeing Sven come out with the meals for Earl Vassic and his guards, John nodded to the innkeeper.
"As satisfying as ever."
"Great. I'll pass your compliments along. You said you're waiting for Haver, right? When is he coming?"
"Sometime this morning, probably. Oh, that reminds me. Is George around? I was hoping to hire him."
"No, he got a job leading a hunting party. He'll be out of the valley for at least another week. Why? What are you looking for?"
"Huh. Shame. We found another ruin, and I want to put a team together to check it out."
Eyes brightening, Sven gave John a measured look and picked up one of the glasses he seemed to be perpetually polishing. "Who's in your team right now?"
"It's me, Ellie, and Haver. But Haver's got his wolves, and Ellie here has a companion of her own. We're good on front line in combat, and Ellie will cover support. We're just looking for someone to scout and act as trapbinder. Know anyone else we could top?"
Thinking for a moment, Sven put the glass down and threw the towel across his shoulder. Resting his forearms on the bar, he looked between Ellie and John as if weighing something. "What about me?"
"You?"
"Yeah. I've done my share of adventuring back in the day, and while I don't have a title, you won't find a better trapbinder this side of the capital. Besides, things are getting a bit tense around here, and getting out of town for a week or two sounds like a great idea." This time it was John's turn to look at Sven. He had known Sven was a class holder from the moment he had first walked into the inn, but other than that, he knew relatively little about the man, which carried a significant risk. Since Haver was not around yet to ask, John tapped on the bar top.
"You have references?"
"Sure," Sven said, smiling happily. "Here you go." With a flourish, a bright silver token marked with an open bag of money appeared in Sven's hand, held so that only Ellie and John could see it. With another flourish, it was gone, leaving Ellie blinking.
"Thieves' Guild?"
John asked, his eyebrows rising.
"What's a big shot like you doing out here?"
Sven gave John a lopsided grin and tapped the side of his nose. "If I told you, I'd have to leave, now wouldn't I? What do you say? I cut my teeth in the capital city's catacombs and got my promotions back before the Ecclesia took over." Seeing that Ellie was lost, John lowered his voice and explained.
"The catacombs are where nobility are buried. They take the safety of their possessions very seriously."
"Ha! Seriously is an understatement," Sven said. "They trapped every single inch of those tunnels. I can't say I'm the best scout, but I can sniff out a tripwire from a mile away.
Fine. As long as Haver is fine with it, you can come. He and Ellie can cover the scout duties. Pay is a 10% split with a 6 gold guaranteed minimum and a 4 gold hazard pay bonus.
That sounds good to me. When are you leaving?
I meant to leave this morning, but I have a feeling that's not going to happen.
Yeah, it'll take me until this afternoon to get my gear set up. How about leaving first thing tomorrow?
Are you sure you're not just trying to get us to rent a room from you for a night? Ellie asked, causing Sven to laugh.
Actually, that's a great point. I only have one room open, so maybe we should get on the road tonight, since I doubt you two want to share a room with Haver.
Absolutely not, Ellie said, shaking her head.
Winking at her, Sven was about to say something when his expression changed, growing slightly severe. A moment later, the door opened roughly, and a group of 15 leather-armored mercenaries walked in, talking loudly. Ellie examined them closely as they entered, but John's attention was on something outside. Seeing him stand up, Sven swore under his breath and reached under the counter for the short sword that was hidden there. One of the mercenaries, a big man with a shock of blonde hair, looked around the room, his booming voice interrupting all conversation.
Who owns the horses outside?
Looking around, the mercenary didn't wait for anyone to respond and continued to speak.
They're good horses, and I've taken a fancy to them. I want to buy them. Whose are they? Speak up!
In the following silence, John's voice echoed loudly, even though he just spoke in a normal tone.
Tell your men to get their hands off them.
Swinging his gaze around to John, who was half turned toward him looking out the window at the mercenaries who were standing around Merlin and Storm, the blond mercenary took a step forward, his bright teeth flashing as he smiled.
Name your price.
I won't repeat myself, John replied dully, his gaze still directed out of the window.
Despite the lack of an edge to John's voice, the blond mercenary felt his hand drifting toward the handle of the short axe on his belt. Restraining himself, he was about to say something when he heard a commotion outside, and the 3 mercenaries who had been hanging out near the horses suddenly stumbled into the room, nearly falling down. A few seconds later, the door opened again, and Haber walked in, a cold look on his face. Dressed in his spiked leather armor and carrying his wolf-tooth club on his shoulder, he presented a dangerous picture, but what really sealed the deal were the 3 large wolves that trailed him. Through the window, John could see that there were at least half a dozen other wolves hanging out on the porch and in the street, making it obvious why the mercenaries retreated. Chapter 33.
Are those your horses?
Haver asked as soon as he saw John sitting at the bar.
They are. You want to buy them too?
Buy them? Ha! I'm not that rich. They're nice, though, especially that mare. Morning, ma'am.
Smiling at the Wolf King, Ellie nodded her head at his greeting.
Hello, Haver.
All right, are we ready to go? This village smells, almost like something dead got dragged in here. Where's George?
Completely ignoring the blond mercenary, Haver sauntered over to the bar and leaned on it, nodding to Sven.
George is out, but Sven volunteered to act as his replacement, John said, turning his back on the mercenaries. So long as you vouch for him, we'll leave as soon as he's ready.
Infuriated by the casual disregard, the mercenary leader took a step forward, his hand reaching for John.
Hey, I was talking to you!
As he spoke, he gripped John's shoulder tightly and spun John around. Or at least, he tried to. When John didn't move in the slightest, a sudden cold sweat appeared on the mercenary leader's forehead, and he stepped back, dropping his hand like it was burned. Ever so slowly, John turned around, his face completely and utterly emotionless.
I'm sorry. I thought our conversation was over. You wanted to buy my horses. They're not for sale. Was there something more you wanted to discuss?
Is there a problem, Hill? One of the pretty guards had risen from the table when Haver came in, and now stood nearby, her hand resting threateningly on her sword. Her eyes scanned John and Ellie, resting for a moment more than was comfortable on Ellie's face before she turned her attention to Haver. It was clear from her aggressive tone of voice that she was giving the mercenary leader a chance to start something, but to the surprise of almost everyone in the room, the blond mercenary shook his head and took a step back.
No problem. I was mistaken.
Frowning slightly, she looked at him, but the blond mercenary refused to meet her gaze. Annoyed, she clicked her tongue and pointed at Haver. Are you the one they call Wolf King?
I am, Haver replied without straightening up. What of it?
Earl Vassic has some questions for you. Come with me."
"Does he? He has 2 perfectly good legs. Let him come over here."
Sneering at Haber, the Earl's guard took a small step forward, her hand tightening on her sword. "Are you sure you want to ignore the Count's order? That's not the wisest of choices."
"Oh, come off it," Haber said, sneering right back at her. "This isn't the capital where your precious nobles are pampered, and their every whim is catered to. If the Earl wants respect, he'll have to start the same way everyone else does out here in the wilds. He'll have to earn it."
Eyes narrowing, the guard's face grew ugly, and she took another short step forward, just about to draw her sword. Haber matched her look for look and stood up straight, staring down at her as if he was ready to brawl at any moment. Just when John thought a fight would erupt, a dry cough interrupted the tension, and Earl Vassic made his way over, the tip of his cane clicking against the floor.
"No need to come to blows, Mellar. It's not worth it. Besides, it's only a matter of a few feet, and as Mr. Haver says, my legs work perfectly well."
Looking at the gathered people, the Earl's lips curled up in a polite smile, and he nodded his head.
"I am Earl Dominique Vassic, 6th Earl of House Vassic."
"Haver the Wolf King.
"The only one." Ignoring the sarcasm in Haber's voice, Earl Vassic turned his attention to John and Ellie, but neither of them introduced themselves. Ellie had been about to, but seeing John keep his mouth shut, she decided to follow his example. After the silence stretched for almost half a minute, and it became clear that John was not going to introduce himself, the Earl's smile became slightly friendlier, and he spoke to John.
"And you, sir? Might I have the pleasure of knowing your name?"
"John."
"John.
"Yes."
Are you from the valley?"
"No."
From the way his eye was twitching, it was clear Earl Vassic was doing his best to avoid blowing up at John's short answers, but the Earl had spent too long in the halls of political power to lose it with a farmer in a small village on the outskirts of the nation.
Have we met before? You look awfully familiar. How do we know each other?"
"I don't think we do," John said, shaking his head.
"I'll have to think about it. Now, where was I? Oh, right. I was about to ask Haver the Wolf King some questions. This past fall, I believe you worked with a team of adventurers who called themselves the Red Coral Group. Is that correct?"
"I did," Haver nodded, "and nearly ended up dead because of it. If you find them, I have a serious bone to pick. They owe me compensation for abandoning me to die in a ruin."
"Ah, is that what happened? They were to retrieve an item for me and never showed up. I was wondering if you knew where they might have gone," Earl Vassic asked.
"Was it an ornamented box? The last time I saw it, it was in the herbalist's hands. Catherine? You'll have to find her if you want more information. When I eventually got out, I saw her tracks heading toward the Great Plains, but I came back to the valley rather than chasing her."
Pursing his lips, Earl Vassic fiddled with one of the many rings he was wearing, looking like he was thinking. After a few seconds, his eyes constricted, and he slowly turned his head to stare at John. While most of the other people in the room were unsure what was going on, John knew exactly what was happening. The ring the Earl was using carried a scrying spell quite similar to Kelvis's greater scrying, and it had just locked on to him. Considering he was the last person to touch the box, John thought it was a safe bet the scrying spell would continue to point toward him. While it would have been simple enough for him to disrupt the spell, being tracked by the Earl suited him just fine.
What did they use to call it? Aggro?
Amused by his thoughts, John smiled slightly at the frozen Earl, shocking him out of his stupor. Seeing that Earl Vassic was appraising him with fresh eyes, John just waited. He had spoken with the Earl a number of times in the capital city, but never without his flaming mask of blue fire. Fairly early on in his career in the military, he had taken to wearing it at all times, which was why most people didn't recognize him. Those who had seen him before he began wearing the mask, like Gottfried, were mostly dead by this point, killed by the brutal wars that swept the nation. Still, the more he spoke, the more likely it was that the Earl would remember his voice or mannerisms, so he thought it would be better to remain quiet.
"John, right? Were you one of the people hired by the Red Coral adventuring party?"
"Yup. Frontline," John said.
I see. Would you mind accompanying me to my camp? I'd love to talk to you about your experience with them.
You see, it's quite concerning to me that they never reported back. Sorry, we're on a schedule and need to leave shortly. Maybe when I come back.
Slightly thrown off by John's blunt refusal, a flash of anger streaked across the Earl's face, and his grip tightened on his cane.
What if I insist?
Giving the Earl a genuinely amused smile, John pointed behind him.
Talk to them first, and then we can chat about it.
Turning his head, Earl Vassic's expression stiffened when he saw the two heavily armored men standing there staring at him. Dressed in half-plate armor with heavy chainmail shirts, the two holy knights carried large swords slung across their backs and round shields with a blue flame motif. Standing between them was the exceptionally pretty priestess. "Is there a problem, Earl Vassic?" Ava asked, her sweet voice carrying the faintest sense of censure.
A problem? Of course not, Priestess Ava. I had simply invited these gentlemen to my camp for a private discussion. But they did not want to come. Nothing to get worked up about.
I see. In that case, might I ask you to be on your way? You're blocking the path into and out of this gentleman's business.
Bowing his head slightly, Earl Vassic gave Haver and John long looks, and then led his guards out of the inn, the mercenaries following close behind. Left facing Ava, John gave her a curt nod and tried to turn away, but before he could, she spoke to him.
"Excuse me, sir. I have this striking feeling that I know you. Have you ever been to the capital city before?"
I must have one of those faces, John said, shrugging. Earl Vassic thought he knew me, too. Sort of strange, but I'm sure there are plenty of people who look like me. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have some planning to do.
Not giving Ava time to respond, John turned around, leaving her with her mouth open. Seeing her awkward look, Ellie smiled apologetically at her and spun around on her stool, relaxing the tight grasp she had on her wand. The younger of the two holy knights started to step forward, irritated by John's impoliteness, but Ava stopped him, shaking her head. With a bow toward John's back, she led the holy knights out of the inn, causing it to finally return to peace. At the bar, Sven shook his head.
Wow, I really thought I would be picking up broken furniture today. That was really close.
If you're sad about it, I can break a chair for you,
Haber said, smirking. No, I'd much rather my furniture stays in one piece, thanks. Let me get my stuff together and we can go. Watching Sven disappear, Haber spoke in a voice only Ellie and John could hear.
You realize the Earl is going to come after us, right? He won't leave it lying.
I do, John nodded.
In fact, I'm counting on it. The last thing we need is a power-hungry noble running around the valley with 19 class holders while we're not around. If we can get him to bring his forces after us, it will be simple to ensure he doesn't return.
Letting out a low whistle, Haber looked at John, impressed.
And here I thought I was the bandit. You really want to take out a noble? Aren't you afraid of the army coming down on you?
No, John said bluntly. First, all signs point to a war with Alara in the next year or two, so they won't have time. And even if they did, nobles are forbidden from leaving their holdings unless it's to go to the capital by the order of the Eternal Flame. I don't know why the priestess is ignoring that fact, but Earl Vassic is not allowed to be here since it's not his territory. If he vanishes, no one will do anything.
Well, either way, I think this warrants hazard pay,
Haber said, holding up 4 fingers.
That'll be 4 gold.
Opening his pouch, John counted out 4 gold coins and put them in Haber's outstretched hand. Before he could put the pouch away, he felt a tug on his arm and saw that Ellie had her hand out as well. Rolling his eyes, he counted out 4 more gold and gave them to her, causing Haber to laugh.
What's so funny? Sven asked, walking out of the back with a bag. Hey, are you handing out hazard pay? Great. I have a few things to pick up at the general store, and that will help. Lamenting that it had only taken a moment for him to become 12 gold poorer, John let out a sigh and stood up.
Once you've finished your shopping, we'll head out. Does everyone have a horse, or do we need to swing by the stable?
I've got one, Haber said, calling to his wolves who were lying at his feet. Me too. I'll be right back. Anyone need anything from the store? Shaking his head, John followed Haber out onto the porch. There were a few mercenaries loitering around, not even bothering to hide that they were watching John and the others, but John paid them no mind. After double-checking the horses, they mounted up and headed for the store to wait for Sven. Once he was ready, the four of them headed out of town, accompanied by Haver's wolves.
"Where's Sigvald? I thought he'd be with you,"
John said, looking back at the town that was falling behind them.
"He is here,"
Ellie said, reaching up to tap her neck.
"That's the point of the marking."
Huh. Interesting. Sometime you'll have to break down how that works for me,"
John said, his interest piqued. Heading out of town, they took the path toward the mountains, making good time on the smooth road. Right before the path started to climb, John got out the compass and checked their direction. Closing his eyes, he visualized the map he had of the valley, trying to determine the best path to take. Leading the group off the path, he brought them along the mountains for a few miles, and then cut in, heading up into the hills. Though they couldn't see anything behind them, all of them understood that the Earl and his forces would be following, so no one said anything about stopping to make camp. When darkness fell, they got down from their horses and led them to avoid accidental injuries as they went deeper into the mountains. The night was bright with starlight, so they continued forward, weaving their way through the mountains. Based on the map John remembered, the compass needle was pointing to an area close to the quarry where he'd met the Grimm, and as they continued their journey, John wondered if they would run into the tall creatures. Without stopping, they moved through the mountains, keeping up a steady pace to try and preserve their horses' energy for as long as possible. Merlin and Storm were both mana-fed and had no problem keeping up, but by the time the sun was starting to rise, the other two horses were starting to lag, so John called for a brief break. While Haver sent out his wolves to scout, John took the horses to rest, and Ellie and Sven started a fire for breakfast. Chapter 34. The mountains in the early morning were beautiful, and the air was crisp, allowing uninhibited sight for what seemed to be miles. Standing with the horses, John took a moment to appreciate the wild beauty spread out before him. Feeling a nibble at his pocket, he pushed Storm's head away, but she brought it right back, intent on finding a treat.
"Fine, but only because we're on a trip,"
John said, condensing mana into a crystal. Normally, he wouldn't have given mana to the other horses, but once they sensed it, they stared at him with piteous eyes until he caved in and made mana crystals for them as well. Putting their pickets into the ground, John joined the others for a quick breakfast while Haver updated them on the situation.
"It looks like we have a tail, but they're probably half a day's travel behind. They'll have to conserve their horses, so it's unlikely they'll be able to catch up, but as soon as we stop, they'll start closing the distance. We can either try to hide our trail, or just outpace them. But once we get to the ruins, all that will be out the window."
"How about traps? Can we trap our trail to make it harder for them to follow?"
Ellie asked, causing the three men to stare at her.
"What? Why are you looking at me like that?"
"I just didn't expect to hear a question like that from you," Haver admitted. "But yes, traps are certainly an option. Another option would be finding a place where we can block off the path with a rock slide or something like that, but that will make it harder for us to retreat if we need to."
"For now, let's just continue as we are," John said. "If we want to trap this camp and maybe one other place on the path, that will force them to be cautious and allow us to gain some more distance. But the reality is, we'll have to face them at some point. I'm aiming for it to happen in the ruins, where their advantage of numbers can be mitigated."
Nodding, Sven raised his hand.
"What sort of ruins are we heading to? You mentioned ruins, but that's about it."
Getting out a notebook, where he had recorded what he knew about the Shadow Tower, John took out a folded piece of paper and unfolded it, showing the runic script the strange plant had projected to him. Craning their heads, the rest of the team looked at the runes, and then turned to look at John. Ellie was the only one who could read the runes, but even she found it easier to allow John to translate.
"Shadow Tower. It's a mage tower built by the tower master of the other ruin we explored."
Leaping to his feet, Haber stared down at John, his eyes blazing with alternating anger, fear, and eventually resignation. While Sven's reaction was more muted, the fear he felt was still clear on his face. Only Ellie reacted positively, leaning forward to get a better look at the runes.
"You told me it wasn't a mage's tower,"
Haber said, pointing at John.
"False. I told you it's not an abandoned mage tower. To my knowledge, it has never been abandoned. In fact, I have strong reason to believe that the mage who lived there is still alive," John said calmly, ignoring the finger pointing at his face. "I did tell you it was a ruin, which isn't precisely true, but I'm sure you can understand why I didn't want to publicize the details in town."
"So we're just going to break into a mage's home? You really are crazy,"
Haber said, taking a step back.
"No.
If the mage is still alive, they'll welcome us happily, at which point I'll take care of what I need to take care of, pay the two of you, and you'll be free to go home. If, on the other hand, the mage isn't alive, we'll explore the ruin. I'll complete what I need to, we'll split the loot, and then you'll be free to go home. Either way, this will be a simple run."
"Simple? Simple?" Haber practically screamed, causing the wolves who were with him to jump to their feet, teeth bared. "How is exploring a mage's tower simple?"
"Stop shouting and sit down," John said, rolling his eyes. "I'm not worried about it. So why are you worried about it?"
"You're not worried about anything, and it's freaking me out!"
Despite his shouting, Haber did sit back down, causing the wolves to slowly subside as well. Sven, seeing that Haber had lapsed into silence, slowly raised his hand. I don't mean to doubt you, but, are you really sure this is a good idea? I heard that a lot of mage towers have really terrifying beasts."
"Exactly, like thorn bears."
"This one is just plants," John said, shaking his head. "I don't think there will be any thorn bears. The mage who probably still lives there was pretty obsessed with plants."
"I'd bet a gold piece they'll try to eat us,"
Haber muttered. Ignoring Haber, John tapped on the paper with runes.
"Like I said, there's a decent chance the mage will still be alive, so we'll just be in and out."
"What if they're not alive?" Sven asked. "I can open locks, but magic is way beyond what I can do."
"Ellie here has that covered," John said, not hesitating to throw her under the proverbial cart. "Her class has the ability to see mana patterns, so we should be able to get through magical locks and traps without any problem. As for beasts and the like, that's what I'm here for. Any other questions or complaints?"
Sensing that the last question was aimed at him, Haber thought for a moment, and then raised his hand.
"Yeah? Is it too late to mention that my mother died and I need to go back home and plan her funeral?"
"Yes," John said, nodding. "I'm sorry to hear about your mother, but desertion will not be tolerated. Everyone has already been paid, so we'll see it through to the end. Next question?"
"Will we be safe?"
Pausing, John turned and looked at Ellie, who had asked the question. When John had mentioned where they were going, she had been completely on board. But now, listening to the responses from Haber and Sven, she realized they might have gotten into something that was truly dangerous. Looking at her slightly pale face, John's smile disappeared, his face returning to its normal calm. Meeting her gaze, he nodded.
"That's impossible to know. There could be many hidden dangers, but what I do know is that we'll all come out of there alive."
"I'm going to hold you to that,"
Haber said, his face serious.
"I've already been left for dead in a mage tower once, and I don't care to repeat it again."
"I got you out alive, didn't I? And this time I'll ensure your wolf doesn't have to die for you."
Considering John's words for a moment, Haber nodded.
"Fine."
Looking between Haber and John, Sven's eyes brightened. "Hey, if Haber trusts you to carry us through, I guess I will as well. But regardless, we should probably get going."
"Agreed. I'm guessing we still have at least a day of travel," John said, standing up. "If possible, I'd like to complete it without camping. The further ahead of the mercenaries we can get, the longer we'll have to prepare for the fight with them."
"Why are they so intent on chasing us?" Sven asked.
"They think we have some box the Red Coral team looted from the ruins," John replied. "The Earl clearly values it, since he wouldn't have risked leaving his lands otherwise. Regardless, right now we need to focus on making it to the tower. If the mage who lived there is still alive, the Earl's fate will be sealed."
Tearing down the fire, they dug up some dirt to put it out, and then cleaned up the rest of camp, while Sven set up a few basic traps to try and slow the mercenaries down. Mounting up, they continued to cross the mountains, following the direction the compass was indicating. The terrain they were crossing was grueling, and by the time evening started to fall, even the mana-fed horses were starting to droop. Checking the compass, John frowned slightly. According to the spell that had been cast on the compass, they were only about a mile from the location of the tower. But based on his memory of the map, there was nothing but a mountain there.
"Let's stop here. We'll camp while I figure out which way to go."
Getting down from Merlin, he tossed the reins to Ellie and climbed up on a small hill nearby to try and survey the landscape. Darkness was coming quickly as the mountains blocked the sun, but to John's mana-enhanced eyes, everything was still as clear as day. Unable to see anything but an unbroken mountain rising in front of him, John disengaged the problem his mental model was working on and started figuring out how to hide a tower. After a few minutes, his eyes snapped open. Query: how was the hidden tower accessed? Answer: the tower exists underground in an inverted shape from the old tower.
Likelihood of the tower being built in a dormant volcano is high, as the tower has been described as having access to a manastone mine and a view of the sky. Manastone mines are more likely to form near volcanic activity, and the volcanic throat will grant a view of the sky. Should the assumption be correct, possible entrances include the throat, less than 50% chance, and volcanic tunnels formed by a lava flow, 85% chance. Conclusion: determine if the mountain is volcanic and look for a low-lying area within a mile of the mountain to examine for lava tubes.
Volcano? Is this mountain a dormant volcano? Regardless, the compass is pointing toward it, so I know our entrance is somewhere around here.
Recalling the map again, John found a few spots where there could be lava tubes formed by the flow of lava in days past, and asked Haver to send out his wolves to check them out. While the team had dinner, the wolves quickly covered the distance to the areas John had marked out. The one he was most interested in was only a mile or two from the quarry where he had met the Grim, and he had a sneaking suspicion that was where they would find the entrance to the Shadow Tower. Only 20 minutes later, long howls echoed throughout the mountain, and Haver's head rose.
"You were right. They picked up something near the mine. There are a few tunnels there. And also danger. Intense danger."
Perfect. That's where we'll go. We'll leave the horses at the quarry and then make the rest of the trip on foot. As for the danger, we'll deal with it when we get there.
Following John's directions, they quickly made their way to the abandoned stone quarry, arriving as the final threads of light vanished, plunging the mountains into a deep darkness. Making sure to avoid the area where he normally traded with the Grim, John unsheathed his sword and shield, lighting up their way as they headed for the tunnels. The closer they got, the more tense Haver seemed to become, until finally he stopped, causing the rest of the team to stop as well.
"There's something watching us," he said, his eyes darting around. "A lot of somethings. And they're not friendly."
"Where are they?" Sven asked, looking around nervously. Spinning around, Haver's eyes scanned the underbrush, but didn't find anything out of the ordinary.
"I don't know, but my wolves are getting really nervous."
Sending mana into his ears, John magnified his breathing until his breathing sounded like thunder in his ears, and then began to filter sounds out, stripping the sounds of the mountain away like layers from an onion. A faint, rapid-fire clicking caught his attention, and then an even fainter roar vibrating through the earth sounded from up ahead, causing his head to lock onto a tunnel hidden behind a rock.
"This way."
Darting forward, he followed the growing sound of battle into the tunnel, his companions close behind him. Only 3 of Haver's wolves followed him into the tunnel, the rest dispersing into the woods to guard the area. As they got closer to where the battle was being fought, the others started to hear the roars and growls echoing from the walls. Mixed in with the sounds were hisses, and rapid clicking seemed to come from every direction at once, creating a disorienting effect. Checking to make sure everyone was bearing it well, John sped up, moving through the passage quickly. Rounding a corner, the team spilled into a large cavern filled with light from glowing mushrooms and some sort of glittering moss that grew across a large part of the ceiling. Towering pillars of stone connected the floor and ceiling, and rough platforms had been put together around them, looking like a primitive treetop village. Defending the platforms were tall, white fur-covered humanoids who waved their clawed hands and crude bats as they fought off hundreds of large bugs that looked like a cross between a centipede and a dragonfly. Sometimes hovering in the air, sometimes scurrying along the walls, the insects swarmed toward the Grim, trying to pull them down from their homes, only to get smashed back by savage blows.
"The tall furred ones are friendly, but don't stray too close to them," John said, beginning to move forward. "Ellie, now's the time to call Sigvald."
Thrusting her wand forward, Ellie spoke a command in a low voice, and an echoing crowing shook the cavern as lightning burst from her back. A moment later, the rooster's head rose, his single uncovered eye glaring murderously at the insects in front of him. Connected to Ellie's feelings, Sigvald could sense Ellie's disgust toward the insects, and as far as he was concerned, that was a death sentence. Lunging over her head, he flew into the cavern, lightning bolts arcing from his wings in one of the most impressive displays John had ever seen. Unfortunately, the impressive display nearly exhausted the bird's strength, and he quickly wheeled around and retreated to Ellie's side. Pausing, John glanced at Ellie, who was staring wide-eyed at Sigvald. Shaking his head, he stepped forward and lifted his sword, igniting the blade with blue flames. The insects reacted to this new threat by throwing themselves toward him, but John didn't even blink. Lifting his sword to his face, he cut it sharply down at an angle, at the same time activating his new Dragon's Breath spell. The insects hurtling toward him were met with a gout of flame that charred their wings off even as it boiled their insides and cracked their shells. Stepping over a still-burning insect corpse, John let out a low shout and darted forward into the crowd of insects, his burning blade carving through them with ease. Chapter 35. The blue flames streaming from John's blade left streaks in the air as he slashed and cut, like paint left behind by an artist's brush. Without pause, he continued to paint a picture of destruction, cutting a wide swath through the insects who were all rushing toward him. Despite their innate quickness and the high maneuverability their dragonfly wings gave them, they were unable to escape John's silver blade. Chunks of insect bodies fell to the dirt, burning silently as the magical blue flames slowly devoured everything they touched. Spinning around, John unleashed a slash, using the streaming flames from his sword as cover to activate his flame arrow spell. The blue flames shot forward, burning through a couple insects hovering near one of the platforms. Using the edge of his magic shield to chop another insect in half by pinning it against the ground, John stomped on its head and then jumped forward, chasing down the nearby insects. Advancing behind him, Haver and Sven watched in horrified awe as he ripped through the swarm of insects like he was taking an afternoon stroll. There was an effortlessness in the destruction John wrought that spoke of entirely too much practice. Sharing a glance with Sven, Haver suppressed his shudder and focused on swinging his wolf-toothed club, smashing it down on one of the insects who had survived John's rampage. Sven was using a short sword, the supernatural strength his class granted him allowing him to pierce through the tough chitin armor that covered the monsters. Hearing a triumphant crowing, the rogue glanced back over his shoulder and saw Sigvald ripping apart an insect with his sharp claws. The silly bird made a grand entrance, but quickly ran out of energy, forcing him to retreat to his master's side. To his delight, however, he quickly realized that his mana-reinforced feathers were too tough for the insect's claws and mandibles to get through, allowing him to fight with impunity. As soon as the rooster discovered this, his courage returned, and he rushed out to kill any nearby insects, always returning to strut in front of Ellie before fluttering after his next target. Resigning herself to playing audience for her stupid familiar, Ellie reserved her magic, watching for any major threats that might arise. The fight against the giant spiders in the cave system outside her grandmother's home had given her a healthy fear of beasts that lived in swarms, and she wanted to be ready if the flying centipedes had some sort of queen version. Up on the platform, the Grimm who were fighting against the insects were at first confused by the team's entrance, and then excited as they saw John and the others attacking the insects. Letting out roars, they redoubled their efforts to crush their enemies. Many of them wielded stone clubs that they whipped through the air with enough force to crush the insects' armor and rupture their insides. As big as they were, the Grimm had the natural agility of apes, and the insects grew hard-pressed to avoid their ferocious attacks. The smaller Grimm didn't have clubs of their own, but instead used sharp claws and their heavy fangs to rip the insects apart, completely ignoring the centipede's sharp claws and snapping mandibles. Inspired by John's fierce attacks, the Grimm seemed to enter a frenzy, quickly driving all the attacking insects from the platforms, and even chasing them down to the ground. Scanning the room, John saw that there were still thousands of insects, but between his charge and the Grimm's fierce attacks, the attackers' numbers had been thinned out considerably. Smashing his shield forward, John disrupted the attack of a lunging centipede and then sliced it in half with a neat upward slash. Turning, he continued the motion, bringing his sword around his head in an arc, cutting through the wings of another centipede trying to attack his neck. The battle seemed to be well in hand, but the fact that the insects hadn't yet fled set warning bells ringing in his head.
Haver, Sven, retreat to where Ellie is. Ellie, can you give me a reading on trouble?
The two men quickly disengaged from the monsters they were fighting, joining up with Ellie, who had crouched down and was drawing something on the ground. Mumbling something under her breath, she blinked and looked around, her attention caught by something at the edge of the cavern.
"John, there are 2 big centipedes coming."
Glancing in the direction Ellie pointed, John didn't see anything out of the ordinary, but he knew that didn't mean much. Moving his head back to avoid a whipping tail, he reached out and grabbed one of the insect's wings, snapping it off with a twist of his wrist as his blade darted out, stabbing through the centipede's head. Throwing the burning corpse at another approaching insect, John kept his attention on the area Ellie indicated. A moment later, he heard 2 loud buzzes as the large centipedes came into view. Each one was at least 10 feet long and as thick as a barrel. 6 pairs of wings protruded from their backs, flapping furiously to try and keep the heavy monsters airborne. The sharp legs that dangled from their chitinous bodies were longer than normal and gleamed evilly in the soft light from the underground flora. As they got closer, John saw that their heads were missing the normal pincers their smaller brethren had, and instead each had a pulsing tube that looked like it was used for shooting out some sort of liquid. Even as he watched, his incredible eyesight caught a drop of viscous glowing liquid drip from the mouth tube of one of the insects. As it splashed to the ground, it froze the stone it touched, causing it to crack apart from the abrupt contraction. Eyes narrowing, John advanced to face the new threat, his sword quickly clearing the area around him.
"John, there are more of those things coming."
Hearing Ellie's shout, John nodded and swung his sword, unleashing a flame arrow at the giant centipede in the front. The twisting flames shot toward the monster, who tried to move to the side to avoid it. Unfortunately for the flying centipede, John's mana control was immaculate, and a simple thought was enough to adjust the flaming arrow's trajectory. Seeming to realize it wouldn't be able to escape, the monster spat a bead of the glowing phlegm, managing to hit the flame arrow squarely. With a loud hiss, the two attacks canceled each other out, and the flying centipede continued to advance. By this time, the other flying centipede had gotten closer to John, but before he could engage it, he heard a loud roar that shook the cavern, and a large white-furred figure jumped down from one of the wooden platforms. With unnatural agility, the Grim ran forward, leaping into the air, his weapon raised. Unlike the other Grim, this one wielded a long staff made of gnarled wood, but that didn't make it any less deadly than the stone clubs. Bringing his staff down so fast it nearly vanished, the Grim chopped it into the centipede's fluttering wings, causing a hiss of pain to burst from the flying monster. Figuring that the 12-foot-tall Grim was more than capable of dealing with one of the large centipedes, John focused on the other, advancing explosively even as the monster spat another glob of freezing phlegm at him. Feeling it splash on his shield, John sensed the change in temperature immediately. Against any other kind of shield, the abrupt contraction of the supercooled material would have been catastrophic, but John's shield, made entirely of mana, simply rippled. With a thought, he summoned another flame arrow to intercept the next attack, and then he was on top of the flying centipede, his sword and shield intercepting the monster's long, slashing legs. Stabbing his sword out, John felt it bite into the centipede's armor, so he shifted his weight forward and thrust, using his mana-fueled strength to pierce through. Letting out a shriek, the centipede fell back, but John's blue flames were already inside its body, burning through its organs and erupting from its mouth and eyes. Thrashing about, the flying centipede fell to the ground, but just as Ellie had said, there were a dozen more where this one had come from, the drone of their wings causing the air to vibrate. Not that far away, the large Grim finished off his own flying centipede by ripping the centipede's wings from its body and shoving them into the monster's eyes. Stomping on the insect a few times to make sure it was dead, the Grim let out a triumphant roar and turned to face the new enemy quickly approaching. As he swung around, John got a good look at him for the first time and quickly realized he knew the tall Grim. Clearly the Grim that had been leading the small party when he first encountered them almost a year ago. The Grim had colored the fur on his face and chest blue, making it look like the front of his body was awash with blue flames. Seeing that John was looking at him, the Grim roared and slapped his chest, his eyes constantly darting to the sword John was carrying. There was a healthy amount of fear in his eyes as he looked at the gleaming silver blade, but it was nearly drowned out by the desire and envy he felt for the blue flames that licked at the air all around it. The corners of John's lips twitched slightly, and he turned his attention back to the large insects flying toward them. Killing all of them wasn't going to be a problem, but doing so without taking casualties would certainly prove to be a bigger challenge. Eyes narrowing, John put his shield away and took out one of his daggers as he began to run forward, shouting over his shoulder as he advanced. "Keep the Grim alive!" Before anyone could respond, his body vanished in a burst of flame, and he reappeared in front of one of the giant flying centipedes, stabbing it through the eye with his burning sword. Blue flames ignited around the blade of his dagger as he kicked off the dying insect, turning in the air and chopping through the wings of another flying centipede with a backhanded strike from his dagger. Landing on the ground, he heard fighting break out behind him, but paid it no mind as he continued to cut the centipedes apart. Haver, Sven, and Ellie had formed a small triangle and were doing their best to kill as many of the swarming insects as possible. With snapping teeth, Haver's wolves darted in and out of the triangle, jumping out to bite apart centipedes that got close before retreating to the safety of the formation before they could be surrounded. Sigvald, on the other hand, didn't care about being surrounded at all, and was rampaging through the insects like a steel storm. Seeing a new wave of insects surging toward the platforms on the stone pillars, Ellie pointed the wand she held in her left hand.
"Siggy, protect those creatures!"
Looking quite offended by the shortened name Ellie had just used, Sigvald still obeyed her command, spreading his wings and giving a powerful crow as he shot through the air toward the crowding insects. Smashing into them with his wings, he threw the centipedes this way and that as he raked at them with his sharp claws. Lightning arced from his tail, burning holes in the insects' hard carapaces as his beak slammed into them, crushing anything it touched. Watching the giant rooster smashing his way through the insects, Haver put Ellie near the top of his mental list of people to avoid making angry. While he knew she was a class holder, he had assumed she was similar to the other healers he had known. Instead, she had a pet lightning bird whose feathers were so tough they could shrug off the centipede's bites like they were nothing.
I really gotta figure out a way to get away from this farm,
Haver muttered, shuddering as he thought about the middle-aged man who would occasionally appear in his room in the middle of the night to pass along messages.
"What did you say?"
Ellie asked, glancing over her shoulder.
Nothing. I didn't say anything.
Turning her attention back to the spell she was operating, Ellie used her dagger to block a lunging centipede, throwing it to the side where the waiting jaws of Haver's wolf snapped shut on its back, cutting it in half. A slight tremor in the earth under her feet caught her attention, and she crouched, placing her hand on the ground. Out of the dirt, a small earth spirit peeked its head, rubbing against her palm as it whispered what it had found. Doing her best to translate the feelings and broken images she was receiving, Ellie stiffened and looked toward the far end of the cavern where John's flashing blade drew blue streaks in the darkness.
"The leader of the centipedes is coming," she muttered, standing up. "Sven, can you get John a message?"
Glancing across the battlefield, Sven's eyes narrowed as he looked to see if he could find a clear path to where John fought.
Yes? What's the message?
"Tell him the leader of the centipedes is on the way here. It will be another minute or so, and there's another wave of giant centipedes before it arrives, but it's coming quickly."
His face growing pale at her words, Sven nodded seriously.
All right, I'll tell him.
Taking a deep breath, Sven's body blurred as he took off, weaving his way through the battlefield with supernatural grace. Brushing past buzzing insects, he ducked and wove his way through the crowd of flying centipedes, arriving near John within a few seconds.
Ellie says the leader is coming after one more wave of giant centipedes. Got it, thanks,
John replied, dodging a stabbing leg and lopping it off with a casual swing of his burning dagger.
I'll retreat to join you.
Happy to back up, Sven darted away to rejoin the others as John finished off another giant flying centipede. The large grim with a blue-painted fur was smashing the huge insects apart with his long wooden staff, and it took John a moment to get his attention. When he finally did, he pointed back at the large pillars and began to retreat, moving backward as he guarded against the attacks of the centipedes. Getting the idea, the large grim let out a loud roar and swatted one of the centipedes away as he began to retreat as well. Chapter 36. As John retreated, the few remaining large flying centipedes surged forward, their tube-like mouths spitting globs of freezing phlegm. John did his best to intercept the attacks that came close to him with his flame-covered weapons, causing the supercooled liquid to evaporate away before it could do any damage. The large grim took a different track, letting the attacks land on his white fur where they simply melted away, failing to have any effect. Curious about how the grim was managing to do that, John blinked, sending mana to his eyes the next time he saw a freezing attack about to land. As the phlegm landed on the grim's fur, John saw mana rush through the grim's skin, forming a small area of heat that fought against the dreadful cold the slimy attack carried. The response seemed to be unconscious, probably developed over years of fighting against the centipedes and their freezing attacks. Slashing 3 times in rapid succession, John sent out 3 flame arrows, managing to get one of them through. The twisting flames burned a hole in a giant centipede, causing it to careen sideways, tangling up with another flying centipede, and spreading the flames that burned on its body to the other centipede's wings. Reaching the rest of the party, John waved his dagger, extinguishing the blue flames that burned around it. Sliding it into its sheath, he kept his eye on the enemy. More of the large flying centipedes were appearing at the far end of the cavern, where he had been fighting a moment before, and his sharp hearing could pick up the clicking sound of an even larger creature making its way toward them.
I wonder if this is one of the beasts my notification was talking about. Either way can only blame its own bad luck for what's about to happen.
Continuing to send out flame arrows while waving his sword, John missed the strange look Ellie was giving him, but even if he had seen it, he wouldn't have thought much about it, since his attention was almost entirely occupied by the 30-foot-long centipede currently crawling into the cavern. Haver and Sven both took a step back as the gigantic monster lifted its head, letting out a hissing roar that set the stones on the ground jumping. Not to be outdone, the large grim straightened up to his full height and slammed his chest, bellowing out a challenge of his own. Lifting his staff, he pointed it at the giant centipede like a spear and howled, causing all the other grim who still stood on the platforms to howl as well. Jumping up and down, they slammed their weapons against the thick stone pillars, producing a strong vibration that caused the entire cavern to shake. With another howl, the large grim began to stride forward, its exposed fangs gleaming against its blue fur. Realizing the grim was about to throw himself at the giant centipede, John stepped forward. But before he could get close, 3 grim hurried down from their platform and banged their stone clubs into the ground in front of him. Hooting at him, they gestured to the large grim who was starting to speed up. It was clear they wanted him to stop, so John stopped where he was. Surprised by the complete fearlessness the Grim showed, John suppressed his desire to join the fight and stayed still to watch. Seeing the Grim coming alone, the giant centipede hissed again and raised its large body even higher. Hanging in the air for a moment, the monster threw its body forward, intending to use its large size and thick armor to completely crush the offending Grim into paste. At the last moment, the Grim jumped out of the way, using his thick staff to propel his body into the air. Turning a somersault in the air, he brought his heavy stick over his head and slammed it down with enough force to crack the monster's armor. Enraged by the attack, the centipede coiled around, its legs scything like the ripping teeth of a chainsaw. Letting out a deep howl, the Grim managed to dodge, once again using his staff to propel himself. Slamming another attack down, the Grim continued to dodge as the centipede tried to land a solid hit on him. Watching the two creatures fight back and forth, John was both impressed and concerned. The fact that the Grim could keep up with the giant centipede was astounding, and a testament to the power of the white-furred creatures. But even though his pounding attacks were dealing some damage to the gigantic insect's carapace, it was clear the fight wouldn't end in his favor. Already the attacks of the monstrous centipede were getting closer to landing on the nimble Grim, and if the fight continued, it would not end the way John preferred.
This might be a dumb idea, but whatever. Let's help him out.
Sensing that the fight was starting to turn against him, the large Grim let out a loud roar and jumped, lifting his staff in both hands, clearly intending to stab it down into the centipede's body. The large monster saw an opportunity to end the fight and burst into action, moving substantially faster than it had until this point. Turning over, a dozen of its spear-like legs shot toward the Grim, who was in the air, while its snapping pincers closed in on the Grim's neck. John heard Ellie gasping behind him, and his eyes lit up as he saw his chance. Surreptitiously snapping his fingers, he controlled the mana around the Grim, causing it to form into a shield of sorts that slowed the centipede's thrusting legs. At the same time, he focused on the end of the staff, creating a blue spark that blossomed into a burning spearhead. As shocked as the centipede was by the sudden appearance of the flaming blade, the Grim didn't waste the opportunity, stabbing down with all his might. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. Despite the notification that popped up, John was pleased with the effect he had created as he watched the Grim stab the blue flame spear tip straight through the monster's head. Like a finger through fresh cream, the blue blade burned through the hard chitin armor that protected its brain. With a terrified shriek, the monstrous centipede tried to jerk its head back, but the tall Grim wasn't about to let it go. Bracing one foot on the monster's pincer, the Grim pressed down with all his powerful might, sending his weapon straight through the centipede's brain and into the bundle of nerves that controlled its body. Cutting through them caused the thrashing monster to stiffen and collapse to the ground with an earth-shaking thud. A roar of victory rose from the Grim as he lifted his staff, thrusting the burning blue blade into the air. Still controlling the flames blooming from the end of the staff, John listened to the happy roars from the Grim on the platforms and smiled. The Grim leader had clearly overestimated his ability to take on the giant centipede, but a bit of magic had completely turned the tide. John wasn't sure why he had such a soft spot for the white-furred creatures, but it was obvious to him he derived much enjoyment from them. All around the cavern, the remaining centipedes fled as fast as they could, leaving John's party and the Grim behind. Still standing on top of the giant centipede's body, the Grim leader used the burning blade to cut it open, hooting with excitement when he pulled out a gleaming stone. Holding it up in triumph, he jumped down and ran toward John, stopping when he was a dozen feet away to show it to him.
Very nice,
John said, looking with interest at the large mana stone.
Is that a mana stone?
Haver asked, his eyes wide.
I think so. And it just came out of that beast, right? Doesn't that mean that was a legendary-level beast?
Shaking his head, John turned around and saw that Ellie and Sven were both staring at him, waiting for an answer.
No, it was titled at the most, but it would have eventually become a legendary beast. It's rare to see a mana stone of that size form in a beast, so it must have been getting close.
Hey guys, Haber said, interrupting John. I don't mean to change the subject, but we're surrounded.
Looking around, the team saw that Haber was right. But instead of being surrounded by flying centipedes, they were surrounded by 36 Grim staring at them with studied interest. Extinguishing his sword, John slid it into his sheath, indicating for the rest of the team to put their weapons away, which they did with considerable reluctance. Stepping forward, he was about to extinguish the magical flame on the end of the staff he was still maintaining, when the large Grim shook his head violently and pulled the staff back. Listening to its hooting, John had no idea what it was trying to say, so he turned to Haver, who just shrugged.
I can talk to wolves, not all creatures. Sorry.
Catching sight of Ellie licking her lips, John raised his eyebrows slightly and turned to her. Ellie, do you have a skill that could help? He asked, emphasizing the word skill.
Actually, I think I might. It isn't guaranteed to work, but the skill I use to communicate with the spirits for scouting might work.
Great. Give it a try. I have a strong feeling these creatures are our ticket to the tower, so being able to communicate with them would be helpful.
All right, hold on for a moment.
Slightly nervous, Ellie closed her eyes and recalled the spell she was going to use,
Almost as if the flowers are watching us.
Be that as it may, we're continuing in, John said, gesturing forward. We should be coming into the tower proper in a second.
Following him forward, everyone instinctively kept away from the wall until they saw a sight that stopped them dead in their tracks. The tunnel emptied out onto a large balcony that revealed the full scale of the Shadow Tower. Open air stretched above them, rising until it met a strange warping veil that separated them from the sky outside of the top of the mountain. Below them, stretching into the darkness, was the main shaft of the volcano, seeming to fall endlessly into the earth. The tower itself was fairly well lit, thanks to the flowering vines that covered the walls, revealing the levels that were stacked up like rings around the volcano shaft. Each ring was connected by a series of bridges that stretched across the shaft to the level above and the level below, creating a dizzying structure that reminded John of a strangely twisted ladder. Peering up at the levels that stretched above them, Sven let out a whistle.
Wow, that's impressive. It is. It was created by a legendary mage for one of his students, John said, walking to the edge of the balcony and looking over the railing into the shaft that sank deep into the earth. Unfortunately, I don't know if we should be going up or down. We're looking for the library and the laboratories. I doubt we're going to find any posted signs, though this does seem to be set up as a school of sorts, so maybe we'll be lucky and things will be marked. Everyone, keep a sharp eye out. We have no idea what we're going to find down here, but as long as we take it easy, we should be good.
Are we heading up or down first? Haver asked, looking up the shaft at the higher levels. Shrugging, Ellie pointed up at the sky.
I would guess that the higher levels are the ones where the mage lived, since they're closer to the sun, but that's just a guess.
That's as good a guess as any, John said. Let's start at the top and work our way down.
With Sven in the front checking for traps, the party slowly made their way forward, followed by the Grimm, who were tightly grouped together, chattering in hushed voices as they stared at everything around them. Walking up the sloped bridge, they got to the next level and stopped again. Unlike the level they had just come from, this level was one giant circular room carved out of the stone and filled with lush vegetation. Plants of all sorts mixed together, creating what looked like a thick forest dotted with fantastic colors. Night flowers dotted the ground, and strangely shaped trees grew over them as multicolored lights darted this way and that, landing on the plants before shooting away. The sight made John wonder if he had just walked into a surrealist's depiction of a fairy garden. But the sickly sweet smell that drifted out of the forest told him what he was staring at was very real and very dangerous. Seeing some of the Grimm start to move toward the plants, John snapped his fingers, creating a shock wave that woke everyone from their sleepwalking state.
We need to move. We're heading to the next level, John said, pointing up the next ramp, which was a quarter turn around the shaft. This forest is dangerous, so everyone needs to keep an eye on the people around them.
Seeing Ellie start, John turned to look at her.
My spirit said that a large group has just entered the doorway. They just ran straight through the night flowers and are moving quickly.
They were closer than I thought. It also means we'll see them in the next few minutes. Let's get moving.
Leading the way through the strange forest, John did his best to avoid the plants as much as possible, sticking close to the railing that ran around the edge of the balcony. To a certain extent, it didn't matter anymore, since the mercenaries were clearly just barging through and had likely alerted whatever it was the Grimm had warned him about. As they hurried along, a shout rang out below them, and looking down, they saw a crowd of armored people pointing at them. At the front of the group stood Earl Vassic, his typical sneer plastered on his face as he stared up at John. Chapter 38.
They're moving really quickly, John said. Everyone get ready for a running fight. We're going to head to the next level. I don't want to fight in the forest.
Speeding up, John led the group forward, not worrying about avoiding the plants anymore. As they brushed past them, the night flowers began to sway even faster than normal, their petals straining as they whipped back and forth. The sense of dread Haver had been feeling grew stronger, and it was with some relief that he stepped onto the bridge that led up to the next level. Underneath them, the mercenaries sprinted forward, not bothering to slow down at all.
Hearing a hooting question, John glanced at Ellie, who translated.
Handsome wants to know if those are the enemies we talked about. He's wondering if any of them are stronger than the many-legged monster.
You can tell him that at least a handful of them are as strong, if not stronger. We need to be really careful.
Speeding along, the team quickly got to the next level, but John was starting to notice that the Grimm were glancing back a lot, clearly unhappy to be running away from the enemy chasing them. The large ape-like creatures were easily amused and easily angered, and seemed to wear bravado as armor. Looking around, John saw the floor they had arrived on was as much of a forest as the previous floor, though the plants spread out among the night flowers were considerably different.
I guess Stormmaster Kelbus's student eventually figured out how to grow plants underground. Let's hope we picked the right direction, because I have a feeling things are going to get really hairy in a moment.
Sprinting around the edge of the balcony as they made their way to the next bridge, John looked over at the mercenaries who were rushing toward the bridge that led to the level they were on. Once again, the intense desire to simply step out into the air and transform the mercenaries into ash with a snap of his fingers surged in John's chest, but he pushed it down. It was growing harder and harder to ignore the desire, but he had already climbed above 80 doom points, and wiping out the mercenaries would cost him a couple more at least. Besides, there was something off about Earl Vassic, and until he knew what it was, he didn't want to risk anything. Urging the group to continue running, John had to push some of the Grimm who stopped to roar at the mercenaries to get them to move. Seeing one of the mercenaries stop and draw a bow, John grabbed one of the Grimm and shoved him forward as an arrow whistled past the spot the creature's head was a moment earlier. Seeing another arrow about to come, John was about to cast a flame arrow when he heard a ripping sound, and an entire tree flew past him. Abandoning his attempt to fire, the ranger hurried to get out of the way as the tree slammed into the railing where he had been standing, breaking the stone apart as it fell away into the deep shaft. The Grimm who had hurled the tree roared at the ranger, shaking his fist, as all around him the other Grimm decided this was a great game. Grabbing whatever they could get their hands on, they began to hurl them at the mercenaries who were starting to run up the ramp toward their level.
You three head up to the next level, John said to Ellie, his voice grim. The Grimm aren't going to back down now, so it's time to fight.
What about you?
I'm going to try to keep as many of them alive as possible. We'll probably be retreating to you, so I'll need you to set up a defensive position at the top of the ramp.
All right,
Ellie said, her voice shaking slightly. After watching to make sure the others would be able to get up to the next level smoothly, John's attention turned back to the mercenaries running up the angled bridge toward them. The desire to wipe out the mercenaries rose in his chest again, and for a moment he seriously considered just collapsing the whole bridge, killing all the mercenaries in the process. Gritting his teeth, John unleashed another flame arrow as he pushed the idea of collapsing the bridge away. He wanted to avoid damaging the tower as much as possible, since he had no idea what sort of defensive mechanisms might still be active. Instead, he drew his sword and slashed out, sending out a flame arrow that caught one of the mercenaries in the front, causing him to let out an anguished scream as the flames burned through his armor. Roaring in excitement, one of the Grimm lifted her stone club and rushed down the ramp toward the mercenaries. A heavily built man who looked like a barbarian burst out ahead of the group, his skin turning bronze as he activated his rage. Meeting the swinging stone club with his fist, he smashed it into pieces, his other hand striking the Grimm in the chest, causing her to shriek in pain and stagger back. Sneering, the barbarian stomped toward her, his fists rising like a boxer. Undeterred, she stood up and bared her claws, only to suffer a devastating right cross that shattered the bones in her jaw. As she reeled, the barbarian closed in, confident in finishing the fight right then and there, when the Grimm suddenly lunged toward the edge of the bridge. Instinctively closing in, the barbarian suddenly felt a sense of lightness as the Grimm turned and bit into his armor-covered side, and then threw herself off the bridge. A scream ripped from the barbarian's throat as he flailed, trying to find something to catch on to. Unfortunately, there was nothing but a mile of air between him and the ground. Equally adrift in the air, the Grimm kicked off the barbarian, twisting herself out of his reach. Just when John thought she would join the mercenary in falling to his death, he realized that two other Grimm had already jumped off the side of the platform. The male grabbed onto the bottom of the bridge, while the female grabbed onto his foot, swinging out until her feet were in the falling Grimm's path. Gripping the outstretched foot tightly, the extended chain of Grimm swung back like trapeze artists, grabbing onto the bottom of the bridge. The barbarian had long since vanished into the abyss that stretched out below them, and the mercenaries, rightly worried about the Grimm's insane agility, slowed down, buying time for John to continue sending flame arrows at them. Climbing back onto the side of the level where John and the Grimm were, the female Grimm, whose jaw had been broken, chattered angrily at the mercenaries, throwing some branches she had found at them. Like most beasts, the Grimm were terribly resilient, and already her body had regenerated most of the damage she had suffered. Seeing that the mercenaries were about to reach the top of the bridge, John tugged on Handsome's arm and pointed up at the next level.
We'll make our stand there. Come on."
As much as Handsome wanted to stay and fight, he found that he couldn't resist John's tugs, and was quickly dragged away. Letting out a loud scream, he pointed up at the next bridge, making a swinging motion with his arms. Letting out whooping howls, the Grimm abandoned their attacks on the mercenaries and dashed away, covering the ground in giant leaping bounds. Taken aback by the unbelievable speed they showed, John sprinted along, barely able to keep up despite his superior strength. Before he stepped onto the bridge, he looked back and saw the mercenaries rushing after them. However, what he was looking for was beyond them, in the depths of the plants that dominated the floor. Seeing some movement, a smile crossed his lips, and he turned to continue running. When they got to the bridge to the next level, only some of the Grimm bothered running across it. The others dropped off the sides, vanishing underneath it. A few moments later, the mercenaries arrived and realized that the Grimm who they had seen hanging on the underside of the bridge were impossible to see when standing on top of the bridge. Sliding to a halt, the mercenaries looked at each other, the screams of the barbarian still fresh in their minds. "What are you doing? Get up there!" When no one moved, the Earl's guard glared around at the mercenaries, causing them to take a step back. "I told you to get up there!"
"After you, ma'am,"
one of the mercenaries said, gesturing for her to lead the way. Sneering, she took a step forward as if she were about to step onto the bridge, when she saw two glittering eyes staring at her from under the railing. Unnerved, she stepped back, nearly bumping into the mercenary who had been about to follow her. "What are they doing under there?"
"Waiting to pull us off and throw us to our deaths, most likely," the blonde mercenary leader said from the back of the group.
Stalking forward, Earl Vassic glared at the mercenaries.
"Then kill them when they lift their heads, or shoot them off the bottom of the bridge. I don't care how you do it, but I expect you to start advancing up the bridge immediately. Anyone who hesitates will get thrown over the edge by me."
None of the mercenaries doubted that the Earl would hesitate to do exactly what he said, so there was an immediate surge toward the bridge as the mercenaries began rushing up to the next level. A tense few seconds passed, and just as the mercenaries thought they might have imagined the grim threat, roars rang out and 6 Grimm appeared on the sides of the bridge. Clawed hands grabbed the mercenaries and pulled them off the side of the bridge. Of the 3 mercenaries who were grabbed, only one managed to grab onto one of his companions, preventing himself from being pulled off the bridge, and the other 2 were soon hurtling into the darkness to their doom.
"Stay in the middle! Push forward!"
the blunt mercenary leader shouted to his men, trying to urge them forward. Realizing that if he didn't rally them, even the fear they felt of the Earl would not stop a rout, the mercenary leader swore and pushed his way to the front.
"Follow me!"
Charging up the bridge, the blonde mercenary saw John's sword wave and threw himself to the side as a flame arrow shot past him, stabbing into the throat of the mercenary who had been following close behind him. Saying a silent apology, the blonde mercenary had just jumped up when he felt claws dig into his side and back. Screaming in fear, he whipped around, his terror-fueled blow severing an arm from the Grimm who had grabbed him. Stabbing the beast repeatedly in the chest, he staggered back, kicking her repeatedly until she fell away, vanishing over the edge of the bridge. A ragged cheer broke from the mercenaries, even as howls of rage filled the air from the Grimm. Surging forward, the vicious fighting continued as the Grimm tried to drag the mercenaries from the bridge and the mercenaries tried to cut the Grimm down. By the time the mercenaries had made it halfway across the bridge, the losses to both sides had started to mount, and John was thinking about calling for another retreat. While only 3 Grimm had died in the exchange for the 7 mercenary losses, that was still more than John wanted to bear. Glancing at Ellie, he saw that her hands were clenched tightly, and made his decision.
"Ellie, tell Handsome we're retreating again. We'll move up another level. I'll hold them back while the Grimm retreat."
Stepping forward, while Ellie communicated the message, John raised his shield and charged forward, his feet pounding on the stone bridge. Seeing him coming, the blonde mercenary let out a scream and charged forward, his sword waving wildly. Handsome's roars, echoed by the other Grimm, let John know that they were about to retreat, so he focused on disrupting the enemy's formation as much as possible. At the last second, before he collided with the blonde mercenary, John leaned back and swept his foot across the ground, knocking the blonde mercenary's feet out from under him. After a half-second delay, he slammed his shield forward, throwing the airborne mercenary back into the crowd. Quickly moving their weapons away to avoid accidentally stabbing their leader, the mercenaries were bowled over as he slammed into them.
"Mr. Sutton, why do you drag this out?"
Seeing Earl Vassic stalking over the bridge toward him, John gave the Earl a small smile and nodded.
"I wouldn't have thought you were in a rush to die, Earl Vassic, but if you are, I would be happy to oblige."
"Oh, I wasn't talking about my death," the Earl said, waving his cane dismissively. "No, I'm talking about the box you stole from me. If you return it to me, we'll turn around and leave. You can continue to explore this ruin to your heart's content."
"You want to leave?" John asked, raising his eyebrows.
I think it's a bit late for that.
Hearing the certainty in John's voice, the Earl frowned and looked around.
What are you talking about?
One of the problems with getting too intent on your pursuit is that it becomes hard to pay attention to your surroundings,
John said, pointing at something behind the mercenaries.
I was hoping we could do this without major trouble, but that possibility is long gone.
For a moment, the Earl just stared at John, almost as if he was wondering if John was trying to trick him. Not seeing any sense of deceit in John's expression, Earl Bassick risked a glance over his shoulder and let out a startled shout. From out of the forest crept strange creatures that looked like headless humanoids formed from twisted roots. Where their hands should have been were flowers with sharp petals, and as they moved forward on two legs, the flowers swung back and forth as if searching for the presence of food.
I mean, if you think you can fight through 2 floors of those things, be my guest,
John said, shrugging. Staring at the strange creatures slowly moving toward him, the Earl's sneer faded into a grimace.
Mela, Finn, take 5 mercenaries to block those things. Everyone else, charge!
Chapter 39. Catching a blow on his shield, John shifted his feet back and stepped forward sharply, throwing the mercenary attacking him off balance. A subtle twist of his shield caused the large axe the mercenary was holding to slip to the side, and a swift kick to his thigh caused him to collapse. Intercepting a mercenary who was trying to get past him, John swung his sword, forcing the mercenary back. The bridge was too wide for one person to defend, but somehow John was doing it, shifting back and forth as he slowly worked his way back toward the upper floor. Down at the bottom of the bridge, the headless flower creatures had begun attacking the mercenaries Earl Bassick had sent to block them. Using their sinuous arms, the flower creatures smashed themselves into the mercenaries, paying no attention to the attacks that were chopping them to pieces as they tried to wrap themselves around the mercenaries. Finally, a fighter got too involved in the fight and stepped forward to help his attack reach one of the monsters, and a lashing flower managed to wrap around his feet. As soon as the vine wrapped around his foot, it jerked sharply, whipping his feet out from under him and dragging him screaming into the forest. Their faces paling, the mercenaries backed up, trying to form a tighter defensive line. Blades slashed as they cut into the monsters that pressed forward. One large monster lifted its flower hand and charged forward, ignoring the chopping axe as it wrapped its flower hands around a shield. Moving faster than she had ever moved before, the mercenary pulled out a dagger and sliced through the tough leather shield strap, jumping back as the flower monster pulled the shield violently, throwing it away. Stepping into the space where the mercenary had been, one of Earl Bassick's guards stabbed the flower monster with her spear. There seemed to be no way to stop the monsters apart from chopping them into little pieces, and as the spear blade slipped off of the tightly twisted wood that made up the monster's body, Mela had a sinking feeling they were all going to die.
"We need to retreat. Get onto the bridge itself."
Following her directions, the mercenaries backed up, doing their best to keep their formation tight. Unfortunately, their efforts proved futile, as the seemingly sluggish flower monsters suddenly began to launch themselves through the air. Some of the monsters missed the bridge and fell into the depths, but more of them managed to grab on. As they grabbed onto the stone, their bodies twisted themselves into every crack and crevice on the bridge, providing their brethren with better places to hold. Soon the end of the bridge was crawling with the headless horrors, and Mela and Fen had to continually back up to keep from being surrounded by the crawling monsters. Blocked by John at one end and chased by a swelling horde of wooden monsters trying to drag them into the depths of the forest on the other, the mercenaries found themselves hard-pressed and soon began to rush at John with greater vigor. Sensing they were about to start growing desperate, John tapped his shield with the pommel of his sword, causing it to flash with a blinding light. Turning around before anyone could react, he ran, reaching the end of the bridge in an instant. This was the third level that seemed to be part of a forest, and as he began to sprint around the edge of the balcony to head to the next bridge, John sensed something change in the air. The strange woods writhed, and the flowers began to sway violently as hundreds of the wooden flower monsters lumbered forward. Judging the distance between himself and the bridge, John knew he wouldn't make it just running, so he pushed Mana into his feet and shot forward, covering dozens of feet with every step. Behind him, the mercenaries realized they were about to be trapped between 2 hordes of flower monsters and began to despair. Even Earl Bassick's face twitched, growing pale. When he saw no chance of salvaging the situation, he lifted his cane and twisted the top, causing a needle to emerge from the eye socket of the round skull. Without hesitation, he stabbed it into his hand, causing blood to trickle from the wound it made. A thick black mist streamed from the skull, seeping into the wound on his hand. The blood dripping from his wound began to turn black, and a painful scream tore the air apart as his body began to warp. John kept moving as he watched, a deep sense of disgust rising in his throat as he saw the Earl's transformation complete. Two powerful bat wings spread from the Earl's back and his arms, lengthening until they hung by his knees and ending in long, sharp claws. Fangs grew from in his mouth, forcing his lips apart, and his clothing ripped to shreds as his muscles swelled. Spreading his arms, he let out another scream and jumped into the air, his wings carrying him aloft. Under the ragged remains of his clothing, John caught sight of a large mana stone that had been embedded in his chest, pulsing with dark light. Flying up into the air, the Earl threw his cane away and stabbed his sharp claws into his side, grunting and screaming as he pulled something out. As he approached the bridge that would take him up to the others, John saw that it was a short dagger that pulsed with dark light. Vasek's gore-slick hand finally pulled the dagger free, and its blade extended into a broadsword, formed entirely from blackish mana. Hearing a shout, Vasek's head turned toward Haber, who was at the top of the bridge.
"Retreat!"
Hearing John's shout, the transformed Earl turned and gave him a mocking smile and then shot toward the Wolf King, his powerful wings allowing him to cross the distance in a flash. No slower, John sprinted up the bridge, crossing it in burning strides. Sensing John closing in, the Earl spun around and hacked down with his mana blade. Bringing up his shield at the last second, John felt the force being transmitted through his body and swore, jumping backward as the bridge began to crack.
That is at least legendary strength, maybe even greater.
Sensing the damage the attack did to his shield, John landed in a crouch, continuing to slide back as the force of the blow dissipated. Hovering over the bridge, Vasek let out a mocking laugh and stabbed down with his sword, cutting the bridge apart. Not content with just taking out the center, he swung his sword 3 more times in rapid succession, completely destroying the bridge and making it impossible to cross.
"Do you wish you had listened to me now?"
he asked, staring with burning eyes at John.
"No,"
John replied seriously, shaking his head.
"I make it a point to never listen to people as ugly as you."
Sneering at John, Vasek looked back over his shoulder at the upper floor where Ellie and the others stood.
"Maybe I should capture one of them and rend them limb from limb in front of you. Maybe then you'll change your tune. All I want to know is where the box is."
"Even if you know where it is, it won't help you," John said, shrugging. "Have you ever heard of a bloodline lock? I still had one from my days in the army. You might find the box, but you'll never get it open." His already hideous face grew even more terrifying as Vasek's eyes bulged, ripping slightly at the corners. Glaring at John as blackish blood dripped down his face, he swore and pointed his sword at John.
"You used a bloodline lock on it?"
"That's right. Good luck finding out whose bloodline it is, too. You'll never get it open without it." Staring at John with his bulging eyes, Vasek suddenly smiled and spun in the air, staring at Ellie, who was standing beside Haber and Sven. Seeing who he was looking at, John's face blanched, and he ran to the edge of the bridge, stopping when he couldn't go any further.
"Ellie, run!"
The Earl's lips split open in a horrifying smile as he laughed loudly. His voice had transformed along with the rest of him, and the grating laughter mixed with the terrified screams and shouts from the mercenaries trapped below him. Seeing John's response from the corner of his huge eyes, Vasek was confident he had guessed correctly. Before he came to the valley, he had done his research and heard about John and the young woman who lived at his farm from the Red Coral Adventuring Team's report. Flapping his wings powerfully, Vasek shot through the air toward Ellie, who was still staring at John, her face white. Feeling an arm wrap around her, she came back to her senses as an apologetic voice sounded in her ear. "Sorry for the imposition, ma'am." Picking Ellie up, Sven fled, even as Haber lifted his club up and stepped forward. Turning his head, he shot Handsome a look and jerked his thumb at Ellie and Sven, who were disappearing into a doorway.
"They'll need you. Keep her safe."
He had no idea if the Grimm understood him, or if they just didn't want to tangle with the winged monstrosity hurtling toward them, but at Handsome's howl, all the Grimm fled, quickly vanishing from view. Feeling rueful, Haber issued another command, and the 3 wolves who followed him sprinted after Sven and Ellie, letting out whimpers as they looked back at the Wolf King's back. The last to go was actually the dumb bird Sigvald, who had been following Ellie closely this whole time. After a moment of hesitation, Sigvald turned and seemed to nod to him, taking off after Sven and Ellie. Gritting his teeth, Haber turned back and stared at Vasek.
"I really am an idiot,"
he muttered under his breath, getting ready for what was likely his last fight. Vasek came in fast, his wings tucking behind his body as he rolled to the side, trying to dodge past Haber. Eyes narrowed, Haber let out a loud shout and dodged to the side, his wolf-toothed club slashing at the Earl. Landing his blow, he felt a tremendous amount of feedback. If he hadn't already been convinced that he was outclassed by whatever the Earl had become, he was now. The Earl's muscles were powerful, and his skin was tough enough that the wolf teeth on Haber's club barely left a scratch. Still, he managed to drive the Earl off course, causing him to crash into the ground.
Roaring in rage, the Earl spun toward Haber and jumped forward, opening his wing and slamming it into the Wolf King. Trying to crouch and absorb the blow, Haber suddenly felt claws sink into his shoulder, and a powerful force lifted him from his feet, throwing him back. The world spun, and then Haber was falling. As he plunged, he caught a glimpse of John's face staring down at him from the broken bridge. Watching as Sven and Ellie fled, John's mind seemed filled with a million thoughts, all crowding together. Everything had spiraled out of his control too quickly for John to react, and every time he came up with a plan, it felt like another variable emerged to completely destroy it. Originally, he had planned to lure the mercenaries into the tower and use the tower's defenses to wipe them out, but things had started to go sideways once the Grimm refused to retreat. Thankfully, he had managed to get them to head further up when he sensed the flower monsters approaching, but the Earl's transformation had destroyed his plan once again. With less than 20 seconds of his true power at his use, he had been carefully observing Vasik's new form to make sure he wouldn't accidentally end the world when trying to deal with him, but just when he felt like he had a good gauge of the Earl's strength, the situation changed again. As a matter of insurance, he had planted the suggestion that keeping Ellie alive was necessary, and given the Earl's obsessive desire for the box John had taken from Catherine, he was confident the Earl wouldn't harm her. The bloodline lock he had mentioned to the Earl could only be opened with fresh blood from the same person whose blood had been used to lock it. Of course he hadn't actually used a bloodline lock, but Vasik would never dare doubt John in case he destroyed his only chance at getting to the contents of the box. Yet when the Earl turned and shot toward Ellie, John felt a spike of fear and fury unlike anything he had ever felt before. The feeling had been so strong he had been forced to lock the manor around him, sealing himself from moving to avoid blowing apart the entire mountain and everyone along with it. That moment of inaction had caused him to miss his opportunity to stop Vasik, and forced him to rapidly change his plans as Haver fell into the depths of the tower. John could feel a headache building as he pushed his mental model to its limits, but that didn't stop him from pumping mana into the skill as he tried to come up with an optimal plan. Another second passed, and Haver fell further, causing John to sigh. I'll just have to trust Sven and the Grimm. And Ellie. Crouching down, John grabbed the bottom of the broken bridge and let himself fall forward as if he was going to topple down into the pit. When he was angled toward Haber, he pushed off, accelerating so sharply that the counterforce blew the remaining bits of the bridge apart. The boom echoed through the tower, but John was already gone, having closed half the distance to Haber. To his credit, the Wolf King hadn't given up and was trying to angle himself toward one of the bridges, though without much luck. Sensing himself slowing down, John narrowed his eyes and abruptly accelerated again, flames surrounding his body for a brief second. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. 2 seconds later, Haver heard a noise and turned his head only to see John whizzing by. A steel-like grip latched onto him, pulling him at an angle as he changed course with John, flying toward one of the lower floors. With an earth-shaking boom, they landed, sending cracks radiating through the floor as they slid across it. Letting out a groan, Haver tried to get up, but a sharp pain in his side had him gasping for breath. Rolling over, he opened his pouch and got out a vial, gulping down the contents. The burning pain in his side faded somewhat, and he rose unsteadily to his feet, looking around to try to find John. When he finally spotted him through the dust, he saw John staring into the darkness, clearly hesitating about something. Still woozy from the landing, Haver shook his head, trying to clear it. Suddenly the memory of what had just happened shot through his mind, and he looked up at the tower that rose almost a mile into the air.
Ellie! What about the others?
They're being chased by Vasik, John said, his voice unnaturally calm. We need to get back to them, because there's almost no chance they'll survive against him. He's a legendary-level monster at the very least, and I'm willing to bet that isn't the only trick he has up his sleeve. Unfortunately, he's not our only problem right now.
For the first time, Haver noticed the sickly, sweet smell that surrounded them. A shuffling sound intruded on his hearing, and in the dim light filtering into the deep level from the volcano's shaft, he saw the twisted figures of the headless flower monsters. Chapter 40. The soft creaking of the flower monster's wooden limbs was loud in the deep silence that shrouded the floor John and Haver were on. Spinning around, the Wolf King bristled as he discovered they were completely surrounded. Beside him, John appeared frozen as he thought furiously. He wanted nothing more than to fly back up to where Vasik was and rip the Earl's spine from his body. But the brightly lit notification that he had earned another doom point was a clear reminder that he was only 17 doom points away from failing his quest to prevent the apocalypse. Doom points, 83 of 100. Even though he still wasn't sure exactly what caused the doom points to go up, he had noticed that every time he unleashed his mana, they climbed steadily, and getting back to the floor he had jumped from would take him at least a few seconds. Yet at the same time, every second he delayed increased the likelihood that Vasik would catch up to Ellie and Sven.
Maybe I should just let the apocalypse come,
It honestly can't get much worse than it is. Despite his increasingly negative thoughts, John shook off the feeling of inevitability and turned his thoughts to figuring out how to get out of the current situation without ruining the world. The flower monsters continued to creep closer, their flowers twisting this way and that as they tried to discover exactly where John and Haver were standing. Drawing a dagger from his boot, Haver looked around but didn't see his wolf-tooth club anywhere. He had lost his grip on it when Bassick had knocked him into the pit, and it had vanished into the darkness. Unable to come up with any good ideas, John placed his hand on his sword and began to draw it when a thin wave of mana washed over him, causing him to freeze in place. Slowly returning his sword to his sheath, he reached out to Haver, indicating the Wolf King should put away his dagger. Looking at him like he was crazy, Haver gestured to the approaching monsters.
"Are you serious? We're about to get squeezed into pulp."
Despite the fact he was whispering, Haver's voice drew the flower monsters' attention, and they began to close in on the two men.
"Yes," John said, nodding seriously. "We don't need it right now. I'll tell you if we have to fight, but it will only hurt at this point. Follow me."
Without waiting to see if Haver would listen, John stalked into the darkness, tapping on his bracer. Badly damaged by Bassick's attack, the shield bracer sputtered, and a small glowing shield sprang up, giving them some light. It also revealed the full extent of the flower monsters that surrounded them, causing Haver to blanch and hurry after John to avoid being left behind. Packed so thickly, they seemed to be one giant twisted root system. There were easily 1,000 flower monsters revealed by the light of John's shield, so Haver just put his dagger away. As John got close to the flower monsters, they suddenly surged forward, wrapping their bodies around his limbs. About to struggle, Haver saw that John wasn't reacting at all and let out a small sigh. Nothing about his life had been normal since he had met John, but at the same time, the strange farmer always seemed to come out on top, so Haver stifled his fear and let the flower monsters surround him. Picking John and Haver up, the flower monsters suddenly began to move, practically flying through the darkness as they were pulled along. Roots came out of the floor, grabbing them and passing them along, and more flower monsters added themselves to the structure, forming what looked like a cage around the two men as they moved through the darkness. Reaching what seemed to be a wall, the entire structure they were trapped inside suddenly changed direction, shooting up into the air. Thanks to the spluttering light from John's shield, they could see they were still moving through the tower's tunnel system, but the further they went, the more tangled roots they found. Bright flowers dotted the root system, adding splashes of glowing color here and there, and occasionally one of the flowers would attach itself to the growing formation around John and Haver. Normally when they did, the formation would shift and change directions, moving quickly down passages and up tunnels that had been dug vertically into the earth. Looking over, Haver saw that John's face had resumed its normal mask of calm, so he kept quiet, leaving John to think and instead focusing on observing where they were going. After almost 5 minutes of incredibly rapid travel, they suddenly burst out into a massive room, coming to a shuddering stop. Releasing their hold, the flower monsters melted away into the darkness as light began to flood the room, nearly blinding John and Haver. The first thing John noticed as the glare faded was the massive tree trunk that dominated the center of the room. At first glance, it was a mass of twisting roots all intertwined like a giant mangrove tree, but the closer John looked, the clearer it became that the entire thing was made up of the flower monsters who had brought them from the bottom of the tower. Under the roots that were spread over the floor, walls, and ceiling of the room, John could make out tables and old bookshelves, their contents dusty and abandoned to time. A variety of strange devices sat in the corners of the room, clearly unused. The feeling John got from the room was that of a laboratory, abandoned to a jungle for centuries. Seeing some movement from the large tree trunk, John injected a bit of mana into his eyes, examining the shifting plant. A weak light pulsed from the center of the trunk, causing John to walk forward to get a better look. When Haver saw him moving toward the tree trunk, he reached out to grab John's shoulder, but John dodged him with a neat sidestep and approached the thick trunk. As he got close, hundreds of thousands of buds emerged from the tree, opening up to reveal bright flowers that seemed to stare at John. For a moment, Haver thought they were about to pounce, but instead, peeling away from the trunk of the tree, they parted, forming a doorway of flowers. In the center of the doorway was a 20-foot-tall plant with a single beautiful purple flower bud and a dozen fleshy pods that looked like broccoli waving gently beside it.
What is that?"
Haver asked, his voice a whisper.
"A friend," John replied. "I hope."
Stepping forward, John saw the flower recoiling, and all around him the flower monsters bristled, growing agitated. Realizing what was going on, John restrained his mana even further and cast Summon Water where Haver couldn't see it. Multiplying the spell, he controlled the water beads to float up in front of him, pretending to look at them with wonder as they surrounded his body.
"Haver, have you ever seen a plant that can cast magic?"
Shaking his head, the Wolf King came closer, reaching out to touch the dancing water beads. Watching in awe as the water began to dance around his hand, he looked at the purple flower bud in awe.
No, this is incredible.
Much more comfortable with the water mana that surrounded John, the flower swayed forward, and the agitated flower monsters grew still again. Raising a leafy vine, the plant reached out to touch John's head, gently caressing his hair and coming to rest on his forehead. A thin thread of mana tried to intrude into his skin from the leaf, so he carefully peeled back his natural defenses, allowing the mana to enter his mind. A million pictures seemed to flash through his head, causing a dull ache, but soon they began to slow, and amidst the images, a voice echoed.
The end has come. I am beginning.
Frowning slightly, John sent the smallest amount of mana he could back through the leaf, attempting to communicate with the purple flower.
What do you mean, the end?
A crimson sky unfolded in John's mind, choked by the smoke of flames that raged as far as the eye could see. Grasping skeletons rose from the flames, only to disintegrate into ashes, destroyed by the flames that surrounded them.
You, the end, all things burn.
His frown deepening as he dismissed the image, John tried to clarify.
You mean that I am the end? I will destroy all things? Yes or no. A beginning.
Another picture intruded into John's mind, a picture of the valley he had called home for the last year. He saw himself sitting on his porch, staring out over a field of golden wheat, a large tree with purple flowers and fleshy pods standing in the distance. Struck by the utter peace of the scene, John felt his breath catch in his throat.
I don't understand. Are the scenes one after the other? Are they exclusive? What do I have to do? Energy. Protectors multiplied. Balance destroyed. Mana not pure enough.
As if sensing John's confusion, a set of pictures flashed through John's mind, leaving him stunned. In them, he saw a short woman entering the tower and beginning experiments. After hundreds of failures, he could feel her despair, but she continued on until she found the Mana Stone mine. A feeling of excitement raced through John as he watched her continue the experiments, until she created a small multicolored flower that bloomed even in the darkness. Yet from there the experiments began to change, growing hurried and disorganized until he saw the first of the flower monsters appear. In every picture thereafter, he saw the flower monsters multiplying, always staring at the woman, who looked more and more nervous. The next image he saw was of the woman, now white-haired and bent, sitting cross-legged on a table, a small purple-flowered plant held in her upturned palm. Even though the image was still, like a picture, John got the feeling that the woman was staring at him, entreating him for help. One last image appeared in his head, causing a shiver to run down his back. In it, he saw brightly colored flowers starting to bloom all over the mountainside, and what looked like a mutated deer with a bright flower growing from the back of its skull, chewing on the corpse of a beast.
Energy, please. Need balance, or the guardians will destroy all.
Even as he listened, he could sense the plant's voice was fading, as if communicating with him had used up all its energy.
How do I give you energy?
A faint image flashed in John's mind, vanishing so quickly he would have missed it if he hadn't had mental model active. The scene showed a spot at the very top of the tower. Connected by bridges, it was a platform that hung over the volcano's shaft. A weakly pulsing crystal sat there, wrapped in thick roots that stretched down into the depths. Yet John barely paid attention to the crystal, all his attention locked on the two figures who were rushing up one of the bridges to the platform. Recognizing Ellie and Sven, John's eyes widened.
I need to go there. No!
Taken aback by the intensity of John's thought, the purple flower recoiled slightly. After a moment of thought, its leaf came off John's head and retreated. At the same time, a weak pulse of mana lit up the purple flower bud, causing the flower monsters to begin trembling violently. Looking around, Haber swallowed nervously.
John? What's going on?
They're taking us up to meet with Ellie and Sven. Hold on.
Rushing down from the tree, flower monsters surrounded John and Haver, binding their arms and legs again as they formed another sphere-like structure around them. Thanks to the light in the room, the two men got a better look at what was happening as they started moving. The flower monsters connected themselves into a giant chain that acted as a vine, pulling the ball that held them along the tunnels and passages. Realizing they were moving many times faster than he had thought, Haver wondered what would happen if the ball was suddenly opened and they were let go. Trying to erase the image of their brains being splattered against the stone walls from his head, Haver shrunk down as much as he could and concentrated on staying still. Beside him, John was also concentrating. But unlike Haver, he was concentrating on his own writhing mana. Whatever happened, he was approaching the limit of what he could do without triggering the apocalyptic scenario the purple flower had shown him. The best he could come up with was killing Earl Vassic as soon as he saw him, and hoping he had enough space left to inject energy into the crystal the strange plant had shown him. He had no idea how much energy he would need to give the plant for it to regain the balance it was seeking, and if he couldn't kill the Earl fast enough, it wouldn't matter anymore. Closing his eyes, he began to consider his options, trying to simulate the maximum strength the Earl could use. To completely overwhelm the transformed man, he would need to use at least twice as much strength, but considering that cutting apart the storm spirit's body had given him 2 doom points, he was worried that even if he killed Vassic, he would gain at least 4 doom points, potentially even more. Locked in the wooden cage, they flew through the passageways of the tower, going this way and that, but always proceeding up toward the top of the tower. The Shadow Tower was massive, and the longer they traveled, the larger John realized it was. Besides the central area that had been created by Stormmaster Kelvis, there were countless other passages that had clearly been excavated later. Everywhere they traveled, they saw the root system stretching out, but John had already realized he was actually looking at tens of millions of the flower monsters. Though he had no idea how things had gotten to this point, the idea of the flower monsters continuing to grow and proliferate made John shudder. There was something incredibly creepy about them, and the way their flowers followed his every twitch. So anything he could do to reduce the potential of them being unleashed on the outside world was fine with him. It had occurred to him, of course, that the purple flower might not be telling the truth, and that he would actually be making things worse by giving it the energy it was asking for, but at this point, John had simply ceased to care. His only focus was on saving Ellie and Sven, and everything else could be left for later. Chapter 41. When Sven grabbed Ellie, her instinctive desire had been to struggle free and try to fight, but a voice in the back of her head screamed at her that doing so would be a death sentence. Even without using her true sight ability, she could sense the power radiating from the winged monster Earl Vassic had transformed into. As he darted toward them, Sven sprinted away, moving faster than she could ever have, despite the fact he was carrying her. As he ran, Ellie gripped her wand firmly, starting to prepare a spell. Unlike the lower floors, this floor was not filled with plants, though the twisting roots still covered the walls. Instead, it seemed to be made up of hallways and rooms, lacking the open concept of the other floors. There was no bridge up to the next level, but they could see more levels rising up to the top of the tower, where there was a platform floating in the middle of the volcano shaft, held in place by bridges that stretched out from the top floor. Darting into a hallway, Sven passed through it with 2 bounding steps and took a hard turn into one of the rooms. With a leap, he cleared a staircase, moving up onto an upper landing and heading through a door. Finding himself in another hallway, he continued to sprint forward, trying to put as much distance between them and Earl Vassic as possible. Behind him came the wolves, Sigvald, and some of the Grimm. With a burst of speed, Sigvald barreled into her, vanishing with a flicker of lightning, leaving Ellie speechless. She had always imagined her familiar would accompany her fearlessly, but instead she got an overly proud and easily frightened bird-brain rooster. Seeing a doorway coming up, Ellie pointed at it. "Take a left there." Despite his uncertainty, now was not the time to argue, so Sven did what Ellie said, turning left into a long hallway. The Grimm and wolves easily kept pace with them, while the Grimm began to split off, heading off in all directions. Soon Handsome was the only Grimm still with them, and after another minute, he reached out to touch Ellie's hand before turning and dashing in a doorway. "Where are they going?" Sven asked, watching the Grimm leader disappear. "They're going to act as decoys," Ellie muttered, her voice low. "He said to hide until John comes back."
"Now that is some sage advice. Where are we headed?"
"Take the second right and then an immediate left, and then let me down."
Nodding, Sven darted into the second doorway in the hall and ran to the left, heading up a flight of stairs. Bursting through another doorway, he saw they were on the next floor up and skidded to a stop, putting Ellie down. His breath was coming in great gasps, but thanks to his class-holder physique, he quickly got his breathing under control. This time, Ellie led the way forward, running at a swift jog into the twisting corridors and rooms. Each turn she made brought them through the confusing layout, and within a few minutes they had ascended another floor, having traveled halfway around the tower. Dropping into a walk, Ellie closed her eyes, communicating with her air spirits to try and figure out where Vassic was. Her face paling, she opened her eyes, looking back at Sven with a grim expression.
"John and Haver are gone. I don't know where they went."
"Which means the winged monster is probably coming after us, right?"
"Yes. He's 2 floors down still, searching around. He seems to have been confused by our path."
Grinning, Sven tapped the side of his nose with his finger.
"Doppelganger paths. A rogue ability that makes false trails. With the number of splits, it'll take him a while to find out where we went."
"Unless he just flies out into the center shaft," Ellie said. "Let's get under cover."
Slipping into one of the rooms, they began to walk through the twisting halls. Most of the rooms they went into hadn't been used for what seemed like hundreds of years, and there was thick dust everywhere. Glancing backward, Ellie saw the footprints they were leaving and turned to Sven with a questioning look. The rogue saw what she had been looking at and shrugged. I don't know how it works, but the ability mimics any trace we might have left heading in different directions. Unless he has the ability to hear heartbeats, there's no way he'll be able to track us.
That can't be ruled out. But even so, there are a lot of us spread out. I'm more concerned about Haver and John, though.
Haver is a tough one, Sven said, shaking his head and crouching down and leaning against the wall. He'll be fine. Doubly so if John is with him.
As strong as a monster who can fly and break apart a stone bridge with a slash?
Ellie asked, raising her eyebrows. Well, maybe not that strong, but if John is with him, he'll be perfectly safe.
John's the one I'm worried about.
Huh! Why? Seeing the strange look Ellie was giving him, Sven waved his hand and stood up. Seriously, John is the last person you should be worried about. Everyone in this entire tower could die and he would be totally fine. When Ellie's look didn't change, Sven froze and paled. His eyes widening, he covered his mouth with his hand. Oh, no. No. Do you not know who he is? Oh, this is bad. I am so dead. Eyes narrowing as she watched Sven's over-the-top reaction, Ellie took a small step forward, her hand on her wand.
Who is he?
If you don't know, I can't say, Sven said, shaking his head. Absolutely not. My lips are sealed. You'll have to ask him yourself. Nope. Nope.
Sven, I don't appreciate secrets being kept from me.
Trying to step back, Sven found that Ellie kept pace with him, her fierce eyes boring into him. A cold sweat broke out on his back as he felt Ellie's mana leaking out of her. Though she wasn't a titled class holder and couldn't control her aura, Sven's senses were abnormally sharp and he could tell she outclassed him in terms of both mana and strength. Swallowing, he took a deep breath and shook his head again. I'm serious, Ellie. I can't tell you. Just forget that I said anything, okay? And let it be. Besides, I think we have visitors coming. Looking down at the three wolves who had followed them, Ellie saw they were staring down the hallway, their teeth bared and fur bristling. Muttering something, she cocked her head to the side and then grimaced.
Some sort of humanoid creature, running on hands and feet. No eyes, but really big nostrils and sharp teeth.
Ghouls, Sven said, his voice shaking slightly. They're an undead beast. How are there ghouls here?
What are the chances the Earl could have brought them in or summoned them? Ellie asked, taking her crossbow off her back and loading it. He might have ties to a necromancer, which is probably how he transformed into that monster. I saw him stab himself with something in his skull cane.
A necromancer? Ugh, this keeps getting better and better, Sven complained, spitting on the ground. I don't know if ghouls can be summoned, but I wouldn't put it past them. Dirty grave robbers. Ghouls track through their sense of smell, so we need to get out of here. Cocking her crossbow, Ellie looked at Sven.
What are our chances of killing it?
If it's a normal ghoul, ambush should be pretty easy. But if it's a titled-level ghoul like a ghoul warrior or a matriarch, we're going to be in trouble.
Then let's find out. Get your daggers out, this might get messy.
Walking down to the corner, Ellie waited for a moment and then stepped out, lifting her crossbow and pulling the trigger with one smooth motion. The crossbow bolt ripped through the air, slamming into the ghoul's head as it walked through the doorway. Without time to react, the monster screamed and fell, clutching at the bolt that stabbed through its skull. Shaking slightly but determined, Ellie loaded another bolt as she walked forward, Sven a step behind her with his short sword drawn. Still moving despite the bolt in its head, the ghoul struggled to get up, but before it could regain its feet, another twang rang out in the hallway, followed by a thud and a gurgle as Ellie's second bolt cut through the ghoul's mouth, severing its spine and shattering against the far wall. Staring at the still twitching corpse, Ellie loaded another bolt, but Sven stopped her. It's dead. No need to waste another bolt. But we need to go. Ghouls are pack creatures, and its shriek probably alerted its companions.
All right, let's go. But I haven't forgotten our conversation, Ellie said, giving Sven a stern look. I expect you to tell me exactly what you meant when we're out of this situation.
If we live, I'll tell you whatever you want. With the wolves trailing behind, Ellie and Sven began to move, winding their way through the tower as they headed for a higher floor. As they hurried along, Ellie carefully sensed for Sigvald. Her cowardly familiar had retreated to the tattoo that bound them together and was currently trying to restore the lightning power he had squandered while they were fighting the flying centipedes. Seeing her shaking her head, Sven looked at her. Something wrong?
No, my companion is just being a coward.
Wait, me?
No, the rooster.
Oh, I was wondering where he went. Lifting her hair up, Ellie turned to show him her neck, but the rogue blanched and waved his hands, averting his eyes. "I didn't see anything. I'm not looking." "It's only my neck," Ellie said scornfully. "Better safe than sorry. That's how I've lived my life until now, and it's worked very well for me, thank you." "Not working out so great now," Ellie said, leveling her crossbow at the door they were headed toward. "We've got more company. 2 or more of them this time." Lifting his sword, Sven took a deep breath and launched himself forward as the ghouls came charging into the room. Crossing the room with his signature long jump, he ducked under one of the ghouls' slashing claws and stabbed his short sword up through the monster's throat, piercing into its tough skin. Twisting his blade to try to make as large a wound as possible, he dodged away as a twang announced Ellie's crossbow bolt. The bolt slammed into the other ghoul, catching it in the shoulder and sending it stumbling back. Growls rumbling in their chests, the 3 wolves launched themselves forward, slamming into the ghoul Sven had wounded, their teeth ripping chunks of flesh from its legs and arms as they pulled it to the ground. Falling into a roll, Sven ducked a flailing claw and slashed with his short sword, cutting through the thigh bone of the ghoul Ellie had hit. The only way to kill most undead was to destroy their brains or to remove their heads, so he didn't stop moving, turning another somersault to get out of its range. Seeing one of the wolves suffer a wicked slash, Sven doubled back, sinking his short sword into the downed ghoul's skull and holding it down as the monster thrashed about. Ellie had reloaded her crossbow and was advancing, her eyes locked on the crippled ghoul. Blinking, she suddenly swung to the side and fired. The bolt ripped through the air as the ghoul suddenly dashed to the side, seeming to run directly into the path of the bolt. With a scream, it fell to the ground, its limbs twitching in its death throes. Swinging her crossbow behind her, Ellie hurried over to the wounded wolf, pulling a vial out of her pouch as she ran. The claws of the ghouls were highly toxic, and already the wounds on the wolf's side were starting to turn black and pustulant. As she came over, the wolf tried to retreat, clearly worried about passing on the poison starting to course through its body, but Ellie fixed it in place with a glare. "Lie down!" Meekly lowering its head, the wolf lay down, exposing its side to her. Uncapping the vial, she poured half of it onto the wound, using a cloth to clean the wounds. The rest of the vial she poured down the wolf's throat. Within a few seconds, the wolf's flesh began to knit back together, and the poison vanished. Cleaning his blade off, Sven stared at Ellie and the vial in her hand. It was incredibly rare to see first-class potions, and from the fact Ellie had just used it on an animal, it was clear she had no idea what kind of value it had. Each and every first-class healing potion was considered equivalent to an extra life, and Sven had only ever had one in his entire life. He had paid a king's ransom for it, and it had saved his life after he had suffered a mortal wound. Despite looking for another, he had never found one, so seeing Ellie use it unhesitatingly on the wolf made him feel like crying. Comforting himself with the fact that she probably would have done the same for him, he moved to check the doorway. It was clear, so they continued moving, quickly ascending to the top floor. Considerably smaller than the others, the only place left to go was to the center platform where they could see a large crystal that thrummed weakly. They could hear the ghouls behind them closing in, so, after sharing a glance, they decided to try their luck crossing the platform. The plan was to head across, using the platform to get to the other side of the tower, and then begin descending to find John and Haver, all while trying to avoid Bassick and the undead ghoul he had summoned. Unfortunately, nothing seemed to go to plan, and as they crept across the first bridge, a ghoul emerged from behind them, letting out a loud screech. The sound was piercing and echoed throughout the tower. Swearing, Sven turned and hurled a dagger at the ghoul, hitting it in its open mouth. Though he succeeded in silencing the monster, the damage was done, and a dozen other screams echoed throughout the tower as the other ghouls began appearing on the top 2 floors. Sprinting for the center platform, Ellie heard the sound of wings beating against the air, and looked over as Earl Vassick's monstrous face rose above the side of the platform. Chapter 42. With a powerful stroke of his wings, Earl Vassick shot up into the air, his bulging eyes fixed on Ellie. A wicked smile covered his face as he hovered over the deep pit, and the mana stone embedded in his chest glittered with an evil light. Ellie had never seen a vampire from the legends, but she had heard the stories and felt that Earl Vassick fit the bill perfectly. All around the top floor, the ghouls raced to cut Ellie and Sven off. Backing up, they stood back to back, the wolves guarding at their sides. I don't mean to be a pessimist, but I don't think this could have gone worse," Sven said, watching the ghouls carefully. "It does seem to be like that," Ellie said, gripping her crossbow tightly. Moving closer to the platform they were on, Vassick stared down at Ellie. The blood at the corners of his eyes had dried, but Ellie could smell the stench his body carried, making her want to vomit. Opening his mouth to reveal sharp teeth stained with blood, Vassick spoke in his broken voice. "You have run well, considering your weakness.
but you have nowhere left to go. Save yourself the pain you will suffer and tell me, where is the box?" Moving her face back to avoid the terrible smell that rolled out of his mouth and sending sparks dancing across his body. Screaming in pain and fury, Vasek shot backward, flying off the platform, his bulging eyes darting around as he looked for the source of the lightning bolt. Sensing the smell of a storm in the air, he quickly dodged again, but no more lightning fell. Trying as best as she could to control her breathing to avoid giving away how exhausted she was from casting the lightning spell, Ellie pulled a potion from her pouch and tossed it to Sven. Grabbing it from the air, Sven shoved it into his mouth and crunched down, ignoring the cuts to his gums and tongue as he chewed it up, glass and all. The potion flowed through his body, healing the cuts on his side and knitting his bones back together, allowing him to stand up without pain in his side. "He's a tough bugger," Sven said, his eyes never leaving Vasek. "I'll protect you as long as I can, but if we don't get a miracle soon, neither of us will walk out of here in one piece." "We'll be fine," Ellie insisted, her voice shaking slightly. "We'll be fine." Not the first time I've heard that, but I am afraid it might be the last. I've got a bad feeling that ugly mug over there isn't patient enough to let us wait for a miracle. If there is another side, I'll see you there." Opening her mouth to say something, Ellie saw Sven jump forward, appearing in front of her as Vasek abruptly accelerated, shooting toward her. The Earl's wings beat powerfully, making it look like he had teleported, his claws reaching for Ellie's neck. Despite all her training, she was still a beat too late, and her spell had barely even started when the Earl's clawed hands reached toward her, growing large in her eyes. Just before they arrived, her body was struck from the side and she was thrown to the ground as Sven appeared where she had just been. Watching with growing horror, she saw a furious expression twist Vasek's face, and his claws stabbed straight through Sven's chest, leaving bloody holes as he ripped the rogue's chest open. A bright light blazed in Sven's eyes, flashing a golden blue as he stabbed out with his short sword, managing to wedge it in between Vasek's neck and collarbone. The light in his eyes grew stronger even as his hot blood sprayed from his body, and Sven let out a roar, shoving his sword forward with superhuman strength, burying it to the hilt, and then twisting, snapping the hilt of the sword off. All at once, Vasek let out a scream of pain and staggered back, letting go of Sven, who crumpled to the ground. Ellie, already on the ground, scrambled over to Sven's body, fumbling with her pouch. Taking out a vial of potion, she crushed it with her hand, letting the liquid drip into the gaping wound in his chest. The first didn't seem to be working, so she grabbed another one, and then another. Vasek was still reeling from the attack, desperately trying to get the sword blade out of his neck, but because of Sven's final action, he couldn't get a good purchase on it. The rogue's eyes still carried the bluish-gold glow that had awoken in them a moment earlier, and he looked up at Ellie, a smile on his face. Seeing his lips moving, Ellie tried to hold back her sobs. "The eternal flame burns forever. Tell him it was my honor to serve."
"What? No! No!"
Trying to get another potion out of her pouch, Ellie felt Sven's hand grab hers, carrying surprising strength. Lifting his head up, he looked her straight in the eye. "Take care of him. He saved us, but he needs to be saved even more." As soon as the words left his lips, Sven stiffened, and the blue in his eyes grew stronger, almost as if he was staring at the bright summer sky. The smile on his face grew until it was almost blinding to look at, and his body relaxed for the final time. Sensing his spirit leaving, Ellie let out a heart-rending scream, causing the entire tower to vibrate. Everywhere the flower monsters stopped, their flower petals shaking as they turned to look toward the top of the tower. Even Vasek, who had finally gotten a hold of the blade and pulled it out, froze, his bulging eyes beginning to bleed as they strained his skin. Standing up, Ellie turned to face Vasek, her eyes burning with tears. Her wand pointed toward him as she screamed again, and the rumble of thunder answered her. Clouds began to gather despite the fact they were separated from the outside sky, and the air grew dark with rain and charged with a tingling force. From her back spread wings, crackling with lightning, as Sigvald emerged from the tattoo on her neck. The bird's eyes burned crimson with fury, and his beak opened to let out a deafening crow. Despite being pathetically weak compared to the monster in front of him, Sigvald felt the pain and anguish of his master fully and launched himself at Vasek, his beating wings sending lightning bolts raining down on his enemy. Still racing through the tunnels in the wooden sphere, John heard Ellie's scream echoing through the tower, and it cut straight to his core. The mana he had been trying so desperately to contain erupted, and he vanished, leaving nothing but ash behind. Even Haver felt the blistering heat as John shot off, forcing him to rip off the bracer and pauldron he was wearing before they melted. John flew forward, burning his way straight through the walls of the tower and out into the open shaft of the volcano, the stone in front of him evaporating. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer.
Paying no mind to the blue window, the air around him boiled, and he shot up toward the platform at the top of the tower, where a lightning storm had formed. Chapter 43. Hanging in the air at the top of the tower, Vasek battled against Sigvald, slashing with his claws and smashing the giant rooster with his wings as he tried to avoid the lightning strikes that poured off Ellie's familiar. Empowered by her anger and sorrow, the bird paid no mind to the attacks that flew toward him as he tried to peck out the transformed Earl's eyes and rip his throat apart with his claws. Feeling his skin burn as a bolt of lightning slammed into his chest, Vasek let out a roar, batting Sigvald aside. Tumbling back to the platform, the rooster tried to take off again, but one of his wings drooped, clearly broken. Sneering, Vasek was about to lunge forward and finish the job when a wave of heat rose toward him, making him think for a moment that the dormant volcano was going to erupt again. Darting backward, he stared down in astonishment as John rose like a rocket. Arriving in front of Vasek, John didn't bother speaking as he slapped out with his hand, causing a giant swath of air to explode with blue flame. Terror engulfed Vasek's mind as he watched the flames manifest. He had served in Lapira's wars for many years, and during all that time he had grown to know and fear the figure in front of him with every fiber of his being. The only guarantee on the battlefield was that where the eternal flame burned, nothing survived. That instinctive terror, carved into his bones, saved his life as he fled as fast as he could, his wings straining against that air. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. Letting out a tisk when he saw that his strike missed, John clicked his fingers, multicasting his fireball spell. Hundreds of blue fireballs burst to life in the air, completely sealing the top of the tower as John shot toward Vasek. Covering his fist in blue flames, he punched forward, obliterating everything in front of him. Barely getting out of the way, Vasek tried to fly away again, only to find himself staggering through the air. Looking down, he realized most of his leg and part of his wing had been burned away. Only after he saw they were gone did the pain set in as the blue flames continued to lick at his body. The mana stone that was implanted in his chest glowed brightly, and his leg began to grow back, but the blue flame refused to die out, causing him tremendous pain. Screaming with fear and pain, his eyes turned red and blackish blood began to drip from where the mana stone was embedded. Realizing something was going to happen, John slapped out again with even more force than he had used the first time. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. Dark light burst from the mana stone even as John's attack reached Vasek, and the Earl screamed in agony as the flames engulfed him, threatening to erase him from existence. At the same time, a foul energy John was growing increasingly familiar with surrounded Vasek, fighting to regenerate his body in the face of the destructive power of John's flames. As his body was simultaneously burned away and restored, Vasek began to change, his bones breaking out of his skin and growing grotesquely large. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. Sharp spikes erupted from his charred skin, only to begin burning away under the blue flame, and he threw his head back and let out a terrifying roar. Eyes narrowing, John took a breath, causing all the fireballs he had already cast to begin to spin, picking up speed as he exhaled. As the air flowed from his lungs, the hundreds of fireballs transformed into flame arrows and stabbed into Vasek, tearing apart the dark light that surrounded him. A moment later, the breath John had exhaled reached the transforming Earl, and he began to transform into ash. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. Giving the vanishing Earl one last look, John blurred and reappeared next to the root-wrapped crystal. It only took a single look for John to understand what had happened atop the platform, and the lingering blue glow in Sven's lifeless eyes sent a stab of pain through his heart. He couldn't even begin to count the number of times he had seen such a sight, but each and every one made him want to die all over again. Not daring to look at Ellie, he stepped forward, his hand reaching out. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. As the mana began to flow out of him, sinking into the large crystal, John felt fury building in him. The persistent messages informing him about the approaching apocalypse were about to drive him mad, so he closed his eyes and focused on pouring power into the crystal, counting the seconds. Already his doom points had reached 89 and were still climbing. In his head he could feel the notifications arriving, even if he couldn't see them. 90, 91, 92, 93, 94... Panic, hidden at the bottom of his heart, began to climb as his mana flowed out. He could sense that the crystal was reaching its capacity, but every second that passed brought him closer to the very thing he had been trying to avoid. 95, 96, 97... About to stop, he heard a voice echoing in his head, much stronger than it had been before. Almost. Gritting his teeth, he sent more mana into the crystal, packing as much power as he could into it. 98. A gentle buzz resounded, and John desperately shut off the mana flowing out of him.
Forcing it back down, he sealed himself off once again, binding his mana into his body. Almost afraid to open his eyes, he knew that keeping them closed wouldn't change anything. In trying to prevent the threat that the purple flower had shown him, he had come within seconds of destroying the world. Doom points, 98 of 100. He could feel his heart settling into its normal icy state, but despite the emotionlessness that engulfed his mind, he felt two shattering pains in his chest that caused his breath to catch. The first was the sight of Sven's breathless body, and the second was the look he imagined Ellie was giving him right now. Unable to make himself turn around and face her, John stared at the glowing crystal and desperately tried to keep himself together. The person occupying his thoughts was sitting on the ground, staring up at John, her eyes lost in a haze. When Sven had died, she had nearly broken down with grief and anger, and it had only been Sigvald's courage that had kept Vasek away from her. Then, when her familiar was beaten back, Ellie knew that she was going to die, following Sven to that other side he spoke of. That knowledge was clear in her mind, and surprisingly, she found herself growing calm. She had experienced much in her lifetime, more than any person ought to, but as she faced her death, she thought mostly of others. She thought of Sigvald, who would perish with her. She thought of Ben, who she had loved like a brother and even like a son. She remembered her grandmother's kind glances and soft hands that soothed her when she woke in the night, terrified from a bad dream. She even remembered Vexus, her grandmother's blue familiar, and his attentive but emotionless care. But what she remembered most was the feeling of John's arm around her on the 2 occasions he had carried her. She remembered the despair she had felt when she thought she would be dragged off to Wolfden, and then the incredulous hope when he not only let her and Ben stay, but actually defended her against the villagers at Fairford. That faint hope had bloomed into joy when he continued to accept them and even involved them in the running of the farm. As much as she felt sadness that she would never see the people she loved again, what broke her heart was thinking about how John would feel to lose not 1, but 2 people in this tower. John was an enigma to her, and though she had done her best to express her growing feelings for him, she still had no idea how he actually felt about her. There were so many mysteries that surrounded him, but in the clarity of the moment before the end, she finally understood. Sven's words could not have been clearer, and far from being repulsed, she felt an overwhelming amount of compassion for John. The stories of the eternal flame, the war god of Lapira, were too many to count. He had grown from a nobody to a living deity. Leading the army, he had defended the nation against impossible odds. Establishing the ecclesia, he had transformed the lives of the common folk, breaking the chains of slavery that bound them. It was not an exaggeration to say he had saved the world 1,000 times over in the 10 years since he had appeared. To find out that John was this legendary figure made Ellie's breath catch in her throat. Not out of awe or reverence, but because she could clearly see the scars that such a story had left behind. John had saved the nation of Lapira from annihilation, yet seemed to carry a deep dislike for it. He had established the body that served and ruled, yet he spoke of them scathingly. He killed callously, yet he seemed to bear the life of everyone around him as his personal responsibility. In front of her, Vasek's eyes bulged as he started to move toward her, and Ellie felt a profound regret sweep through her. She had no more strength to resist, having poured all of it into her familiar, but even if she could, it would not change the outcome. Watching the monster moving toward her in slow motion, she remembered Sven's last words and regretted she would not live to fulfill them. Then the situation changed so fast it took her breath away, and the miracle that Sven had talked about occurred. A fiery god rose from the depths of the tower, carried on blue flame that burned a bright death. She watched as, with a wave of his hand, he set the air alight, forcing the Earl to flee. It only took seconds for the being in front of her to erase Earl Vasek from the world, and when she blinked, the death that had seemed so certain to her had faded into nothing. Turning, John had looked over the platform, his burning eyes passing over her as if she were nothing more than another rock or a twisted root decorating the ground, and a pang of fear shot through her. She had seen that look in his eyes before, normally before someone died, and she hated that it was directed at her. Trying to open her mouth, she found herself completely smothered by the aura that surrounded John. Even though he was clearly trying to control it, the mana in his body was so strong that it warped the air around him. Normally, that sort of difference in mana between beings would make the weaker party instinctively grovel.
but all Ellie felt was an intense desire to hug John. As John passed by her, walking over to the glowing crystal, Ellie felt the pressure increasing. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to stay upright, counting the seconds as John began to pour mana into the large crystal. She had no idea why he was doing it, but as the seconds passed, her astonishment grew. In the first second, the amount of mana that had flowed out of him was exponentially more mana than she had ever possessed. In the next second, it was more mana than her grandmother had held, even at the height of her power. There were no words to describe what Ellie was witnessing. It was as if John stood in a completely different world from her and everyone else. All of a sudden, she felt as if she understood the distance at which he held everyone and everything. A deep desire awoke in her heart as the final words of the spirit of her grandmother echoed in her head. A short 9 seconds passed, but to Ellie it felt like it stretched into eternity. As John stopped putting mana into the crystal and the cloak of blue flame fell away from him, Ellie felt a healthy dose of fear running through her. What if he did live in a different world? What if he really was too far away to touch? For a second, that fear grew, gnawing at the strength of her legs. Yet when he didn't turn around and she felt the intense loneliness radiating from him, she found herself lunging to her feet and rushing toward him. Before he could react, her arms wrapped around him and her face pressed against his back. Clutching him tightly, as if afraid he would suddenly fly away, Ellie didn't say a word. John, frozen with shock, said nothing either. This was not the first time he had experienced this strange phenomenon around Ellie, but just like the meal he had once shared with her at the farm, her simple action completely destroyed the intense mental turmoil that plagued him, blowing it away like dandelion seeds in the summer wind. Warmth from Ellie's arms spread through his chest, thawing the heart he was so desperately trying to keep frozen. As it thawed, John found tears springing to his eyes. Though they evaporated before they could fall, he knew that they weren't just for Sven, who lay on the ground, but for every single person he had lost or failed to save since coming to this world. The feelings he had sealed away so long ago boiled up and flowed out of him, as the heart he was so afraid would break was held together by Ellie's strong grip. In silence they stood there, not moving even when the wolves crawled out of the rubble to greet Haver, who had been brought up by the wooden cage, or when the Grim emerged from where they had been hiding. The silence continued to stretch, but no one moved. Even the flower monsters who lined the tower, their flower faces staring up at the platform at the top of the tower, remained silent, standing perfectly still. "He could have lived," John said finally. "He could have lived if I hadn't been so worried about myself." Feeling Ellie's head shaking on his back, John fell silent again. "He could have lived if he'd just walked away. Vasek was after me, not him. He could have escaped. I saw how quick he was. He chose his path of his own will, and you have to choose yours." Listening to Ellie's muffled voice, John felt her arms tighten around him. "But please, don't choose a path without us." Chapter 44. Feeling Ellie's arms drop away from his chest, John let out a small sigh and turned around. His normal calm had returned, and despite being only 2 doom points away from failing his quest, he felt there was no immediate danger. It had been a close call, but the bright light in the crystal behind him indicated that the mana he had poured into it had been enough. "Thank you." Staring at him, Ellie seemed a bit unsure how to respond to his gratitude, but John felt like the words coming out of his mouth needed to be said. "I think I might have lost it for a moment. So thank you. And I'm sorry. There are many things about my past that I've hidden." Lifting up her hand, Ellie had a stubborn look on her face as she interrupted John. "And that girl in the village isn't the first person I killed. We all have things from our past that we hide. You can tell me when you're comfortable telling me. And if that's never, that's fine." "That's kind of you, but the secrets I hold are enough to drag the whole valley into oblivion," John replied. "A bit melodramatic, don't you think?" Hearing Haver's voice, Ellie turned to smile at the Wolf King. "Exactly," she said, nodding in agreement. "To me, you are John Sutton, owner of Sutton Farm, and—" Realizing what she was about to say just before the words came out of her mouth, she blushed and mumbled something in a voice too low for John to hear. Curious, he looked at her, but she shut her mouth firmly and stared at him with wide eyes, causing Haver to chuckle. Sensing the awkwardness in the air, the Wolf King stood up and walked over to Sven. Crouching next to the rogue's body, he closed his eyes and let out a sigh.
What a mess.
Indeed, John agreed, his voice solemn.
And we might not be done yet. Ellie, I think we have a lot to talk about, but before we can do that, we have to get out of here, which might prove more difficult than anticipated.
Looking around, Ellie saw that the flower monsters that had begun to gather when she screamed were crowding around on the top floor of the tower. As she looked over the edge, she saw that every other level, all the way down the tower, was just as tightly packed with the headless monsters. Seeing them squeezing in tighter and tighter as they tried to get into a position where they could stare at the platform hanging over the tower's shaft, Ellie suppressed a shudder. Looking slightly incredulous, Haver gestured at the gathered monsters.
Hold on. Do you mean we're going to have to fight our way out of all that?
I hope not, but there's always a chance, John nodded seriously.
Better to stay alert than assume we're safe. Besides, my power is significantly limited.
Limited? You mean that obliterating a legendary-class monster with a wave of your hand is limited?
No, I mean that I can't use that level of strength again, or the consequences will be beyond catastrophic,
John said, his voice slightly depressed.
I'm limited to my physical abilities and some spells, but hopefully it won't come to that.
Sensing a small wave of mana coming from the crystal, John held up his hand, asking for the others to wait while he communicated with the purple flower again. Reaching out, he touched the glowing crystal, allowing the mana to permeate his body.
Are you all good now?
Yes. Balance is restored. Come speak with me.
I don't know if you can see this, but I'm not so sure your guardians are going to be excited about that.
They simply seek the greatest source of mana. They will lead you.
A scene appeared in John's head of the wooden cage structure he and Haber had traveled in before, and a moment later a long vine appeared, stretching above the platform. On its end was another wooden cage, though this one was much larger and looked more comfortable than the first one they had been whisked away in.
Come. Much to discuss.
Do they want us to get into that again?
Haber asked, looking at the wooden sphere.
I think so,
John said, walking over to where Ellie was healing Sigvald. The proud bird had remained silent and still ever since John appeared, able to sense the intense feelings Ellie had been dealing with. But once that situation was under control, the rooster began to act pitiful, trying to win sympathy from his master. Using one of the last potions she had, Ellie healed Sigvald's broken wing by pouring a bit of the thick liquid onto his feathers, and then giving him some to drink. Crouching down next to her, John clenched his fist, forming a small mana crystal that he tossed to the bird.
Well done.
Perking right up, Sigvald grabbed the mana crystal out of the air with a swift peck and then let out a triumphant crow. Spreading his wings, he vanished into the tattoo on Ellie's back to absorb the mana that John had given him and recuperate from his injuries. Seeing Ellie and Haver staring at him, John shrugged.
What was that?
Ellie asked, staring at his hand.
Condensed mana crystal. Sort of like a concentrated version of the mana you feed to Storm.
And they're edible?
Haver asked, his eyes staring at John suspiciously.
Only for beasts. If you ate it, you would be dead from mana poisoning in a few seconds. Maybe faster. Come on, let's take our ride. We don't want to keep our host waiting.
What about Sven?
We bring his body with us. We'll find a place to bury him in the valley.
Crouching down next to the rogue's body, John was still for a moment. Sven certainly wasn't the first of his companions he had lost, and the majority of the others had simply been left where they fell, abandoned to the wild elements. As much as John had wanted to give them proper burials, there had never been time. Shrugging off the fluttering emotions that rose in his chest, John carefully picked up Sven's body and carried it to the wooden cage. Stepping inside, he felt the cage shift slightly, as if accommodating to his presence. Ellie and Haver got in after him, along with Haver's wolves, who looked exceptionally nervous. With a jerk, the thick vine moved, pulling the cage down into the tower's central shaft. Hanging in the air, Haver swallowed, remembering his last plunge down through the tower. Thankfully, their descent was controlled, and soon they were pulled into one of the levels and dragged into the tunnel system that ran around the outside of the tower. The vine moved quickly, but it was still a 10-minute journey before they arrived in the large chamber where John and Haver had met with the purple flower before. As the wooden cage deposited them in the center of the room, John realized it had changed significantly. Last time, there had been hundreds of thousands of flower monsters, all twisted together to form a giant tree trunk that wrapped around the purple flower. But this time, the only thing in the space was the flower itself, which had grown significantly. The flower monsters were nowhere to be seen, and even the vine that had carried them into the chamber soon withdrew. The roots were still spread out over the walls and ceiling, but as John watched, they began to withdraw as well, vanishing into the walls until their shining flowers remained visible, giving the room light. In the center of the room, the purple flower trembled and began to shift, so John placed Sven's body down and stepped forward, his hand moving to his sword.
"There is no need for that, Shining One."
The voice that echoed through the minds of the team was powerful yet soft, carrying a motherly quality that brought comfort with it. Eyes narrowing slightly, John watched as the purple flower bud twisted and began to open up, slowly revealing a short woman of indeterminate age, sitting cross-legged in the center of the petals. Realizing he had seen her before in the images the flower had sent him previously, John's breath caught in his throat.
Who are you?
Slowly opening her mouth, as if rediscovering her voice after a lifetime of not using it, the woman spoke in that same voice that had been projected into their minds a moment before.
"My name is Rebia, the Flower of Promise."
Not reassured in the slightest, John's grip on his sword didn't slacken as he took another step forward and spoke, his voice firm.
What are you?
Rebia's eyes opened for the first time, glowing with bright purple as she met John's. Despite her very human form and manner of speech, she was clearly not human at all. The manner she displayed was that of a plant, yet she was capable of speech and complex thought like a human, and John wasn't yet sure it was a good thing. Sensing the threat in his voice, Rebia did not recoil, instead shaking her head at him.
"I told you, I am the Flower of Promise, born of a woman's obsession with the task her master gave her."
You are not the mage whose form you bear?
"No, she is long dead. She gave the last of her life for me, using her own life and experiences as the fuel for my birth. It has been 130 years since she drew her last breath, yet in some ways she lives on through me, as my being was formed from her experiences. It was her overwhelming desire to save this world, and I was born of that obsession. As it was hers, so it is mine."
Carefully thinking about what the flower was saying, John let out a small groan and shook his head. He had already given her his mana, so there seemed to be little reason to be suspicious now. If anything, he had created the threat he felt from her, so it would be silly for him to start worrying about it now. Dropping his hand from his sword, he took a step back and bowed his head slightly.
Nice to meet you, Rebia.
"Likewise. I am sorry I cannot offer you more welcoming accommodations, but the last 100 years have been difficult. It will take me some time to restore this tower to its proper function."
Are you talking about the flower monsters?
"Monsters? Oh, the Guardians, yes. They sought mana on my behalf, intending to use it to complete my creation after my creator passed away upon awakening me. But in order to find more mana while still protecting me, more and more Guardians had to be created, slowing my awakening. It was only a few years ago that I finally gained enough mana to complete my awakening."
And that giant crystal you had me fill up, was that so the Guardians wouldn't leave?
"Yes," Rebia nodded, a smile crossing her lips. "With my reserves full, the Guardians will fall into slumber until such a time as they are needed again. They will return to rest, allowing me to regain full control over my root system. Currently, it has been acting with some autonomy, but now that the fail-safes are no longer triggered, my systems are starting to return to normal. It will take some time, but within a few months I should be able to restore the tower to working order."
Hearing a bunch of words he didn't know, Haver glanced at Ellie, but she seemed to be following the conversation fine, so he was too embarrassed to say anything.
What do you mean when you say working order? John asked.
Falling silent for a moment, Rabia gestured, and roots spread toward John and the others, twisting together and rising up to form stools. Gesturing for them to sit, she turned her face up toward the ceiling as if she could see through the mountain that separated them from the sky, and began to speak softly. "It may be simpler if I explain from the beginning. I will do my best to relay the truth, though it must be understood that I only know what I know, and ultimately that is limited to the perspective of one person."
"I understand,"
John said, taking his seat. Seeing him sit down, Haver and Ellie both sat down as well, their eyes fixed on Rabia. It wasn't every day, after all, that one got to listen to a sentient plant created by a mage expound on history. Once everyone was settled, Rabia began her story, her gentle voice almost hypnotic as she recalled the memories buried in the very fiber of her being. "Tower Master Kelvis created this tower almost single-handedly, over years and years of siphoning funds from the Academy Tower he was the master of." Holding his hand up to stop her, John asked a question to clarify something he had wondered about for a long time.
"Sorry, but is Tower Master Kelvis also known as Storm Master Kelvis?"
"Yes, they were the same person. The Tower Master had reached the state of a legendary being even before he became a Tower Master, but hid his ascension for personal reasons. It was his desire to use this tower to hide from the world after faking his death, so he could research the Sage level in peace."
"But the war broke out first," John said.
"That is correct. The war broke out, and his plan changed. He had been revealed as a legendary mage, and so he went to join the war effort, hiding his most brilliant student here, along with as much magical knowledge as he could collect. He, like many other mages, had been secretly studying immortality through his study of plant life. The idea was that his student would guard the knowledge and research he had been doing until he returned from the war to continue working on it. Yet that was not to be. The war stretched on, and even though he managed to break into the Sage level, he was unable to devote enough time to research, eventually reaching the end of his lifespan. According to my calculations, that should have been some time within the last 5 years, though his summoning of other-worlders may have increased the drain on his life force. Though he failed in his wish, his student was more driven and creative than he could have imagined, and through her obsessive experiments, I was born." Chapter 45. Listening to Rabia talk, John was struck with a surreal feeling, as if he had just unlocked something. Seeing no new notifications pop up, all he could do was shake his head and focus on what she was saying. "The research tower Master Kelvis and his student undertook sought to answer a question. Was it possible to graft a plant's ability to live forever into a human's body? Their research on the surface had to do with creating a plant that could live on and process mana, but underneath the goal was always the same goal all mages thirst after: immortality. It was this research that eventually led to my creation. The idea was simple. If a plant's lifespan couldn't be grafted into a human due to differences in biology, could a human's consciousness be transferred to a plant?"
"It would seem they were successful," John said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he stared at the woman sitting on the purple flower.
"Only partially. Tower Master Kelvis, and subsequently his student, assumed humans were only the sum total of their experiences, and based on that assumption, my creator's last act was giving me all of her thoughts, desires, memories, and experiences. Yet when I awoke, I was myself. I learned from my creator's from her shower. After a moment of hesitation, he flicked his finger, and her hair dried instantly, causing her to sit up in surprise. Feeling it, she looked up at him, her eyes wide. "That's convenient."
Being a mage isn't all downsides," he said with a lopsided smile.
"So when did you figure it out?"
"That you were a mage? Probably for a few months. I never would have thought you were that mage, but I've seen you casting spells here and there, like those rain spells you were casting to help the corn grow."
"You saw that? I was almost positive you were asleep."
"I was, but my spirits are always awake.
Narrowing his eyes, John stared around at the air.
Spirits, huh?
"Oh, stop it. You're scaring them," Ellie protested, standing up. The top of her head only came up to his nose, giving a whiff of her summery fragrance. Staring down at her bright eyes, John found himself suddenly emboldened, and his smile returned.
As long as I don't scare you, I'll be fine.
Ellie was bolder still, and her hand reached out to grab onto his shirt. Pulling him close, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him swiftly on the cheek. The touch of her lips was like the fluttering of a butterfly on his rough skin, but long after she had pulled away and fled inside, the warmth they carried remained on his cheek, burning hotter than any flame he had ever held. Chapter 47. Far across the world, in a marble palace perched high up on a hill, a nobleman hurried toward the throne room. Sweat dotted his brow despite the spring chill in the air, and he slowed to a walk as he got near the wide doorway. There were no guards, save for the statues of warriors that stood at each side of the archway, but he still stopped before passing through the door. Doing his best to even out his breathing, he swallowed and straightened his waistcoat over his bulging stomach. Saying a wordless prayer to any deity who would listen, he strode into the throne room, doing his best to project a confident air. Tapestries hung from the rafters of the long room, and 2 rows of pillars formed a pathway down the center of the room, leading to a raised dais. The wings of the room, which should have been filled with nobles attending court, were completely empty, and the only person in the entire room was the woman lounging indolently on the throne. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" "Slow down, Duke Benoit. Catch your breath." Empress Katrine's voice was husky and slow, fitting her lazy look perfectly. A handsome woman, the Empress carried a sharpness hidden in her eyes that sent a shiver down the Duke's spine. She was dressed in a sky-blue dress with silver and crimson embroidery and wore a large ruby at her throat, playing with a scepter she held. "One must not rush. Isn't that what you told us all those years ago?" Feeling his breath catch in his throat as the Empress shot a look at him from the corner of her eyes, the Duke hurried to bow. He had served the late Emperor and his father before him, but he had never had as much trouble facing them as he did facing the Empress, despite the fact that she was almost a quarter his age. Trying to gather himself, he suddenly noticed the silence in the throne room and looked around. "Your Majesty, where is everyone?" "Oh, we sent them home." "But, Your Majesty, there are important matters to attend to in court today." "More important than their lives?" the Empress asked, letting out a low laugh. "Court is over, my dear Duke." "Your Majesty, I must protest." "Protest all you want, but we already sent them home. No need to create more confusion by dragging them all down to hell." Swallowing, the Duke tried to think of what to say, but words failed him. The Empress wore the look of a careless ruler, but Duke Benoit knew exactly how hard she had worked to keep the nation together after her late husband had died. Fiercely loyal to the crown, he had served her as best he could, and seeing the air of disinterest she projected made the reality of their crumbling country all the more painful to watch. "Did you have something to report, my dear Duke?" Reminded about the news he brought, Duke Benoit winced and bowed his head, suddenly afraid to add to her burdens. There had been nothing but terrible news for the last year and a half, and he was afraid any more might cause her spirit to break. Sensing from his uncharacteristic hesitation that the news was dire, Empress Katrine sat up slowly, transforming from a languid noblewoman into a regal ruler. "Duke Benoit, we would like to know what you have to report." Trembling slightly, the Duke bowed low. "The food that Lepira sent, it was destroyed." A mocking smile spread across the Empress's lips, and she leaned forward slightly. "All of it?" Nodding sadly, the Duke straightened up. "Yes, Your Majesty. Crowds at the southern gate rushed the shipment, and in the confusion the caravans caught on fire." Letting out a pealing laugh that echoed loudly through the empty throne room, Katrine clutched her stomach. After her laughter subsided, she stood up, her expression almost happy. Pointing to the door of the throne room and the city that lay beyond the palace walls, she chuckled. "And let me guess, are they now saying we burned the supplies rather than let them be distributed to the citizens?
Yes, Your Majesty. Huh, of course they are. As if we would stoop so low. But then public opinion is such a fickle thing, isn't it, Duke Troch? Hearing the Empress addressing someone behind him, Duke Benoit spun around and saw a thin vulture-like man slowly making his way into the throne room. Beside him were a number of other nobles, known supporters of the Duke, and half a dozen cloaked figures. Duke Troch was the leader of those nobles who opposed the Empress's rule, and they had been working for years to undermine her. Now, thanks to their efforts, public opinion had turned against the Empress, and they were riding the rising wave. Walking forward, Duke Troch didn't bother to bow or even greet the Empress, stopping at the foot of the dais and staring up at her scornfully. "It's time for you to step down from your ill-gotten throne, witch!" Stepping back, Katrine sat down on the throne, the smile fleeing from her face. With a frosty imperiousness, she stared down at the thin Duke, matching him glare for glare. Where his carried glee and indignation, hers was colder than the wind in the deepest winter. When she didn't speak, he sneered. "Your supporters have fled, and you've been abandoned by everyone of any importance. Your crumbling nation is a testament to your lack of qualifications for ruling, and even now the people clamor at the gate seeking your blood. What do you have to say for yourself?" Letting out a small sigh, the frosty expression on Katrine's face melted away, and she turned to glance out one of the large windows, looking away to the south. Just when Duke Troch was about to speak again, her husky voice spread through the throne room. "He warned me about this. Did you know that? He predicted this would be the outcome. Our way of thinking was too different. He said that if we wanted to help this messed-up world, we would have to help people change their beliefs before we tried to change their lives. But I was young. I was so young. Did you know I wasn't even 16 when I arrived here? A 15-year-old girl who had known nothing but peace, nothing but a regular school life, thrust into a bloody war." Interrupting the Empress, the Duke spoke in a mocking voice. "What does this have to do—" Crushing pressure slammed down on Duke Troch, nearly driving him to his knees. It only lasted a moment, but it caused the Duke's sentence to choke off in the middle. "Shut up," Empress Katrine said, shooting a glare at the Duke. "I'm monologuing. Now, where was I? I was young? No, I already said that part. Ugh! This is why you shouldn't interrupt people, Duke Troch. It throws them off. Ah, yes. A bloody war. I nearly died, you know, but I didn't. I was saved by the most handsome of Prince Charmings. But he wasn't a prince. He was an emperor. The emperor of a small, weak, insignificant nation. And I was young. And in love. So when he asked me to come and save his people, I said yes. Like a fool, I said yes. I was warned about the outcome, but I didn't listen because I was in love. And for a time I was proved right. We fought together, defeating enemy after enemy until none dared stand before us. I wanted to leave because I had already seen the writing on the wall. But the Emperor insisted I stay. Insisted I marry him, and I was still in love. So we were married for 6 blissful months. But you all know what happened after that, don't you? Because you killed him, poisoned by those who had cowered behind him for so many years. Ha! I should have killed you all then. It would have fit the name you whispered behind my back. But I didn't, because I was still in love, and he begged me, with his dying breath, to keep this nation he loved together. Ah, whatever. This is getting way more depressing than I thought it would be. Let's just cut to the chase." Standing up, the Empress walked to the edge of the platform and stared down at the Duke and his followers, her eyes coming to rest on the robed figures. Lifting her scepter, she pointed at them. "And who are you? Are you this spineless worm's backers? Because I know he would never have the courage to speak to me this way if he didn't have someone backing him up." Slowly lifting up his hand, the first robed figure revealed his face. A sideways figure 8 was tattooed on his cheek with a silver snake threaded through it. Bowing to the Empress,
He spoke in a gravelly voice. "Greetings, Empress Katrine. The infinitum sends its regards."
"Of course it's you snakes, not content slithering around in the grass."
"The plans of the infinitum are too numerous to count, and our aims are not for mortal minds to worry about."
"Ha! What a bunch of pretentious fools. Do you really think you'll be able to defeat me here?"
Bowing again, the tattooed man spoke calmly. "Yes, we do. Your supporters have fled. Your people have turned against you. While we couldn't have defeated you at the height of your power, we are confident your power has waned."
"And what makes you think Lapira will allow you to get away with this? They are allies of the Imperial throne, not of a cult of madmen."
"Do you really believe you can rely on them? No matter how powerful the eternal flame is, there's nothing a dead man can do."
"Dead?" Katrine said, her brow furrowing.
"Yes, dead. A year and a half ago we poisoned him with the deadliest poison in the world, and there has been no movement in his chambers since then. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Empress, but a dead man cannot save you."
A slow smile spread across Katrine's face as she shook her head, looking at the tattooed man with a hint of pity in her gaze. "Wow, you are all way stupider than I thought. You know why they call him the Eternal Flame, don't you? 117. That's the number of times people claimed he was dead in the last 10 years. That's like once a month for 10 whole years. Ha! Do you really think you succeeded where so many have failed? Pathetic. But a better question would be, why do you think I need him to come and save me?" As she finished speaking, the air in the throne room began to pick up speed, rushing around with enough force to cause the nobleman to stagger. Stepping forward, Katrine hung in the air, her arms outstretched as she used the air currents to support herself. Down below the steps, Duke Troch pointed a shaking finger at her and opened his mouth to speak, but a soft click sounded, and the top half of his head suddenly flew away, splattering the marble floor with blood. "I told you to shut up," Katrine said, not even looking at the Duke's corpse. In the center of the throne room, the noblemen began to back up, their expressions horrified. Rushing forward, the robed figures threw back their robes to reveal their pale faces. Most of them wore tattoos of the infinitum symbol, combined with a skull or a snake, and they began to activate their spells immediately. Letting out a laugh, Katrine waved her scepter, causing 6 more Windblade spells to activate with rapid clicks. Floating to the side to dodge a poisonous arrow, she spoke a command, and a shield of wind sprang up around her. Flying forward, she summoned a whirling windstorm and threw it at 2 of the enemy mages. "Ha! How pathetic. Did your masters send you here because they hated you?" Staring up at Katrine, the tattooed man who had first spoken pointed at her, his voice trembling. You're a legendary mage." "Oh, you only discovered that now? That's too bad. Honestly, I can't believe you thought you would have a chance." With another wave of her scepter, she summoned 6 more wind blades, sending them at one of the mages. Desperately trying to block, he managed to defend himself against 2 of them, but the other 4 tore his body to pieces, causing blood to fly through the air, caught up in the swirling storm. Another poison arrow spell flew toward her, but it was deflected by the wind shield that swirled around her. Laughing, Katrine shook her head. "Do you know Witch of the Wind wasn't always my title? Just like the Eternal Flame wasn't always called the Eternal Flame," Katrine said, her tone almost happy. "Come, let me show you why they called me Bloodstorm." A short 5 minutes later, the throne room was in shambles, and the only 2 people left alive were Empress Katrine and Duke Benoit. Blood splattered the walls and pillars, and the tapestries that had hung gracefully from the ceiling were reduced to little more than rags. Looking around, Katrine tapped her scepter in her palm, slowly floating down to the blood-slicked floor. Just before she touched down, she seemed to think better of it and remained hovering to keep her dress clean.